in an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to the Aneke TV Business Outlook, broadcasting live from Enugu. And then we're so grateful you joined us this Tuesday morning, where the market is taking a new shape and dynamics. They say that when the rhythm of the drum changes, the dance step must adapt. Yesterday, the bulls finally broke a pushing 6-day bearish chokehold on Nigerian exchange, pushing market capitalization past the 152 trillion mark. But don't let the green index fool you. With 35 decliners outpacing just 17 advancers, this market belongs strictly to the heavyweights, as the central bank dangles a massive 20% stop rate on open market auction bills, drawing billions away from equities and into fixed income. The question this morning is no longer just how to grow your wealth, but where to shield it. From the shifting values on the Nigerian exchange to the tightening grip on the naira, we break down the numbers that dictate your net worth. And this is the Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your wealth finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting from the Nigerian equities market, we had transaction on the Nigerian exchange yesterday, Monday, June the 22nd, 2026, halted a punishing 6-day bearish streak, rebounding strongly as renewed buying interest in Tier 1 banking equities lifted the broader market. And then the Osha index appreciated by 0.97%, making a gain of 2,277.92 points to close at 232,219.19 points. Market capitalization gained 1.518 trillion naira to close at 152.845 trillion naira. The activities volume rose to 489.10 million units, valued at 6.49 billion naira, exchanged across 63,567 deals. Market rate kept a negative posture despite the index gain, as 35 decliners outpaced 17 advancers, indicating that the rally was heavily weighted towards large cap tickers. And quickly moving on to take a look at the top 5 gainers for yesterday, where GT yesterday opened trading at 115 naira 55 kobo to close at 127 naira 10 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 10%, having gained 11 naira 55 kobo. FBN Holdings yesterday started trading at 55 naira, closing at 60 naira 50 kobo, making a 5 naira 50 kobo to close on a bullish adjustment of 10%. The International Energy Insurance yesterday closed at 5 naira 56 kobo, having opened trading at 5 naira 6 kobo, making a plus 0.50 kobo before closing its trading book on a bullish note of 9.988%. MC Nichols yesterday closed in the bullish as well, as he made a positive adjustment of 9.56%, having gained 65 kobo to close its trading book on 7 naira 45 kobo, having opened earlier in the day by 6 naira 80 kobo. Then followed by Zenith Bank, which opened trading yesterday at 110 naira to close at 117 naira 80 kobo, making 7 naira 80 kobo to close on a bullish note of 7.09%. And here are the top leggers for yesterday, where FTN Coca, led the pack by opening trading at 26 naira to close on the dip of 23 naira 40 kobo, having lost 2 naira 60 kobo to close in a bearish range of a negative 10% adjustment. Consolidated Hallmark yesterday, having opened trading at 7 naira 14 kobo, made a dip of a 0.71% in 71 kobo in loss, having closed at 6 naira 43 kobo, making a bearish adjustment of 9.94%. Etana yesterday opened trading at 30 naira 80 kobo, but closed in the dip of 27 naira 75 kobo, losing 3 naira 5 kobo to make a negative adjustment of 9.90%. Deep Capital Management yesterday was another stock that closed in the bearish stream, having made a dip of a negative 9.82%, losing 48 kobo to close at 4 naira 41 kobo, having opened trading yesterday at 4 naira 89 kobo. Austin Lars and Company yesterday opened trading at 3 naira 90 kobo, closing his book at 3 naira 52 kobo, losing 38 kobo to make a negative adjustment in the bearish stream of 9.74%. And for our market projection for today, expect a highly selective trading landscape today. While yesterday's 4.64% surge in the Nigerian exchange banking index provided a powerful psychological lift, the weak overall market breadth reveals underlying caution. Heavy institutional liquidity is currently being pulled into the fixed income space following the CBN's massive 2.7 trillion naira OMO bill auction, where stop rates breached 20%. Consequently, trading today will likely see a battle between continuing cherry picking of oversold tier 1 financial tickers and immediate profit taking on yesterday's rapid double-digit gainers. Expect the market to fluctuate narrowly as investors weigh high fixed income yields against equities bargain. And looking equally at the forex market, where we'll take a look at the Nigerian Naira, which experienced a relative stable range-bound performance yesterday, being Monday, June the 22nd, 2026. Is supported by steady central bank market monitoring and balanced demand across both official and informal segments. At the official market, the Naira closed at 1,363 Naira 41 kobo against the dollar, reflecting a marginal appreciation to the 1,363 naira 83 kobo against the dollar, handle sustained during the previous week's trading section. At the parallel market or the official market, or what many call the black market, the local currency maintained its firm footing in the informal market, hovering around $1,400 for $1 for retail transactions. The premium between the official and the parallel windows, remained highly compressed at 2.68%, roughly 36 naira 59 kobo, comfortably below the 5% threshold, signaling strong structural convergence and a reduction in speculative arbitrage. The key market drivers here are that sustained foreign exchange liquidity injection via autonomous banking inflows and defensive monetary tightenings by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, kept a lead on seasonal corporate demand. And then quickly, our currency market outlook for today is that we expect the Naira to trade within a tight, predictable horizontal corridor of 1,360 Naira against the US dollar to a 1,368 naira against the dollar at the official window. The immediate outlook remains insulated from extreme volatility due to aggressive liquidity mop-ups in the fixed income market. The CBN's massive 2.7 trillion naira MOBU auction, which cleared as top rates exceeding 20%, is successfully draining excess banking system liquidity that would otherwise fuel speculative dollar hoarding. While steady commercial media demand for import financing will present minor headwinds today, the present level of external reserves and structural transparency should easily maintain the sub 1,410 naira ceiling in the parallel market. And quickly moving on to the energy market, where Brent crude experienced severe volatility yesterday, opening with an aggressive geopolitical spike before plunging sharply into the close. The market successfully unwound its supply shock premium following major diplomatic breakthroughs in Europe. The Brent yesterday closing features tumbled by $3.11, that's 3.86%, to settle at $77.46 a barrel. During the intraday range, the benchmark experienced a wide $4.84 swing, peaking at an early section high of $82.30 before closing to a late afternoon low near $77.27. And moving on to the WTI counterpart, where the U.S. West Texas Intermediate WTI for July delivery dropped to $74.53 a barrel ahead of the contract expiry, while the more active August contract slid 3.27% to settle at $73.37. The market catalyst here is that early morning panic over reports that Iran had briefly closed the critical Strait of Hormuz chokepoint was rapidly diffused. High-ranking U.S. and Iranian officials wrapped up progress yielding peace talks in Switzerland, securing temporary sanctions waivers and allowing millions of barrels of previously blocked Iranian crude to clear naval blockades and re-enter global shipping lanes. And here is our crude oil market outlook for today. Expect Brent crude to trade within a lower stabilizing structural band of $76.50 to $78.50 a barrel today as the market adjusts to an immediate supply influx. Near-term sentiment is expected to remain decidedly bearish, with the 60-day diplomatic ceasefire extension holding the fiscal market, is actively bracing for a rapid volume correction. Analysts project that between 2 million and 3 million barrels per day, of regional crude will hit international markets within the next 4 weeks from Iran, Iraq, and neighboring Gulf producers looking to secure market share. Barring a sudden breakdown in the ongoing Swiss mediation, look for immediate downside pressure to continue today as the market transitions its primary focus away from geopolitical risk and back towards the cooling global economic demand forecast. And quickly moving on to the Nigerian commodities market, we are trading on the Nigerian commodities market, yesterday being Monday, was dominated by contrasting regional price trends for core domestic staples and sharp upward surge in international pricing of key agricultural export grains. Domestic food prices remained highly segmented by geographical region, driven primarily by fuel prices and localized transport logistics costs. Starting from Lagos, which is a major consuming hub, it witnessed the highest staple prices due to severe transport cost overheads. The cost of 50 kg bag of local rice hovered around 78,000 to 82,000 naira, while a basket of tomatoes averaged 26,000 naira, reflecting the city's high dependence on log-hill northern logistics. This takes us to Abuja, the north central or the Nigerian capital, where food costs showed mid-range stability but remained elevated. Local white beans traded at approximately 1,100 naira per mudu, while a 50 kg bag of maize settled at 44,000 naira, benefiting from its closer proximity to northern farming belts. And over to Enugu, the southeast hub, it placed a distinct trend, experiencing mild relief in localized root crop pricing. A larger tuber of water yam dropped to 2,200 naira to 2,500 naira, while Gary, the yellow one that remains stable at 1,200 naira per penta. However, imported or cross-regional commodities like onions and cowpeas remained high due to diesel-inflated haulage fees. Export grains, on the international commodities desk, where agricultural items recorded strong positive momentum driven by tightening global inventories and stable exchange rates. Cocoa surged by a positive 5.35% to settle at £3,465 per ton, providing a lucrative window for domestic exporters. Maize and soybeans maintained stable global export demand, with international corn futures closing flat at $4.12 per bushel and soybeans holding firm at $11.15 per bushel. Here is our commodities market outlook for today. We urge you to expect domestic commodities market to experience minor downward price correction today. The substantial appreciation of the naira yesterday, combined with aggressive central bank liquidity mopping, is expected to slowly ease speculative hoarding by mid-tier market wholesalers. However, retail food prices in major consumption zones like Lagos will likely remain sticky in the immediate term as transporters slowly digest current diesel costs. On the export side, expect cocoa and CSMCs to sustain their upward valuation trajectory due to robust towards contract demand from European processors. And that takes us to the international market, where global stock markets delivered highly fragmented mixed performance yesterday, while optimistic US-Iran diplomatic breakthroughs in Switzerland lowered energy risk. Specific regional factors, including major tech sell-offs in New York, political shifts in London, and AI-driven euphoria in Tokyo, split market outcomes across the continent. Starting from the United States, which was dominated by high growth tech drags, where major indices, that moved the market, a sharp divergence hit Wall Street as traditional blue chips gained ground, while heavy exposure to growth and space tech pulled the broader indices down. Sentiment was anchored by a massive single-day plunge in SpaceX, falling over 16%, following internal valuation adjustments. The Jones Industrial Average rose by 0.26%, that is making 132.20 points to close at 51,696.19 points, buoyed by defensive industrial and financial tickers. S&P 500 decreased by 0.34%, that's a negative 25.31%, to finish at 7,475.27 points. Nasdaq Composite suffered the largest blow, sliding 1.27%, that's a loss of 336.81 points to settle at 26,181.12 points, despite chip makers rallying defensively. And moving to Europe, where the gains are characterized, guided by UK leadership change and banking inflows. European equities brushed off consecutive days of declines to close higher. Market digested the sudden resignation of British Prime Minister Keir Starmer alongside, optimism regarding the reopening of shipping lines through the Straits of Hormuz. Pan-European Stoxx 600 rose by 0.58% to close at 639.27 points, making it its second highest close in history and snapping a two-day losing streak. Germany DAX yesterday advanced by 0.62%, thus making a plus of 153.87 points to settle at 25,139.69 points. The UK FTSE 100 climbed by 0.72% to close at 10,437.85 points, driven heavily by an institutional rush into British banks like Barclays, which gained 3.9%, and NatWest making a positive 4.0%. France CAC 40 bucked the regional positive trend slightly, dipping 0.25% to close at 8,400.11 points. And this takes us to the Asian market, where Japan, closes at a historic high, while Hong Kong slides, downwards. The Asian business desk witnessed sharply contrasting results, dictated by local macroeconomic data and AI infrastructure investment. Japan Nikkei 225 surged by 1.55%, that's a plus 1,103.90 points, to achieve a lifetime closing record of 72,353.96 points, fueled by Intel's semiconductor and AI computing optimism. And in China, Shanghai Composite advanced by 1.78% to end at 4,163.10 points. And in Hong Kong, Hang Seng retreated by 0.65%, down roughly by 156 points, to finish at 23,768.52 points, weighed down heavily by disappointing domestic consumption data. And here is our global outlook for today. Expect international trading today to be dominated by Liquidity Rebalancing Act. In the US, focus will center on whether the broader market can absorb yesterday's specialized tech correction, especially given the newly restructured weighting of the Nasdaq 100 and S&P 500 indices that went into effect yesterday. And in Europe, traders will monitor early sentiment regarding the UK political transition to prospective frontrunner Andy Boham, which analysts expect will provide stability to the sterling asset ecosystem. Meanwhile, Asian markets are poised to see continued capital rotation into export-heavy tech industries, though further upside in Hong Kong and mainland China will remain tightly capped until broader retail demand metrics improve. And here is our strategic market advice, especially for the Nigerian investors. And on locked-in fixed income yields, with OMO bills clearing above 20% and 1.16 trillion naira pouring into FGN bonds, institutional capital is prioritizing risk-free returns. Retail investors should, mimic this protective play via high-yield money market funds and short-term debt instruments. Avoid chasing the banking rally. Yesterday's 0.97% market gain was artificially sustained by tier 1 bank stocks like GT and First Bank, both touching the positive 10% maximum adjustment circuit breaker. Because the market breadth remains decidedly negative, 35 decliners versus 17 advancers. Yesterday's recovery is thin. Do not buy into the banking surge this morning. Wait for immediate profit-taking pullback. And also, we urge you to hedge with high-yield export tickers. As global crude dips on emerging uranium supply roadmaps, relocate equity capital to defensive dollar-earning agro-business and energy tickers like Aradel and high-momentum, cocoa export hedges to buffer against domestic cyclical swings. And that's where we'll be drawing the curtain now on the market segment. We urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. We urge you that before you make any incursion into the financial market, please do well to consult a certified financial expert. And this is due to the volatility of the market. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector, but experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics report that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
All right, good morning, fellow Aneke TV sport lovers. Good morning all around my sport lovers all around the world. How are you doing? How was your night? Hope you had a lovely night yesterday being Monday. We are here again this morning to, give you the analysis, give you the updates concerning sports, any kind of sports. We always talk about it here on Aneke Sports. And I remain your wonderful host worldwide, Otaumele Wisdom, that will be bringing you all the updates, concerning the world of sports. Any update you are looking for in the world of football, we have the World Cup still around the corner. They are in the second phase. Some teams have played their second matches, while some are just concluding their second matches. We saw the likes of Argentina play yesterday. We saw Senegal play. We saw France play. And the rest of them, there were a lot of matches that came your way. The excitement of seeing the greatest of all time, you refer to as Lionel Messi, getting 2 goals, having to break that World Cup record from Miroslav Klose of Germany. He has broken the record yesterday and set a new record. Now, someone is right behind him, also breaking the record. Where we are talking about Kylian Mbappe. All these are coming up and we'll get you the details of it. We also saw the likes of Norway, where Erling Haaland also had to get 2 goals. The race for the Golden Boot, I can tell you, is really tight. It's really something that you don't want to miss out. This edition of the World Cup has promised a lot of goals, and we are already seeing that lot of goals, where Norway had to, beat our wonderful African champions 3 goals to 2. I can tell you for free that it was a hard-fought game. Senegal did not bow down their heads from that match, with that loss, but they did a lot. They fought, to the end. There were 2 goals down. They came back. Nicholas Jackson had to score 2 goals, but it was not enough. And unfortunately, we have to say Senegal might be eliminated because right now they still sit bottom of the group with no points. You know, they have lost 2 of their matches and they just have 1 more match to go, hoping they get a win against Iraq. Maybe they might qualify in the 3rd place as the best losers. I will bring you all the details, but first let's look at the all-time career stats between Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. I know the debate is always on till eternity. It's going to remain a debate that we, the football lovers, will continue to debate on who is better. But here is the stats for Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. According to the games they have played, you have Messi on 1,157 games, while Cristiano Ronaldo has a record of 1,326 games. Then Lionel Messi in a goal aggregate has 1,328 goal aggregate, while Cristiano Ronaldo has 1,234 goal aggregate. These are incredible numbers for me from both of them. While in assists, Messi has 414 assists, while Cristiano Ronaldo has 261 assists. Then, coming to the terms of goals, of course, yesterday goals have not been added. We know Lionel Messi got 2 goals yesterday. So, currently, from this stats, we have 914. So, if you add yesterday's 2 goals to it, you have 916. Of course, we'll be seeing Cristiano Ronaldo play today. He is already on 973 goals. The man that said he is chasing 1,000 career goals. He's in 973 goals currently, and he just have about 27 goals to make that target mark of 1,000 goals in his career. And, you know, we the football lovers, we that, you know, support this great man, Cristiano Ronaldo, is wishing him all the best today because he's going to play a crucial match, which, you know, the first match they got a draw against Democratic Republic of Congo, and this is the second match where they need a win. In fact, by all means, they need to win if they are to advance to this, you know, round of 32 of the FIFA Club World Cup, because right now it is not a time to get a draw. It is a time that you need to win all your matches that is left, because right now what is at stake is much bigger, and we still hope to see the like of Cristiano Ronaldo, you know, in the next group or in the second half of the FIFA Club World Cup, which is called the round of 32, where they still have to battle it out to get to the round of 16 before you now talk about the quarterfinal, before you now talk about the semi-final. Of course, he has not gotten a goal anyways in this World Cup, while Lionel Messi has 5 goals already. You know, it's something that is really, you know, bothering the fans of Cristiano Ronaldo. And of course, I will take a short break at this moment, and when we get back, we'll get straight into all the details of the world of sports. Please, let's take a short break and we'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that brief short break, and it's still your favorite program, Aneke Sports, where we deliver all the updates concerning sport. There's no sport you will talk about in this program that we don't bring to your way. We have the Formula One, we have the boxing, we have wrestling, swimming, basketball, you name it, cricket, long tennis, even short tennis, table tennis. If you have a mat that you play tennis, we'll bring it all your way. As long as it's sports, you know, we give you all the details. And of course, Mr. Good Hope, the sports oracle, is here with me. Mr. Good Hope, how are you doing? You are looking so, you know, like a man that gives somebody good hope. You know, you are giving our viewers a lot of good hope. You know, in fact, in this country right now, we need good hope.
Yes, of course, we need good hope because everything seems to be how it is. However, we trust that the tides will turn and we'll have a a wonderful day. Well, I'm good.
Yeah,
I am.
You're looking so good.
I'm looking so good,
I would
right?
like to be like you when I grow
Please
up.
don't be like me when you grow
I
up.
would love to be like you. Well, you know, you always want to talk about Formula One.
What do you mean? I'm already there.
But at this moment, please let's leave Sir. Let's leave Sir out of it. You know, let's just.
Okay, you mean I should leave the champion out of? I should leave champion out of the game.
Leave him aside. Let's not talk about the champion much.
Well, it's actually Australian Grand Prix coming up, and preparations are being made. You will see the likes of Sir Lewis Hamilton. I go to him, gearing for that race. It's going to be a wonderful time.
Yeah, of course.
And I also want to let you know that Formula One has been one of the games that has changed the viewership of sports. A lot of people get to now see Formula One, now get to see football, now get to, see these sports more than they have been seeing it. And let me tell you what's happening, because I was doing some research very early this morning, and I learned that why people don't watch sports is because they are not told the sports, the ads doesn't go to them.
Yeah.
Why people don't watch certain things is because they are not aware of it. If you will see that even though the World Cup is generating a lot of views now, we're having more than, just for the Canadian match, we had about 15 million Canadians who saw their game.
Yeah.
Do you get? Now, is it because it's in Canada? I don't know. But we're talking about viewership. When, sports events are broadcasted, when they are, announced, people get to watch.
Of course, if you're
people want to see.
If you're not aware of, if you're not aware of a program, you don't get to participate in it. It's because you are aware. Now we are aware that there's a FIFA Club World Cup going on, so we tend to watch and analyze it. But meanwhile, some people might not even be aware that the country's World Cup is even going on right now. They might not have access to that information. Probably there are still people that don't know that the World Cup is even, or sometimes they don't even know the time of the match. They still feel okay, it's our normal usual time where we watch.
It's normal usual time, but when people are told that there's an Australian GP coming up this weekend, it's actually normally how it is done. Friday, first practice one, free practice one, then the same on Saturday, free practice two. Then on Sunday, you will have the main race. It's on Saturday that they take their pole position. Everyone had to,
That's where you finish from the practice on Saturday. That's where you start off from on Sunday.
That's where you start off from Sunday. So it's something that I have actually tried to put my mind to. So it's very important that we understand what is coming and that we kind of put our viewership. We need to tell them, okay, see, this is what we're expecting, and this is how we are expecting it to be.
Yeah.
So it's going to make a lot of sense. It's really, really going to make a lot of sense.
All right. So from the world of Formula One, let's go into the world of boxing. It's fight week. Of course, we have a match, like we said yesterday, between De Los Santos and Valenzuela. This guy's name almost sounds like a country, Venezuela, but he is Valenzuela. And this match is coming up on Sunday. That is this coming Sunday, June 28th. And of course, it's part of the Zufa Boxing 208. And of course, we have Paramount, always there to sponsor. We have the Cosmopolitans of Las Vegas also there to sponsor. And we have the Riyadh season. All these people are sponsoring this match or this fight between De Los Santos and Valenzuela. And it's for the lightweight bout. I don't know if you have any supporter, if you have any favorite, if you have any fighter that you are gunning for. But for me, I just like this Valenzuela's name. I don't know the guy much. I've not watched him fight, but I think I'm rooting for Valenzuela to, get a victory in this match.
For me, the fight is going to be a 1-1 or 2. It's going to be a draw fight.
It's going to be a draw. But in boxing, there is always a way to get a win.
Yeah, there's actually a way.
The officials will always get.
Yes, there's actually a way to get a win in boxing, which there's always someone who would win the fight. But it all depends on the quality of the officials. Yes, quality of the officials, quality of the guys officiating. Now, I also want to tell you that in that aspect, it will mean that is not going to, you know, tally with the normal boxing game. Did you get? Now, let me explain. When people need to win in boxing, is because there's actually a bet. There's actually a bet either from the opponent or from the other opponent. There's actually a bet. Someone has to win that money. So it's very important because nobody leaves their money. Now, what I'm saying is, for instance, Jake Paul is rolling out again. In fact, he was seen at the field, at the stadium where he fought, where he had his fight with Usyk the other day. He was seen at the stadium. I mean, in the US where he had the fight. Now, these guys, why they? If someone needs to win because it's actually a sports event. Moreover, it is already. There's already a bet on each other's head, unlike football. Football's bet is not with the club, it's not with the team. It's actually with the fans.
You go and bet, you know.
It's actually with the fans. So now, when you look at it, they can, you know, both of them can have just, so the person that is going to win in this game could win with just one blow.
Yeah, of course, you know, the points sometimes get so close where the judges, you see sometimes maybe in a panel where you have 4 judges, 2 will be in the favor of one person, 2 will be in the favor of the other person. So at the end of the day, it will now be a unanimous decision.
Now, how they are doing this is that the glove you wear has an electric metric on it that measures the punch.
So any punch you deliver.
So any punch you deliver registers on. Okay, because who has time to be sitting punch 1, punch 2, point? You get, nobody has that kind of time to be doing that. So they had to, you know, fix it.
You know, but those days, even before they brought in, of course, this technology, this advancement, the days of when the Mohammed they had to be counting this.
No, that was someone's job. That was actually someone's job. Someone had to sit and was, you know, counting and was taking note of the fight.
Clean punches and not just someone that you just touch somebody.
Actually, someone had employment.
Yeah, people had employment there because you have to sit and watch. And, you know, of course, human nature sometimes, those days they used to say sometimes the referees used to be biased. You know, you can't, since it's just the ref that has to determine, nobody knows if this is actually the number of punches that were being thrown. So it was a bit of a, you know, a competition and an argument that was still ringing. I believe that was why they now brought in that electric matrix. So, you know, measure it is visible to everybody. The officiating team, of course, is not made up of one person. So you will see that, of course, these punches were actually delivered. And I think it's something, is a good advancement in the world of boxing, where the winner at the end of the day, with, of course, the heaviest blow get to win, and the opponent, you know, is always satisfied that it's the fair result. And moving on to the world of wrestling, you know, there are a lot of matches, especially in the AEW, which is the All Elite, you know, wrestling. But before then, we have a World Tag Team Champion, which is the Street Profits. You know, these are the new World Tag Team Champions, you know, from Raw. And going to the AEW, where we have a lot of in fact, a lot of fights. It's called, the theme of the, you know, wrestling match is called Forbidden Door. You know, this is like a theme that they are going to use for this competition. And we have a fight between Swerve Strickland and Will Despy. You know, this match is coming up on Sunday, 6th. You know, that should be next month on Sunday, and it's live pay-per-view. It's going to be broadcasted live, you know, on AEW Studios. So this is for the men's tournament final. Then, of course, we do not let the female on notice. We have a fight between Mercedes Mon and Maya Ward. You know, this lady calls herself Maya Ward, and this fight is also on Sunday. Then we have Jox Moxley versus Brandido. You know, this fight is also the same day.
First of all, take a look at their graphics to tell you how the fight is going to be. That's how the ring is going to be decorated. When you look at that, you will see how they are already, you know, into the game before whatever comes their way. That's the Forbidden Door. Someone had to walk through that Forbidden Door.
You know, this is also the Owen Hart Foundation. You know, there used to be a wrestler we called Owen Hart. Then, you know, this is like a foundation fight for him. It's like the tournament is all circled around him. Then, of course, that is not the end. We still have a fight between the Sky Team. This is more like the triple tag team fight, which involves three tag teams, different people fighting in the same ring at the same time. Of course, it's still on the Forbidden Door team versus the Steve Box. These guys, have a bandana on their head alongside the team called the Co. And, I don't know how this tag team is going to look like, but when you
Unbound Co.
When you have 6 people, having to fight, of course, they will come in one at a time, but the match will be like between 6 men, and in fact, this kind of match used to be very entertaining. You have to watch a lot of people go into the ring and jab for one title.
It is very entertaining because it is a match that tells you how teams are getting ready, how that not only one person can participate in the welterweight. They are, a lot of us can participate, but not a lot of us can win. So all of us may not win at the same time, but a lot of us can participate. So for me, I must say that it is very necessary and important that all of them pack there and then fight. When we were growing up, we used to watch a lot of WWE, welterweight, heavyweight, and lightweight, and featherweight, whatever weight,
middleweight,
any weight that they are. Yeah, we used to watch a lot of, and that's why some people, I'm not going to call names, some people have anger issues because they watched a lot of fights. So now our own is that we not watch a lot of it. We are just wow, we want to watch it, they're off it. We don't know what they were doing, what God was doing for us.
Because they always say, wrestling, do not try this at home.
Do not try this at home.
When we were kids,
somebody wanted to lift me and try it with me at home. But God did not agree.
We did not hear that part that they said, do not try this at home. This sport is just for the ring for professionals.
Yeah, so what happens at the end of the day is that everybody's going to come in and have the taste of the fight. But then there's a prize in this fight. It's not going to just be a fight or a war or a misunderstanding. No, they are always nursing anger so that they can bring in that fight. So it's going to be an awesome time for the guys who are going to participate and feature in this fight. For me, I would tell you that we need to have a lot of updates on our Nigerians on this particular side of the game.
For wrestling.
Yes, we need to, because Nigeria, we're wrestling here.
Yeah, we have our own local tournaments. Maybe it's not like this. We don't get. Sometimes I know I've seen some tribes. They fight local wrestling. They make up their ring. Sometimes it's just on the floor where they have to pour some mud. Just to make it. Let it not be like you're falling or you're having to hit somebody on just an ordinary floor. So they pour some things on the ground to at least make it soft to cushion the effects when you have to lift somebody, you don't break somebody's back, But we still have our local, wrestling matches, but of course, sometimes it's not televised. These things are something you see in the street, you have the opportunity to watch, you just watch, maybe you record with your phone, but most of the times it's not often a big competition that you get to see it televised, or even have a platform where you stream it. But of course, we have our local restaurants. Still talking about the AEW, we have an AEW Dynamite.
Dynamite, yes, I'm already there.
There are a lot
of guys. And then is Death Riders versus Mystico Brodido.
Look at the name.
Look at the name. Mystical Brodido
fights, they are like the Rey Mysterio kind of.
Yes, they are the Rey Mysterio kind of things. Even though that someone is Rey on Mysterio, we need to uncover that mystery.
I think that's why they have the name Mystico from Mystica.
Then we have Swerve Strickland versus Daniel Garcia.
Yeah.
Then we have Will Ospreay versus Elp, and we have Jungle Jack Perry versus Zack Sabre Jr. Then we have Harley Cameron that's in the female category, versus Marina Shaffer. Then that's their fight is survival of the fittest, and it's the qualifying matches. We have Queen Aminata, sounds like
Queen Aminata,
our own,
versus
Red Velvet, that's the Women World TV Champion. Queen Aminata versus Red Velvet, and then we have Young Bucks versus TMDK. It's going to take place live this Wednesday on June 24th. That's tomorrow in HBO Max. It's going to be a great fight, and it's going to really be an interesting one because it's a mixed kind of fight, and everyone people actually had to see that game. I don't know, Wizzy, will you see the game?
It's tomorrow, of course, and if from what we are seeing is on HBO Max, and I'm not sure I have a subscription with HBO Max, but if I'm opportunity, if there's any other platform for me to watch this match, of course, I'm going to like to see these matches, especially, I don't know why I want to see this women's match between Queen Aminata. You know, the name just sounds like
it sounds
a fight
home.
that is going to be, it sounds like a home, a familiar name.
Yeah, a familiar name.
So I would love to see what this lady is capable of. Of course, there are other matches, the one between Mystico Bandido. This Bandido is sounding like a band that is going to, you know, destroy some people. And of course,
the thing is
not a singular match.
The thing is that talking about Mystico Bandido,
Yeah.
Mystico Bandido is not just a name. He's a household authority in the world of this AEW Dynamite game. He is a world class authority, and him and his crew you would see that they did just come there to show how professional they are. They came to just, you know, destroy their opponents. And, you know, the opponents are the Death Riders. So,
yes.
So it's not gonna be easy. Because when you talk about the Death Riders, somebody must go home with an ambulance.
Might not survive. You might,
So,
this
yes.
might just be your last fight in the, you know, but of course they are the Death Riders. But I'm not sure they will be allowed to, you know, end somebody's life.
I'm not sure they will be allowed to end someone's life, even though there will be a referee who will be there to coordinate things or to put things together. But it's hard for you to hear that someone was boxing and they collapsed, unless it's drama.
Yeah,
because a lot of drama happens.
A lot of drama, but you know, it's rare. Yes, maybe you sustain maybe concussion and all that.
Yeah, but I mean, but it's rare to have a case where someone will collapse because they are wrestling or because they are fighting or something.
You know, these people take precautionary measures. That's why some at times the moves they usually practice is even before the match. You get to practice.
So how do you practice it? You say, I'll be coming. You'll be running.
They do train. You know, they have their own training session where you practice all these moves. Especially when you watch the lightweight fight, you see that they practice these things a lot. It's no more the heavyweights. Maybe sometimes we don't get to see the practice, but of course there's no sport that even in boxing you get to practice. Football you get to. So they are trained. You know, sometimes when you see them do some dangerous moves, they have practiced this thing over time, and when they come, they execute it. That this thing is not life-threatening. You don't get to make a move on somebody and you terminate the person's life.
Yes,
the way the move looks.
It's entertainment.
Yeah.
Like it's actually entertainment. So why are we quarreling? We need to entertain the audience.
Yeah, of course.
Do you get? We need to entertain them. We need to just make them happy. We need to just let's show they have to, you know. Let's really pretend.
If you see some of the moves, sometimes you will think this thing. You will say the neck breaker. When you see Undertaker final move, then where you have to turn you upside down, you know, then give you one kind of finishing move. You say, this thing is a neck breaker. The person is not even expected to come out of that match alive again. But you see, at the end of the day, after the match, the person will still stand up. By himself. It's not like they will use crutches. Stand up and
be going because that's the move.
That's the move.
They are really doing
then we used to
some
look at
tricks.
it will this person still come out alive? You know, when Undertaker has given him a neck breaker, when John Cena does that his move, or when Randy Orton gives you know, this week takes you by the neck. Almost all their finishing move has to do with the neck, where you think the neck has snapped and that's the end of it. But after like 2 minutes, when the winner has gone, you see the person that eventually lost the match having to get up, you know, stretch his body and walk away, and you know, say that's the end of it. There was nobody that the neck is actually broken. So these things are well practiced and, you know, well performed. So, but at the end of the day, you don't try this at home, because
at the end of the day, you don't even try it in the office.
Don't try it anywhere.
You don't even try it
go and do it
on the way.
You are not a professional.
You actually
break somebody's
now
neck,
kill somebody, and
that would be another.
That would really be another story. So
well,
yeah.
Before we go into the world of sport, you know, with the world of football.
So
yes. I know our viewers, you know, are waiting because there are a lot of updates, you know, in the world of football. Let's take a quick short break, and you know, we'll get back into the world of football and give you as it came by our way yesterday and even today, and even the future matches that are going to come up on our way. Let's take a quick short break and we'll be right back.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that brief short break. Now, let's move into the world of football, where I can tell you for a fact that a lot is happening, especially where people are getting to, talk about the GOAT, but we will not go into the GOAT argument.
Before we go into the GOAT argument, like it's already a reality that Messi would always score, and Messi is younger than the GOAT.
Okay, you also called him the GOAT, so
Lionel Messi is younger than the other GOATs now.
But now, that you have talked about scoring, which is of course goals, Ronaldo still has the goals more than him. So if you are
but people are talking about it in the World Cup, in the World Cup.
It's just that Ronaldo have not scored. That's why they are still. Of course, Ronaldo has played just one game. Messi has played 2, and he has 5 goals already. All the goals that Argentina have scored has been Lionel Messi. He missed. Of course, he had the record yesterday. We should always remember that he also created the record yesterday. In fact, he created the highest goal scorer and he created a ban. He was the first person to miss penalty in this FIFA World Cup. The first player to miss a penalty in this tournament. So he has created history in that manner, but also he has broken a record.
Just like that guy carrying ball and was surprised that they gave him record.
So he made history yesterday. He broke record, which was held by Germany's player close, having to score. In fact, he has broken the record, and he has
added some records.
He added gap to it. Now he is on 18 goals. But let's not forget that we have somebody that is also chasing him down. Like, I don't know whether he stole something from Kylian Mbappe.
Kylian Mbappe has played 16 matches
in the World Cup
and has scored 16 goals.
When I got across this record, I was shocked that this is about his second World Cup, or the third, if I'm not mistaken, that Kylian Mbappe has taken part. And to know that he's already on 16 goals. Meanwhile, people have played World Cup, they have finished World Cup, they ended up even not up to this tally. And you and I know that Mbappe will likely still get goals in this World Cup. I'm not even going to say a goal. He's still probably going to get more. So this record that Messi has broken now and created another one, possibly Kylian Mbappe might even break this record in this current World Cup. And it's fascinating for me to see that this young man is already. In fact, Cristiano Ronaldo is not in this. It's not in this debate, because I'm not sure he's even in the top 10 in the current.
Ronaldo is not in the Ronaldo is not in the debate.
He's not in this debate.
And I must tell you why he's not in the debate, because Ronaldo has more assists as a human being. Ronaldo has more
in terms of the World Cup.
I'm talking about as people say Cristiano Ronaldo is not a team player, and I look at them, I'm surprised you're saying this. One person cannot play football.
Of course, football is never played by one person.
So Cristiano Ronaldo has more than 150 plus assists.
214 from the stats that was.
Do you get? He has a lot of assists, and you call him a selfish king because you want to support Messi. No, support Messi, but give us the right facts. Yeah. That's what people are saying. But for me, I can tell you the truth that all these issues are because he has not scored. What if today he scores 10?
He has not scored.
If he scores 10 goals today, everybody will now go home.
Portugal's camp, we saw the issues they had after that, their 1-1 draw against Democratic Republic of Congo. It was like the camp was not divided. Some faction were saying Cristiano Ronaldo is, in fact, not we the fans now saying, I'm talking about the players themselves. Some faction are now beginning to say he really does not need to start the matches anymore. Like someone like Neves came out to say Cristiano Ronaldo is just like any other person here, But if you go to Argentina now, you will not hear players, their own teammates, Messi's teammates saying Messi is just like any other person here. His own player said he's just like any other person here. So what he's doing, any of us can do it. So there were friction between where Bruno Fernandes had to go and like the comments. Some people are saying he should not start. Let João Felix be starting, and he can come up maybe in the second half. Why the coach has defended him that how can you have the greatest player like scoring machine, someone that when you need goal, he will deliver to you. How can you say I should bet it? So there was a bit, of factionating between the camp. But I hope today they have settled. I just hope, because if they still have that kind of mindset within themselves, I wonder how they are going to play the ball today, and where they need to win. So I just hope they have resolved
Before
that.
we even get to that, there's this trending issue around Jeremy Doku, leaving, who said that he may leave the World Cup to attend to the birth of his son.
Okay, yes.
And a lot of people have raised concerns about that, saying that why would he leave the World Cup to attend to the birth of his son? Why did he not know that the wife was pregnant and he chose to come to the World Cup? So why will he not leave the position? While some others are saying that why will Jeremy Doku needs to be there. He's a parent, and no fan of Belgium would be there when his son grows up, that he will grow up with his son. Yeah. The camp is divided, and I want to ask you, what do you think about this?
Well, for me, this is actually personal matter getting into football. Jeremy Doku, apart from being a footballer, is also a father, or is soon to be father. And, these moments for me, when the birth of your son, this is his first child, of course, is coming up, is a moment that you want to witness. Forgive me to say this moment don't come every time. It's not like birthday that you say it comes up once in a year. This is just going to happen once in the lifetime. I'm not saying this is the only child is going to give birth to, but let's say let's just assume, give it an assumption that this is the only child is going to give birth to. And he wants to be there to witness this moment. As a father, we should not deny him, that opportunity, because he might not have that opportunity again. And if he decides to go, of course, he should be allowed to go. It's his own decision. And probably this is something he wants to do that is dear to him. So for me, let's just see it like a personal decision that we should respect. Belgium has to give him that right to go. He has the right to go. But of course, sometimes you say, why serving? When you are playing for your country, you are serving the country. So now that you are playing the World Cup, and of course, Belgium, if it was a scenario where Belgium has qualified, this is another issue that, I'm looking at. Belgium has 2 points, and they need a crucial win in their third match, to qualify, to secure a qualification. And of course, Jeremy Doku is as important as any other player in that Belgium squad. In fact, he's one of the most important players.
Now,
where you have the
now, let me tell you something.
So if I'm coming, when you say Belgium needs Jeremy Doku, and now the argument is Belgium needs Jeremy Doku right now, and the family needs him, what is he going to do?
See, as a father or soon to be, or a husbandman, whatever you are, if your wife is in labor, will you leave your wife and be playing national team football?
So that's why I say it's something that he needs to go.
That's why a lot of people, we have so much centered. I'm not going to talk about this, I'm not going to stress on it, but we have so much centered on being a father figure without the presence. Because this is what you need to do. And then your country deserves you two to be there. Of course, it's football. It's not military. It's not military where you say, oh, I'm not going to see this person. It's football. And he's not even saying, oh, that he's going or that he's... No, he's saying that perhaps the day the match he will have will come in contact, will clash with the date of the delivery. Yeah. He may not play. And he had to go. And he's not saying it or claiming any right. He's telling you that this is what is needed to be done. Yeah. This is what he needs to do. And imagine that his son grows up and hears that, oh, his dad left the World Cup.
In fact, his dad left a crucial match
to come and witness his birth. It's something that she's going to cherish it forever. Yeah. These little moments are what changes people. So for me, leaving the World Cup to go and witness the birth of your child, even if it's the 100th child, is his choice. When it's your turn, leave your wife there.
Anyway, of course, football and family, at the end of the day, it is no, for me, it is no debate. Family comes first in anything.
Family comes first. Like we're doing as if
you cannot set football over your family. You know, you have to take care of your family. At the end of the day, you will leave football.
You will, and it's your family. And it's that boy you did not. That boy that you did not.
So that boy you did not come for his, his
birthday. It's actually his birthday.
His birthday, and you are going to imagine coming back later to tell him, I am your father.
Yeah, and I love you.
You have not been there, and you love.
And you know that like let's say 16 years to come, 16 years later, that boy would be on the internet.
He might even probably want to play for Belgium.
And then he would be on the internet. He would just look at what's happening to Erling Haaland. Erling Haaland's father in US 94 was actually he played in the US, the same stadium, and just yesterday Erling Haaland had to play in the same stadium. I mean, these two people, you see what's going on. So imagine that time, and he's telling this child, he will not even tell his child. The child will be reading it from the internet, saying, "Oh, this is what you did, Dad." And the man was like,
So you left me. You are not
left
there.
me.
You are playing football.
And you are playing football
over me.
And you know, many times we don't understand that all we need, that family is all we have and all we need.
All we have. Well, let's move on. Let's leave Jeremy Dokyo aside. He's going to make the decision at the end of the day.
No, he has made the decision.
Yeah, of course, he
has made the decision. He's going.
The only thing that is that let the match not tally with the day that his son is going to be giving birth to. So if he does not tally, of course, he's going to play the match, then fly to his country to witness the birth of his child. But also yesterday we saw Algeria take on Jordan, and
Jordan is out.
Jordan, of course, has been eliminated. And this is Algeria's first World Cup win since 2014. That is almost 12 years ago. This is their first World Cup win. And, they had to come from behind. They were losing 1 goal in the first half. But after some changes they made in the second half, their substitution paid off for them. The person that they introduced came out to score the equalizer, and they later went in to win the match. The person of Nadi Benboali got the goal at 69 minutes, while Amin Gouri got the second goal at 82 minutes. So this has put Algeria in the map, for qualification. Of course, they lost their first match against Argentina, but here they are beating Jordan, in their second match. And of course, they are on the brink of qualification. If they could either see a win in their third match, they will automatically qualify. But if they get to play a draw, they will now have to start doing the mathematics of, best loser to see if you can still qualify. Because at the end of the day, people that finish third, there are still going to be a lot of them that will qualify. You just have about 4 of them going on alongside with the people that finish, in the 4th position. So at the end of the day, this win is a very crucial win for them, and I hope to see Algeria in the round of 32. Then, still on yesterday's match, France had to defeat Iraq, 3-0. That's courtesy of Mbappe having to score 2.
Mbappe scored. Then Ousmane Dembele had to score his first
Ballon d'Or candidate. He has to score his first goal, register his first goal, and got an assist. This is, of course, tomorrow my Ballon d'Or candidate for this season.
Is Mbappe.
What was Mbappe?
Ousmane Dembele.
Please, don't slip of tongue here. It cannot be Mbappe.
But yesterday he was the man of the match.
Yes, Mbappe was man of the match, quite all right. But
Mbappe has been scoring. He has scored 16 goals.
If he like, he should score 20 goals in this World Cup. The Ballon d'Or will still go to Ousmane Dembele. They had a club competition where Ousmane Dembele was the best player in the competition. Real Madrid did not even get to the semi-final. So the Ballon d'Or, let's just see. They are just waiting for that day to, hand it over to him. And of course, there is. In fact, we know Senegal. Senegal lost yesterday.
And Senegal would now need to battle.
They need to win. In fact, after they win the match, they will now have to pray for the mathematics that we are still talking about to see if they can qualify.
That mathematics is very crucial for them.
Look at them. They are, in fact, they don't have any points.
Everyone expected
France
Senegal to
6 points now.
People expected Senegal to really win their games. Even win their match yesterday, or even have a draw.
At least a draw against Norway. To put yourself in a better position.
Against Norway, it's not easy to play against
Norway. You have the likes of Haaland,
Nosegard.
Odegaard,
Odegaard, no.
They
All the guards,
lost.
they have guarded.
They have guard, Astigard, Vestigard.
Even G-guard.
They are well guarded. So this, of course, Norway, in terms of football, they are better than Senegal. Senegal, of course, is our African champion. But if you say
he's the African champion, please, let's set the record straight. Let's set the record. Let's set the record straight. Senegal is not the African champion.
Who is the African champion?
To you, he's the African champion.
No, not to me. Not
to the world, to CAF.
Yes.
They are not the African champions.
Morocco.
Yes.
Morocco, that the case is still in court.
It's you that is saying the case is still in court.
The case that
they have declared. They have declared.
It's still in court right now. So in the final that you watch, who won the match?
Who won the match?
Was it not Senegal?
Senegal won.
Yes.
What did you, after 2 months, what happened?
After 2 months, the case is still decided. They have not gotten to a permanent decision that you can see. Where is his trophy right now?
The trophy is in Senmo.
The trophy is still in Senegal.
And it's in their military base.
In their military base.
So you cannot come. Imagine you come, you want to.
You that is claiming after the match has been decided on the pitch, you are coming off pitch to come and collect the trophy. That Shebi is in the military base. You go and take it. Or CAF themselves that is claiming is Morocco, that go and take the trophy. Something I've told you, this is where the trophy is. You can come and collect it. You people gave it to us and you want us to return it. We have it here. You come. If you have the might, if you have the power, come and take it. Imagine going to place a trophy in the military base, telling you that they are not returning this trophy. Till the next 3 years, next 2 years, where the AFCON is, we will now bring it and say, okay, yes, we are through with it. We have been decorated with it.
No. They will do a new trophy.
Okay, yes, they will do a new trophy.
Yes, are Africans that poor? Are we that poor?
No, of course, I thought they used to return the trophy.
Why will you return trophies?
So they will not have to do it.
So you mean this World Cup now, Argentina will return it? That's not the mentality.
The trophy, then was returned though. You have, especially this African Cup of maybe of course they have started doing.
Okay, but do you think the Premier League?
No, Premier League is they will do it.
They keep the trophies in their cabinet.
No, but they used to write the winner of Premier League in the Premier League. I think they normally bring the trophy back.
No,
because they have a list. It's that same trophy that you get to see a new winner.
No. They have a list, right? Good. Every trophy.
Yeah.
They must produce trophies. I hope you know. That the trophy of this Premier League has been produced.
I think we'll have to check this.
On that same trophy,
the names of people, past winners.
People can write the names of past winners.
You will not produce a new trophy and start writing the past
But let me
winners
ask you,
on it.
did you not see Pep Guardiola's trophy cabinet?
Don't worry.
Did you not see it? Did you not see Sir Alex Ferguson's trophy cabinet?
When you want to, these things are pictures. You have to snap. I think you snap.
Manchester United. It's not about snapping. Manchester United has a trophy cabinet.
Yes, I know.
So, do you think they return those trophies?
Well, don't worry. I will really have to go and check on this. We're still talking about Senegal, who now have to win Iraq. Their last match is against Iraq, and I hope, as in terms of football, we know, of course, Senegal are way better than Iraq. They are able to get a win and hope to secure a qualification spot when they do the mathematics and get the best loser out of it.
And we're still talking about goalkeepers who has made their countries proud. We're talking about the Uruguay goalkeeper Fernando Muslera, who is just 40 years old and 5 days. These are goalkeepers who are up to 40 years. This one is 40 years and 18 years old. That's the Vozinha of the... yes. Both of them have made their countries proud, and they are 40 plus, while still, giving world-class saves, World Cup matches to have a world-class save. And I must tell you,
don't forget Manenoa.
Manenoa too is
crossed that 43.
Yes, it's 43. And then we're talking about people in this World Cup, especially these two, who has really, showed how much they could do just by participating in the World Cup. I would tell you for a fact that it is amazing. It's an amazing thing. It's really, really amazing to have them. Then you're also talking about the match yesterday where you have Argentina. They are into the round of 16.
Yeah.
Yes. They are in the round of 32 of the World Cup.
32, right.
Round of 32 of the World Cup. Then from 32 we now go into the round of 16. Then you now go into the round of 8. Then you're now going to the round of 4. You're now going to the round of 2. They're not going to the round of 1.
Where is now you are now crowned the world champion.
Yeah, where you are now the world champion. And still talking about that, you would see that this guy, Alvarez, Atletico Madrid said they are not going to let him go to Barcelona. Or Barcelona should actually pay the 500 million euros.
Place 500. I don't know. Sometimes when you sign some contract, you should be careful.
No. Seriously.
That's a huge amount. In fact, that's what's holding the contract right now. Alvarez said he wants to.
Okay, did you read from the news that Rafinha is a rumor? We are not sure, but Rafinha is depressed. That he wants to go back to his country. He wants to leave the World Cup and go and pay his debt.
He's depressed. Why is he depressed?
Oh,
he just had an injury. So he's being depressed is something else.
Listen, that he is really in debt because he's not paid enough in Barcelona.
We know, of course, we are aware of that.
So what are you saying?
Barcelona don't, get to see today. Barcelona are still owing Messi. We are aware of that Barcelona issue with payments. They don't get to pay their players often. We often think, okay, they are getting this money, but at the end of the day, players will come outside to say they have not been paid their salary. We hear that a lot with Barcelona. But for Junior Alvarez right now, he said he was. In fact, he has made it clear that he wants to leave. And he specifically said he's going to Barcelona. He wants Barcelona. Okay. But now, when you are signing the contract, that's why I say sometimes you have to be careful. When you are signing, didn't you see that you have a 500 million release clause? How many people are going to afford to pay that release clause before they buy it? Barcelona is saying they want to pay 100 million. Now you are still having aside. That's half a million. That's a huge sum of money.
Half a billion.
Then when he was signing this contract, he wanted to leave City. Where he said he was not having playing time. He was not. Haaland was still there, so he cannot be the main striker. So he said he wanted to leave. Then he went into Atletico Madrid. I believe maybe they did not take time to study this thing. Now you want to leave Atletico Madrid. You are also saying you want a better competition. You want to win trophies. Now you have a release clause that is kind of looking so impossible for the like of Barcelona to come and pay. It's going to be something.
What have you played that they want to pay that kind of amount?
That's why I say whether you did not look into this contract before you signed. Then I know out of desperation you wanted to leave City. Now you also want to leave Atletico Madrid. Are you going to tell Barcelona, who are in financial crisis right now, saying they are even broke, to come and pay 500 million? Even Madrid priced Julian Alvarez 120. Atletico Madrid said they are not selling. You have to pay the release clause. So now it's not about signing that. It's the release clause first that you have to pay before you now get the signature. So, of course, at the end of the day, we'll see what's going to happen. Please don't forget there is, in fact, 2 interesting matches coming up today: Portugal versus Uzbekistan. We expect Portugal to win.
To flog them.
If they are united, they are supposed to win this match. But that is not even the most interesting match for me. The most interesting match today: England versus the Black Stars of Ghana.
Yes, it's a world-class game. We'll see the performance, and I don't know who you're tipping to win.
For me, I have no problem with my Ghanaian brothers. I'm going to support Ghana all the way. Of course, in terms of football, I know England are better than Ghana, but I'm going to support them today and see if they are going to be able to get a draw. Good and fine. Both of them are on 3 points. They won their first match. Well, if they get a draw,
it's going to be what we're going to see. And this is where we're calling it a wrap on this show. This is what we're calling it a day. Thank you very much for staying true. Thank you very much, our viewers. And till we come your way, same time, same station. Tomorrow morning, I am Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle.
Yeah, I still remain my humble self, Otawomele Wisdom, popularly or aka worldwide. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, gunmen kill dozens in Plateau attack. Bauchi deploys 2,000 forest guards to tackle insecurity. On the foreign scene, North Korea demands nuclear recognition. On business, federal government pressures cement firms to cut prices over high construction costs. Now the news in details. At least 22 people have been killed in an attack on Kawel village in Boko's local government area of Plateau State. The attackers reportedly stormed the community in the early hours of Sunday, opening fire on residents and attacking a primary health care center. Community sources said those killed included patients receiving treatment, health workers on duty, and security personnel who responded to the attack. The incident has heightened concerns over insecurity in parts of Plateau State. The Plateau State Police Command said a joint security team engaged the attackers in a gun battle, forcing them to flee into nearby forests. Authorities have since deployed additional tactical units to the area to restore calm and pursue those responsible. The latest attack comes days after the killing of a district head in the area. Security agencies have intensified operations, while residents continue to call for stronger action against criminal groups operating within the region. The Lagos State Police Command has assured residents of Mushin and surrounding communities of their safety following the explosion of an improvised explosive device that injured one person. The Commissioner of Police in the state, Mr. Fatai Tijani, visited the scene after receiving reports of the incident. Preliminary investigations indicate that the device was planted underneath a parked vehicle and detonated when the driver started the engine. The explosion prompted the deployment of bomb disposal experts and other specialized police units. Security operatives immediately cordoned off the area and conducted extensive searches to determine whether additional threats existed. Police authorities said no secondary explosive devices were found, while forensic experts have recovered materials from the scene for further analysis as investigations continue to identify and apprehend those behind the attack. 8 people have been confirmed dead following a clash between farmers and herders in Gulma town, Agugun local government area of Kebbi State. The violence reportedly began after a farmer was allegedly stabbed to death by a herder while working on his farmland. The incident triggered reprisal attacks, leading to further casualties and heightened tension within the community. Security personnel were deployed to the area and succeeded in restoring order. Meanwhile, the Kebbi State Police Command said 4 injured persons were rescued, treated, and later discharged from hospital. Additional security operatives have been stationed in the community to prevent a recurrence of the violence. The Bauchi state government has inaugurated 2,176 forest guards under the State Vigilante and Forestry Security Service to strengthen security across forest reserves and rural communities. Speaking at the passing out parade held at the Bauchi Police Training School, Deputy Governor Awad Jatau, who represented Governor Bala Mohammed, said the personnel had been trained to support efforts aimed at tackling criminal activities in forested areas. The forest guards were trained in collaboration with the Office of the National Security Advisor and are expected to work closely with security agencies in protecting lives, property, and the environment. Their responsibilities are also include safeguarding wildlife and supporting conservation efforts. Meanwhile, Gombe State is set to receive 1,056 newly recruited police officers as part of the Nigeria Police Force's nationwide manpower expansion program. Authorities say the deployment will strengthen policing across the state's 11 local government areas and improve security coverage. The Nigerian Army has renewed its call for stronger collaboration among security agencies to address the country's evolving security challenges. Commander of the 4 Special Forces Command, Major General Olurotimi Awolo, made the call at the opening of the Command Operations Planning Kader in Nasarawa State. He said threats such as insurgency, banditry, and other forms of violent crime require coordinated responses from all security stakeholders. The training program brings together personnel from the armed forces and other recognized security agencies to improve operational planning, intelligence sharing, and joint mission execution. According to military authorities, the initiative is part of efforts by the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, to build a more responsive and combat-ready force capable of addressing emerging security threats across the country. The Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the Southwest, Mr. Adekoke Fayoade, has advocated the deployment of body-worn cameras for officers on patrol to improve accountability and public confidence in policing. Speaking during a visit to the Lagos State Security Trust Fund office, Fayoade said modern policing requires the use of technology to strengthen transparency and enhance operational efficiency. He noted that body cameras would help document interactions between officers and members of the public, while providing valuable evidence for investigations and professional conduct reviews. Lagos security authorities say the state is already expanding the use of technology through drone surveillance, aerial monitoring, and joint security patrols. They added that further security upgrades are expected before the end of the year as part of efforts to improve public safety. Nigeria's governors are seeking stronger constitutional backing and sustainable funding arrangements as efforts to establish state police gain momentum across the state. A framework developed by the Nigeria Governors Forum proposes a dual policing structure in which the Nigeria Police Force would retain responsibility for national security, terrorism, and interstate crimes, while state police formations would handle local security matters. The proposal also recommends dedicated funding mechanisms, including federal support and state security trust funds, to ensure the viability of state police commands. It further provides for a gradual transition process for states that may require additional time to establish their security structures. To address concerns about political interference, the framework outlines safeguards aimed at guaranteeing operational independence and accountability. The proposal comes as the National Assembly continues consideration of constitutional amendments required for the creation of state police. The federal government says Nigeria is currently hosting more than 100,000 refugees and asylum seekers, most of whom fled conflict and instability within the Lake Chad Basin region. Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. George Akume, announced this during activities marking World Refugee Day in Abuja. He noted that the country is also managing a large population of internally displaced persons affected by insecurity and climate-related challenges. Mr. Akume said the government is shifting from short-term humanitarian assistance to long-term solutions that promote self-reliance and sustainable development. As part of the strategy, authorities are expanding the National Social Register to capture displaced persons and vulnerable host communities. The government says the approach will integrate access to education, agriculture, and livelihood opportunities, helping affected populations rebuild their lives while contributing meaningfully to national development. The Lagos State government has commenced a statewide newborn screening program for sickle cell disease, aimed at improving early diagnosis and treatment of the condition. Health officials say babies will be tested within 48 to 72 hours after birth, using a simple heel prick procedure. The initiative is designed to identify affected children early and place them on appropriate medical care before complications arise. Nigeria carries one of the highest burdens of sickle cell disease globally, with thousands of children born with the inherited blood disorder every year. Medical experts say early detection remains one of the most effective ways to reduce childhood illness and mortality associated with the condition. The program is being implemented with support from the Clinton Health Access Initiative. Authorities say it will improve access to quality health care and help ensure better health outcomes for children living with the sickle cell disease. You are watching news around the globe, coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Dozens killed in Plateau village attack. KB clashes claim 8 lives. Bauchi deploys over 2,000 forest guards to strengthen security. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, North Korea seeks nuclear state recognition amid U.S. opposition. And on business, federal government urges cement producers to reduce prices. Do stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has reaffirmed that his country's nuclear weapons program is not open for negotiations, signaling a tougher stance on future relations with the international community. Speaking at a meeting of the ruling Workers' Party in Pyongyang, Kim said North Korea would continue to strengthen its nuclear capabilities, which he described as essential to the country's security and national defense. He accused the United States and South Korea of increasing tensions on the Korean Peninsula through expanded military cooperation and joint defense planning. The remarks come amid continued concerns over North Korea's weapons development program. Kim also announced plans to strengthen conventional military capabilities, including naval assets, while pursuing measures to improve domestic energy production. The United States President, Donald Trump, has warned that Washington will respond firmly if Iran fails to comply with the terms of a recently signed interim arrangement between the two countries. Speaking at the White House, President Trump said the success of the agreement depends on Iran's commitment to its obligations. He stressed that the United States would closely monitor developments in the implementation of the deal. One of the issues generating debate is the use of funds released under the agreement. While the United States has indicated that the resources should support humanitarian needs, Iranian officials have maintained that they retain the right to determine how the funds are spent within the limits of international regulations. The arrangement follows months of heightened tensions involving the United States, Iran, and Israel. Hungarian Prime Minister petermbah has unveiled a package of political and constitutional reforms aimed at strengthening governance and promoting accountability in public institutions. Addressing Parliament in Budapest, Magyar proposed amendment that would reconstruct key aspects of the country's political system, including changes affecting public office holders and judicial administration. The reform program also includes the establishment of an independent asset recovery agency to investigate allegations of misuse of public funds and improve transparency in government operations. However, opposition groups have criticized parts of the proposal, arguing that some of the measures could be politically motivated. The government maintains that the reforms are necessary to strengthen democratic institutions and public confidence in governance. The House of Representatives Committee on Petroleum Resources Midstream has pledged to strengthen oversight of Nigeria's oil and gas sector to promote transparency, energy security, and improved domestic gas utilization. Chairman of the committee and members made the commitment following oversight engagement and facility inspections in Port Harcourt and Lagos. Lawmakers said future assessments would rely more on direct inspections rather than reports submitted by operators. The committee noted that its focus includes improving access to affordable cooking gas and ensuring reliable energy supply for industries and households. Members stressed that effective implementation of existing laws remains critical to the growth of the sector. The Enugu State Structures for Signage and Advertisement Agency, NSA, has announced plans to commence enforcement against unauthorized outdoor advertisements across the state following the conclusion of the Enugu North Senatorial District by-election. General Manager of the agency, Mr. Francis Aneke, said the exercise will target billboards, posters, banners, and other advertisements displayed without the approval and permits required under the NSA law of 2016. According to the agency, enforcement was temporarily suspended during the election period to avoid any perception of political interference. Officials say the exercise is aimed at promoting compliance with existing regulations and improving environmental aesthetics. ANSA has advised political parties, businesses, and other stakeholders to regularize their advertisement and obtain the necessary permits. The agency also urged members of the public to cooperate with enforcement teams carrying out their lawful duties. The Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, has commenced public consultations on the proposal to provide students with free access to approved educational resources online. The initiative is designed to support digital learning by removing data costs associated with accessing selected academic materials, research platforms, and educational content. The proposal aligns with ongoing efforts to expand digital inclusion in the education sector. Under the framework being considered, students could access approved resources either through designated educational websites or a centralized learning portal. Materials under review include curriculum resources, examination support platforms, and other accredited learning tools. The Commission is seeking input from stakeholders on funding arrangements, eligibility requirements, and implementation strategies. Public consultations are expected to continue until July 9th before a final decision is taken. The federal government has called on cement manufacturers to review their pricing structure in support of ongoing infrastructure development across the country. Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, made the call during a corporate event in Lagos, where he said discussions with major producers will begin in July to address concerns over rising construction costs. According to the minister, high cement prices have increased the cost of executing public infrastructure projects and placed additional pressure on contractors working on government-funded projects. The government says reducing the cost of building materials will support housing developments, improve project delivery, and contribute to the successful implementation of key infrastructure programs under the Renewed Hope agenda. Turkish champions Galatasaray are reportedly determined to retain Nigerian international Victor Osimhen amid growing transfer interest from several European clubs. Media reports indicate that the club has rejected approaches for the Super Eagles striker as preparations continue for the new football season. Osimhen remains one of the most sought-after forwards in European football. Veteran Nigerian comedian and entertainer Ali Baba has attracted widespread attention on social media following a Father's Day video shared by his wife, Mary Akpobome. The video, which shows the comedian spending time with his family, has drawn reactions from fans and colleagues who praise the strong family bond displayed in the footage. The development comes 2 years after the birth of the couple's triplets, an announcement that generated significant public interest when it was first made in 2024. Many social media users have described the video as a celebration of fatherhood and family values, with supporters commending the couple for sharing the memorable moment with the public. And now, to end the news, the main point again. Security remains a major concern in parts of Nigeria, following a deadly attack in Plateau State and a violent farmer-herder clash in Kebbi State. In Plateau State, armed attackers reportedly stormed Kawel village in Boko's local government area, killing 7 residents in an assault that also targeted a primary healthcare facility. In Kebbi State, at least 8 people lost their lives during a communal clash in Gulma town, Agungun local government area, prompting renewed calls for calm and stronger community security measures. The Bauchi state government has intensified its security response by deploying more than 2,000 newly trained forest guards. The deployment, carried out under the State Vigilante and Forestry Security Service, is aimed at strengthening surveillance across forest reserves and rural border communities. On the international scene, tensions have risen following a renewed stance by North Korea on its nuclear program. Leader of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Kim Jong-un, has insisted that the country's nuclear status is non-negotiable, calling for international recognition as a nuclear state. In the economic sector, the federal government of Nigeria has intensified calls for a reduction in cement prices aimed at rising construction costs. Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, said government discussions with major cement manufacturers will begin to address pricing concerns that are affecting infrastructure delivery nationwide. And that concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Have a good morning.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Sokoto State in northwestern Nigeria remains one of the country's most historically influential regions, serving as the epicenter of the Sokoto Caliphate, founded by Sheikh Usman Danfodio in 1804. More than 2 centuries later, its legacy continues to shape region, governance and political identity across northern Nigeria and beyond. At the heart of this continuity is the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abakar III, who remains a key spiritual authority for millions of Muslims. In one of his widely cited reflections on peace and coexistence, he has consistently urged Nigerians to embrace dialogue over division, stressing that no society can progress in an atmosphere of conflict and mistrust. His position has placed the Sultanate Council at the center of national conversations on unity and stability. The political relevance of Sokoto is also deeply rooted in its historical structures of authority. Traditional institutions continue to reflect civic engagement, especially during elections, where religious and community leaders often serve as trusted intermediaries. Analysts know that in Sokoto, legacy is not only derived from the ballot box, but also from inherited institutions of moral mentality, reflecting the enduring fusion of tradition and modern democracy. In Nigeria's broader political history, Sokoto has consistently produced influential national figures, including former governor and minister Alhaji Tahiru Bafarawa, and former governor, Senator Aminu Tambuwal, both of whom have played prominent roles in shaping federal politics. Their political trajectories reflect how the state remains integrated into Nigeria's national power structure, while still anchored in traditional legacy. Socially, Sokoto remains a center of Islamic scholarship and education, home to institutions that continue to attract students across West Africa. The legacy of Sheikh Usman Danfodio is still referenced in academic and religious discourse as a foundation of intellectual reform and governance rooted in justice. As one Islamic scholar in the region once described it, Sokoto is not just a place, it is an idea of learning, leadership, and moral responsibility. However, the state also reflects the contradictions of modern Nigeria. Despite its historical prominence, Sokoto faces significant developmental challenges, including poverty, youth unemployment, and insecurity linked to wider instability in the Sahel region. Community leaders have repeatedly warned that the survival of our heritage depends on addressing the needs of the present generation, underscoring the urgency of reform alongside tradition. Security concerns in the Northwest have further tested both state and traditional institutions. Joint effort between government authorities and religious leaders have increasingly focused on peace building and community dialogue. Officials often emphasize that security is not only the responsibility of government, but a shared duty rooted in community trust. Despite these challenges, Sokoto's relevance in contemporary Nigeria remains unmistakable. It continues to function as a symbolic bridge between the pre-colonial caliphate system and the modern federal state, influencing debate on governance, religion, and national identity. As one political analyst summarized, to understand Nigeria's north, we must first understand Sokoto not just as a state, but as a legacy that still speaks to power, faith, and identity in the present day.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
It's a beautiful Tuesday here in the city of Enugu, and welcome to Sunrise, a breakfast show here on Aneke TV. Morning is bright, morning is fresh, and I am Princess Ken Ochoma. You're welcome.
And Uche Osai, they say no matter how long the night, the day is surely to break. And here we are. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. And we urge you to grab that cup of coffee or tea. Relax, enjoy this ride, because the sunrise is set sail.
Okay, and in the headlines and the conversations this morning, we have a lot to unpack. You know, it's been event after event. Yesterday, if you tuned in and watched us on the show, we had a lot of conversations surrounding security and, of course, the elections. And today, we'll get into the papers, get into the events of the day. We'll see the turn of events, statement that have been made by the NDC presidential candidate, Mr. Peterobi, and other things that have arisen in the course of the night into this morning. Mr. Uche, what would you, I mean, haven't read or haven't heard what these statements are, what the newspaper had this morning. What's your approach, some of the headlines this morning, before we get right into it?
There are a lot of things to unravel. Why pick through the lesson when we'll get there? Let's just leave it at the right time. We'll begin to unpack them. However, the Nigerian nation is never one to lack things to talk about.
True.
There are whole issues coming up here and there. But when we begin to unpack them, we will look at the merits and the demerits of these issues. But one thing I am certain about is that we'll talk about the security situation in Nigeria.
Once again.
While we'll talk about who resigns and who doesn't resign, the question remains, are the people held in Oyo State back home? What about the people killed in Plateau? What about the killings in Kaduna? These are the issues we interrogate. Is Mr. Rest able to iron his clothes as when he wants it? Can he just go get his clothes and iron it at will? These are the issues to question. Will my mother get to the market and is able to buy a pint of Gary, at an affordable rate? These are the issues. Can a Nigerian be able to say that his take-home package can take him to the bus stop? These are the issues we should be questioning going into 2027 proper.
Okay, now we'll read out our quote for the morning. Today's quote is from Mahatma Gandhi. All right, he says, "The world has enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed." The world has enough for everyone's need, but not everyone's greed, because the thing that you desire to accumulate for yourself belongs to someone else. If you take the one that is due you, if you are able to satisfy your primary need, your basic needs, there's enough of that to go around, but not enough for everyone's needs. Some persons can decide to become greedy and desire or covet some other person's resources, some other person's wealth. That is where we have inequality, that is where we have disparities in economy and sharing and things that ought to be allocated to people. But if everyone desires just to satisfy the primary and basic needs, Gandhi is saying this morning that there is enough to go around. In every economy, in every region, in every state, there is enough to go around. But what usually happens is when people desire more, when people go beyond what they need to acquire what they do not need oftentimes, and that in itself is entirely wrong.
Yeah, you captures it quite appropriately. Mahatma Gandhi is right. He himself a worthy example of what it means to detach himself from the earthly gains, making sacrifices and all. And that brings me to, the quote of Leo Tolstoy, where he said that egg provides enough to satisfy every man's needs, but not every man's greed. That's the challenge that we have. Even when we talk about those are the helm of affairs, people want to acquire more than they need. And that begins to be the problem that we are in, why you have unfinished projects, why you have potholes here and there, why you have a lot of things that are wrong in the society, because people want to acquire what they don't need. People want to line their pockets more than they need. People take advantage of every position to see that they are for self and not for whole. And that's the bigger challenge. And which is why the greatest, the wisest of men, reputed to be one of the richest as well, speaking to the good book, the holy book, the King Solomon, in the holy book speaks to Proverbs 15:27, where he says that he who is greedy for grain troubles his own house. The whole lot of challenge that men face today has a bearing on greed. If you would care about others as you care about yourself, you will see that things will go around, which is why I have an in-law that would always tell you that a food that one person can eat will always satisfy two persons. And if two persons can eat it and be comfortable, then it can feed three persons. And this is his word philosophy. This is his world view. You never comes to his house and they say there's no food. no matter the situation, he will tell you that if he can be satisfied with a plate of food, then two persons can have it. And if you told life from that perspective, you see that the chaos, the quarrels will not be there because people are much about self. And you see those in government, instead of delivering on promises, you see, they want to line their pockets. People keep what they don't need for the next generation, caring less about colleagues, caring less about family, caring less about family, caring less about society. So the less we do with greed, the better for everyone. And I think for those of us who are, the Christians, even across religious lines, you see even the Holy Quran, and I've read it, it talks about greed. You read the scripture, it talks about greed and other holy books. So if man can do away with greed and avarice, you see the world will be a better place to be in. I tell you that.
We often say that humans are selfish, but then again, it's one thing to go beyond being selfish and then being greedy. Greedy is just the height of it. And like Mr. Uche have rightly said, what can destroy a man's reputation or a man's legacy is greed.
Sorry to cut you.
Yes.
You speak to greed and what?
Selfishness.
You see, these two, when you study greed, you see that they are married into each other. It takes a selfish person
to be greedy.
So you can't separate it. When one begins to be selfless, you will see that greed doesn't come in. And this is why, I keep citing this, because I like to go to the market a lot, speaking to my brothers in Alaba, speaking to those in Ochanja market in Onitsha, Men market in Onitsha, Ariaria market. There were days growing up, we used to see Okeke and Sons. We used to see Res and Friends. We used to see Uche and Brothers. Go around. You no longer see businesses like that. People are scared for partnership. What's the reason? Selfish interest. And what's the foundation for selfish interest? Greed. People want to outdo one another. A lot of persons on earth these days are beyond and below simply because they were in business or in bed with a selfish fellow who felt, why share? I can have it all. That's the bane of the society we're in. A lot of times we speak to moral decadence. And when you study these things, even in families, selfishness is a very, very big underlying factor that divides families. Because in selfishness, you begin to find the foundation for avarice. You begin to find the foundation of greed. You begin to find foundation for disaffection. You begin to find the foundation for chaos, for acrimony, for anarchy that you see. There are issues that could be settled. Have you seen situations where people are fighting, and after all said and done, if they were able to sit down and have a conversation, you wonder, at the end of the day, they will wonder, why are we fighting? Which is why, the political scientists say that Georgia is better than war. Because in that, you begin to, disassociate self from those issues that makes man want to be all-encompassing, want to acquire what they don't need. Without even greed, I can tell you as a historian that the war in the Gulf may not have happened. Yes.
It's questionable because we understand why the war started.
That's why I'm speaking from the perspective of a historian.
Okay.
It dates back beyond the dark ages. Are you getting me? Yeah, but like you rightly said, his perspective is arguable.
It's arguable.
We can trace that, and we've done that in history over time.
But then again, like we rightly said, greed is not just for people in power. Greed, anybody can be greedy. Everybody could have or can have tendencies of being greedy. And Gandhi is reminding us this morning that the world that we live in has enough for everyone's need, but not everyone's greed. That's our quote for this morning. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be reading out our weather report for the day.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal, You and the Law on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Anambra State. Anambra this morning, temperatures begins at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius and rise sharply to 33 to 35 in the afternoon before easing back to 26 to 28 in the evening. Expect a warm morning, a hot and humid afternoon, and thunderstorms with rainfall later in the day. Residents should prepare for uncomfortable heat before evening showers cool things down.
Good morning, the cold city, and welcome to Enugu. Morning temperatures of 23 to 25 degrees Celsius will climb to 30 to 31 degrees Celsius during the afternoon and settle around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius by evening. Expect a cool and pleasant morning, moderate afternoon warmth, and scattered thunderstorms with refreshing rainfall towards evening.
Good morning, Ebonyi State, Abakaliki. Morning temperatures in Ebonyi State start at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius and will soar to 34 to 35 in the afternoon before dropping back to 25 to 27 degrees Celsius in the evening. Expect the hottest conditions in the southeast today with intense sunshine and high humidity. Strong thunderstorms and heavy evening rainfall are expected.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Morning temperatures of 24 to 26 degrees Celsius will increase to 31 to 33 degrees Celsius in the afternoon, before dropping to 25 to 27 degrees Celsius in evening. Expect humid conditions throughout the day, with sunshine and cloudy intervals. Thunderstorms and rainfall are expected later in the day.
Good morning, Umuahia, Abia State. Morning temperatures of 24 to 25 degrees Celsius will rise to 31 to 32 in the afternoon and falls back to 24 to 26 in the evening. Expect a warm and humid day, particularly around Aba. Clouds will increase later, bringing thunderstorms and evening showers.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe. Stay dressed light, keep an umbrella handy, but do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
All right, thanks for staying with us up to this moment. Now we're getting into the crux of the matter this morning, newspaper headlines and analysis. And the papers we shall be looking, the stories we shall be looking at this morning are from the Daily Sun, Frontline Africa, the Vanguard, the Guardian, and of course, the Punch.
And joining us, as always, is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you for having me this morning.
And how is Nigeria treating you, Mr. Res?
Well, it is full of dynamics, dynamics that are inherent in Nigeria. Of course, the society is generally dynamic, and that of Nigeria is not an exception. So, Nigeria is moving up, down, and the people of Nigeria are also experiencing the same, just like myself.
But hopeful.
Sure, of course. Whenever there is life, there is enormous hope.
And there's no better place like home.
Right? There's no better place. Those who are running away, they should come back and let us salvage it together.
They should come back, let's salvage it together.
Yes, of course.
Let's do the much we can. They can come and join us later.
Thank you.
Yes, we need diversity is the bane of life, right? So let them remain there. Send some, you understand?
Whichever way.
Hard currencies to help us navigate the challenges here.
Whichever way.
All of us cannot be lumped into
They can
this
bring in investments.
They can bring in investments.
Yes, so as to give the populace job opportunities.
Exactly. But Mr. Res, before I let you go, how is the light situation around?
Well, a little improved, yes, because I ironed today. I ironed this morning before the light.
Is that not the criteria to measure the progress?
No, excuse me. Before the light went off at about 6, it came back at about 10 and went off at about 6.
Depending on location?
Yes, depending on my location. Probably we are on the other, because you have the A, B, and
that's the only
C.
part I don't understand about the electricity, where there has to be disparities and bands.
Yeah, there are disparities.
And so I don't know, government has not been able to explain
I unfortunately belong to the lowest part of it. So that's why I'm still complaining. Maybe there are others who have like 20-something hours per day.
Mr. S, why has Nigerians not challenged this disparity over time? Because personally, I don't understand it.
Well, I do not know exactly why we have disparities until they come out in the open to tell us exactly why they have disparities. But beyond that, there's disparities because you don't have enough to actually put into the grid. You don't even have enough to distribute. So they now do it based on class. You know, Nigeria exists in a class regime. We have the upper class and, of course, the lower class. Of course, the middle class has been eroded completely.
Which our constitution is obviously against.
Of course. All man becomes equal before the law. That is what we call the rule of law. So there should not be disparity, except for the immunity clause, which, of course, tends to put some persons out of criminal litigation. Then all the other things were supposed to be.
Mr. S, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise before Choma will put me out of job.
Okay, now we're starting off with the Daily Sun this morning. It says, Presidency, Obi bicker over call for Tinubu's resignation. The presidency and the presidential candidate of the National Democratic Coalition, NDC, peterobi, are locked in war of words over Obi's recent call for Tinubu's reaction. Obi had called on the president to resign, citing what he described as a monumental failure in governance and worsening conditions across key sectors of the national life. Obi said he was prompted to reflect on leadership accountability after listening to the British Prime Minister's speech announcing his planned resignation amid public dissatisfaction over economic challenges and failed campaign promises. However, the presidency has reacted, describing the call by Obi for President Tinubu to resign based on a comparison with the British Prime Minister's vocabulary exit as childish and hollow.
Well, it is quite interesting that there are war of words. By Onuga, the spokesperson of the presidency, is reacting and replying Obi through some very, very established words, well defined words to describe what he said, because he said it's childish and hollow. But one begins to think about resignation in the present circumstance. Obi had not thought about, has he really did anything on his ex about resignation of the president? Although some people had earlier asked the president to resign earlier this year, but Obi have not actually come out to tell the president to resign until Starmer resigned, the Prime Minister of the United States. Then maybe he thought that could be another beautiful opportunity for him to call for the resignation of the president. But when Bayo Onanuga said there is a 4-year term elected for the president, he does not even, exclude the fact that a president could resign when it becomes necessary, because resignation is on honor. You see, the Minister of United Kingdom, Starmer, initially, after having a meeting with his the cabinet, actually, the way they talked gave him room that automatically he's becoming unpopular. He can no longer lead the Labour Party. And as at that time, he insisted he's not going to quit, that he's going to stay and then fight it out for whatever, election and leadership. But after some time, on his honor, he considered that because he became unpopular, or he was becoming unpopular, he decided to throw in the towel. And on his honor, he resigned. Well, he is now in a transition or caretaker prime minister, pending when the possible leadership will come on board. But that is out of it. We are talking about President Tinubu. Tinubu can resign if he deems it expedient on his honor that he has not done excellently well, especially with reference to his campaign promises, that he's going to do this, do that, do that. I said, if I am unable to do those things, if I ask for votes, people should not vote for me. Beautiful. That is his own position. So he doesn't intend to resign. He intends to stay and then ask people to either vote for him or not to vote for him based on the fact that he has fulfilled his campaign promises. Now the elections are coming, and we just had the staggered election. That's the elections at various places in Enugu State, in Ondo, is that Ekiti or Ondo?
Ekiti State.
And then the other smaller senatorial election in Kanu and all that. And most of these places, APC came winning. So another guy was, Bayo was, actually referring to those things, saying it is about popularity of APC. That if they are not popular, they probably would not have won an election in all those places. And as such, that there's no need for anybody calling for the resignation of Mr. President. So it is the decision that either Mr. President will have to do himself, having an overview. But at the same time, Nigeria is such a place where you have your aides never, ever criticizing you. Your aides, you see, Starmer in the cabinet told him the blank truth about being unpopular. And that's exactly why he had to throw in the towel. But here, you won't expect that an aide of any executive, maybe any executive, will criticize him to tell him on his honor to either throw in the towel or quit the service and all that. If he does that, the next minute, the person is gone. So, in that circumstance, it's just purely Mr. President that can decide whether he wants to go or he doesn't want to go. But from all indications, the president doesn't want to go. He even wants to complete his 8 years. And that's why he's working hard to actually woo the masses to vote for him, elect him for a second term in office. And that is the present situation. So it is not about just telling somebody to resign. Yes, peterobi has done that. He belongs to the leader of the opposition party, one of the opposition parties, the NDC. He has called for resignation. It is a matter, it is now open. A lot of people are now re-echoing that statement by Obi. Some people want to line up with Obi for the president's resignation. And some others who belong to the ruling party are saying no. So it's a matter that has elicited a lot of discourse in Nigeria, in the polity. The resignation of Mr. President is now an issue of discussion.
One of the things I've wondered is what are the process for impeachment in governance system in Nigeria. Because if a man, because of the kind of system we run, like we saw in the case of Keir Starmer, it was his party that told him you are becoming unpopular, and he had to resign. Now, we run a democratic republic, we run a certain kind of federation where your aide, like you rightly mentioned, cannot impose. But since we are allowed impeachment, what are the processes of impeachment? That's one. We have a president who told us in his campaign promises in the first tenure, if I don't give you electricity, don't vote for me. And I remember a conversation that I think it was one of these TV channels had with Daniel Bwala. And they asked him, your president said, if I don't vote for you, if I don't give you electricity, don't vote for me. And Daniel Bwala said he has not started contesting again. This was last year, that when he starts contesting, that people should not vote for him. Now, I'm wondering what the mindset of Obi was when he made this statement. All right, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Mission. Now, as I was trying to explain, we have a president who made promises in his first tenure and explicitly said, if I don't give you electricity, don't vote for me in the next tenure. But then again, this is where we are. He's contesting again. And I think it was the period when the government of Equatorial Guinea openly resigned. I asked the question, why can't we have such things obtained in our system? And then again, I got the clarification on that. Now we're seeing the Keir Starmer situation, but we have the process of impeachment. Is it that we cannot impeach a certain government if we know that they are not doing well? But on the flip side, peterobi that is asking or calling for the president to resign, I hope if he's the one in the same position and he makes all those promises and does not fulfill them, and someone else comes up to call him out, I hope he would take his same advice, because it's easy to give instructions, it's easy to give opinions when you're not. Yes, we understand that the government hasn't been up and about when it comes to policies and implementations. But this is a man, peterobi, who has stood on the side for the past 4 years, and now he has come out to call for resignation. I hope that if he's the one in position, he would also take the same advice. But for Onanuga, Bayo Onanuga that called it childish and hollow, is it that the facts are not clear? This is a government that, to a larger extent, has failed citizens, even if you can't, you say that you can't, he can't be, he can't resign. What is he doing? What are you could make projection. These are the things he has accomplished, and then we'll have a future and have a yardstick to measure the effort he has done.
All right. That's rightly articulated. Mr. S, you want to have something to say?
Yeah. When you talk about failing citizen, it is relative. Yeah. It is based on perception. Some people say he has failed. Some others say he has done well. So it is relative. And then secondly, when you talk about impeachment, there's no issue that has called for impeachment yet. But then some schools of thought in Nigeria has insisted that we have a rubber stamp assembly in Nigeria. Rubber stamp even in the states. I remember during the Second Republic, some governors were impeached. At time we have the then Kaduna governor back in Zuo. He was impeached. Back in Zuo was impeached, gross misconduct, and so on. So, but these days, even peterobi at one point was impeached. Do you understand it? So, I want to really come out to tell you that the assemblies we had then are not the same as the assemblies we have now. The executives tend to have tucked in the powers of the assemblies into his pocket. And more so when most of the opposition that had come through the other political parties into that National Assembly have been wooed to cross carpet into the ruling party. And of course, the ruling party will always stand in the supremacy of the party, dictating whatever happens in governance. That is exactly why you have not seen the issue of impeachment. More whenever there are things that are not good enough from either the governors or the presidents.
Very well said. Let me put some declare. I've not seen this president done anything that warrants impeachment, despite the fact that a lot of people feel that we'll have a toothless National Assembly, in quotes, but I still stand to be corrected. I've not seen this president moved towards any impeachable offense. Yes, it's a textbook academics for us in our constitution that, yes, one can be impeached, but there are grounds of impeachment. And as it is presently constituted, those grounds have not been breached, and it takes a cumbersome process that we don't want to undergo in this time to destabilize the country, because that would destabilize the country faster than the insecurity that we suffer. Having said that, looking at the issue of resignation, Mr. S, the point is, how many African presidents, leaders do you see that want to, leave office? People want to stay on in office. And I know quite well that if we offer Mr. President an opportunity to stay beyond the next 4 years, he would grab it with both hands, which is even why I am so circumspect with the amendment of the Constitution to allow for a single term of 5 years or 6 years in office for office holders, the president and the governors are the subnational, and I quite agree. I'm a proponent of that idea, but only if the incumbents cannot benefit from that very amendment. That's to the extent.
That's a beautiful.
That's to the extent I agree to that, and I strongly believe that yes, Nigeria should have a single tenure of 5 years for office holders, especially the presidents and the governors at the subnational. But be that as it may, looking at the issue of resignation, I do not expect that we've gotten to that point in our politics and nation where you see a Nigerian president, want to resign and leave office. I remember quite well the then President Goodluck Jonathan did at one point say that the Nigerian president is more powerful than the United States president in the power that he has, unchecked power. He's next to God. And when you carry such power, you do not want to leave the office. And that's one thing with African leaders. And if we begin to marry it, with the Western words, then much more is left to be desired. However, speaking to Bayo Ononuga, begin to allude to the call by citizen peterobi for the president to resign. One, let me state categorically, it is within the right of peterobi to call for the resignation of president. It is his constitutionally granted right. The Constitution grants freedom of speech. And we can say that so far as that doesn't injure anybody, it doesn't infringe on another person's right. And if it's less with the fact, then let's have a conversation, which is where I take Bayo Ononuga. What I expected from Bayo Ononuga was to tell me that this administration met the Nigerian economy at so and so indices. And then the inflation was beyond 20% when this administration took over, and they've been able to bring it from 26.5% to 16.5%. I wanted to see him cite statistics that when this administration took over, the epileptic power supply in Nigeria was such that it was only maybe a grid that was functional, and that this administration has been able to increase the capacity to generate more megawatts, maybe from 10 megawatts to perhaps 12. These are the facts that I wanted Bayo Ononuga to argue on. And what are the issues Obi is raising? That you have a UK Prime Minister who is resigning as a result of this enchantment by his party members and the nation. And he could no longer be said to lead them into next election. And here we are, though, making comparison with that, and then someone in the presidency, which is why I align with Mr. Rice in total, that will have aides who are sycophantic, who always sing to the ears of leaders what they want to hear. And a number of times, that's why I forgive Nigerian leaders. Sometimes the hangers-on, cover them from getting the real feelers of the people and what is happening. They sing lullabies to their ear, then forgetting the dirt that is on the street. And on that, Bayo Ononuga never presented any facts in this regard. He didn't tell me that inflation has calmed down. He didn't tell me that they met the naira at so and so amount, that they've been able to bring the dollar to naira equivalent lower than they met it, or that the average man in Nigeria can afford 3 square meal better than when they met it. If he was speaking to facts, it will be easy to now take on a peterobi on why call for the resignation of this president if there are facts to back it up. But Bayo Ononuga missed that fact. And obviously, when one says, I would buy you a biscuit when I'm coming back, once you cite that person coming back, you're expecting to have your biscuit, yes, because you want to trust and believe in the ways of your leader. And this leader is on quote, like you rightly pointed out, to have said, if I do not deliver on some measurables, do not vote for me again. But we're not talking about voting for him, because perhaps in their estimation of this administration and the APC, he must have delivered on those promises, which is only the Nigerian people that would determine if he did, and they would trust him with their votes again. But on the grounds that Mr. Peterobi is raising, there are a whole lot of issues to question. And on that note, one can categorically sit on that and then align with Peterobi, where you have insecurity, because the very tenets of government, basis for governance, is to protect the lives and property of citizens. And the question now is, have we been able to protect the life and property of Nigerian citizens? The Constitution went further to talk about the welfare of the Nigerian people. Then the question now is, has the welfare of the Nigerian people improved? So if we're unable to answer these basic questions, then there may be further conversation on facts, and one may continue to want to align with the candidate of the NDC in calling for the resignation of this administration. But you know, that is utopia. It doesn't happen in Nigeria. And what I suppose Mr. Peterobi knows himself, that it is easier for the camel to pass through the eyes of a needle than for the political office holders to resign in Nigeria. And I suppose what he was trying to do is to bring that conversation on issues, and Bayononuga missed the mark. And then, while you were speaking, you mentioned what's the name of that sportsman? Dane Bola. How, you know, it now begins to tell you the level we've degenerated. Why we will bring people who sing lullabies to us, who dance to our tune. Where is principle? If it on principles, people like Bayononuga, and I speak as a historian, I have gone ahead to study successive administration. There were moments in Nigeria, even under the ministerial administrations, when the likes of Bayononuga, yes, Baola, yes, Femi Fani Kayode, I'm not profiling, but there are individuals that you will not see speak for government. Because even government itself will be circumspect that people may not trust people who have spoken from both sides of the mouth over time. There are clips of Bayononuga deriding this president. There are clips of, you know, a lot of other individuals who have been made ambassadors deriding this individual, and they are the mouthpiece of this administration. How would you want people to believe in your administration if the likes of Bayononuga is unable to answer a categorical quote from his principal and is able to, you know, in PR, be able to, you know, Danebola, be able in PR to, you know, manage that very statement to a positive advantage of his principal? Why is such a person an advisor or a spokesperson for this government? Can Nigerian people listen to him in this very regard? The point remains that yes, soon the toll will be it will be time, and the bell will toll. Mr. President would tell us if he has delivered on the promises. Yes, I heard it categorically well, and there are video evidence of the fact that he said, if I am unable to deliver in certain terms, do not vote for me. But he never said, I will resign. And I do not expect this Mr. President to resign. And speaking on resignation and deliverables, like Mr. Rest rightly pointed out, it is relative. There are people, and we have friends, who believe that this president, this administration, is the best thing that has ever happened to this nation after bread. This is for them, the most hardworking government that has delivered better dividends of democracy to the people. The government that has been able to give people, you know, bags of semovita for them to come out and participate in their civic responsibility. There are people who believe that this administration, you know, brought no fund for students to be indebted by the time they leave universities, and that this is the best administration. So it's relative. And when we talk about deliverables, there will always be divides, and there will always be opposing ends. That's why we have opposition political parties. That's why it is the citizens that will determine at the end of the day if they have delivered
or not. Okay, moving on to the next story from Frontline Africa, frontlineafrica.com.ng. Keir Starmer resigns as UK Prime Minister and Labour leader. Britain's Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has resigned as both head of government and leader of the Labour Party, bringing an end to a 2-year premiership that followed Labour's general election victory in 2024. Sir Keir Starmer announced also that the National Executive Committee has been asked to set up a timetable for the leadership contest, with nominations expected to open on July 9th. This resignation follows weeks of political uncertainty within Labour, intensified by internal pressure over recent electoral setbacks and growing speculation about leadership stability. And of course, he will be serving as a caretaker Prime Minister, overseeing what is expected pending when a new Prime Minister is elected or selected.
You see, we were talking about resignation a little while. It is still part of the resignation issue. But you see, in the Western world, on their honor, people tend to bow out of office the moment there are certain things that becomes uncomplimentary to either their service, their person, or any other thing around them. That is the way it is. If a president, if a bourgeoisie that is involved in some credible things within a country and something uncomplimentary story comes into his life, he'll be asked, or he will have to resign on his honor from any position he occupies to give room for. Of course, in Nigeria, it happened a little while. Uchenna, the former minister for technology, science and technology, resigned when there was this issue of certificate scandal. He resigned from the ministry. And this is the first time, or that could be the first time, we've ever had somebody on his honor quitting, stepping down, throwing the towel after there are certain controversies around that person. So in the Western world, such things happen. And you see Starmer, after series of pressure, there was so much pressure. But remember that even during the, some people say, or some people allege, that even during the war in Iran, between America and Iran, Israel and Iran, that Starmer actually never wanted to,
put his hand, get involved.
His hand, it was because he has a background of Islam. Somehow he wants to stand with the Iran government, and he backed out. So the allegation is that he doesn't want to join America. And you remember that America and Britain are the closest allies next to Britain, to Israel. You know, America and Britain are the closest allies next to Israel. So where the Prime Minister of Britain refused to join hands with America to prosecute a war, the allegation is that there are pressures, you know, and more so when, Trump visited Britain, you know, who knows what might have transpired. When the king, visited Trump, when the king, that is His Majesty, visited Trump in the United States. So we do not know what may have been discussed, but it is not long that visit happened that Starmer is quitting after 2 years. And he sees himself as not being capable of driving the ship of the Labour Party any longer, that he will not sell the Labour Party ship and, of course, anchor it on a peaceful shore. So, and the onus is upon him, on his honor, to do the resignation, because there's nobody to save him. Bonham, who has since been re-elected into the parliament, is said to, and of course he indicated he's going for the leadership. And immediately Bonham said it, very many of the parliamentarians we are behind him. And Starmer, after reading In Between the Walls, saw that he has nothing to actually get from that when Bonham is coming. So Bonham, the indication is that Bonham most likely in weeks, because the transition is now on. The transition is now on before they go on recess on 16th of July. It is most likely that Britain will have a prime minister. So, you see, governance is not an easy business. When you are governing and you have a waning popularity, your popularity is waning, the chances of being at the top are rare, except you want to impose yourself on the people. And of course, in the Western world, people know how to make demand on the system. You can no longer impose yourself with reckless abandon. But in Africa, you see people trying to stay in office more than a lifetime. They will not want to, they will even change the rules that is the constitution or whatever rules, to perpetuate themselves in power. We have such in Cameroon here. We had another one in Zimbabwe until he died. And also, so, you see, Africans are like that. We have to actually learn and evolve into the knowledge of knowing when the time is up for some of our leaders.
I must honestly commend Keir Starmer for bowing out honorably. And I know that this, resign, not resign issue has been on for a couple of months. I remember in the beginning of the year when the war in Israel started, that was when the issue started. And then he tried. I mean, he had, I think, about 6 months to try to garner love and support from the Labour Party, which, of course, after we saw from the G7 summit where Trump came out and said that this man is going to go. And, of course, he came out and then he has resigned. So, I mean, this also goes to show I wouldn't know if it's the influence of the United States, because as soon as he made this statement...
No, Trump even tweeted about it before he resigned.
That's what I'm saying. Trump made a statement after G7 summit, like he's resigning, and then I think it was 2 days later.
He even tweeted about it about a day or two before this.
Before his resignation. Yes. So it was as if Trump said, I think if we saw some clips from the summit, when he walked in, you could tell that this man is huge in this space. So after the summit, he said, oh, this Keir Starmer is going to resign. And true to his word, 2 days after, we saw so I'm sure that Keir Starmer tried all he could to curry favor, even when he hosted Trump, hosted the Chinese president, hosted South Korea president, all of this in order to gain trust. But then again, politics is politics, and system is, like Mr. Rex said, there are countries where people demand integrity from parties and leaders and expect that if you're not doing well, step aside. Let someone who we think can, offer more come on board. And I commend him, I wish him well in all his political endeavors.
Right. Yes, wishing him well is good and needed indeed, but he has no choice.
Eventually, he didn't. He didn't.
He had to go.
He didn't.
Let me state that international politics, which is why Nigeria is falling short, and a host of African countries, the international scene is a cutthroat affair. It holds no mercy for anyone. It's either you are aligning or you're not. And when you're not aligning, they go to NLA to cut you, and that has happened to Keir Starmer in this very instance. There are people that you do not go against, especially when you have a United States president that has the Jewish backing, and a backing of the Jewish state. And then when they are making, do you understand? This war in the Gulf was a war of survival for the Jewish state of Israel. You listen to the Prime Minister Netanyahu speak about the achievement from this war, because there are a whole lot of persons that, when they look at the 14-point agreement with the United States, they say that the United States lost out, in this very whole engagement in the Gulf. But that's far from it. When you listen to Netanyahu talk about what they've achieved in this whole exercise, and then you have a UK Prime Minister who is, UK is a major ally, like Mr. Rice rightly pointed out, with the United States, and they are prosecuting a major war, and you publicly didn't back them. Let's say he spoke positively and then didn't give them the necessary military backing that they needed. What the United States needed was the moral courage that, yes, if push comes to shove, that they have the backings of their allies. Having said that, again, yes, while we are celebrating the resignation of Keir Starmer, let me point it out to you that why he had no choice but had to park and live number 10 Downing Street is because they have strong institutions. That's the difference. Where you have strong institutions, there are no strong men like we have in Africa. Like is the problem in Nigeria, where you have strong men, weak institution, strong men determining and running the affairs of the state, interpreting laws, through their own whims and caprices. But in this Western world, you have strong institution that is working, and the people can and the ground of strong institution, place a demand on the system, and he rightly, responds. So Kestema has no choice, because obviously there was an overwhelming agreement that he has failed to deliver, on his promises, to bring about a better economy. They have an economy that is stagnating. They have worst living crisis in the UK, and a whole lot of other campaign promises that they felt he was unable to deliver. And summing this up, the party he belongs to has to categorically tell him that they no longer trust in his ability to lead them into the next election, having not garnered any mileage or gained ground in this very regard, and he has no other option but to go home. However, one thing I like listening to him is the point that he made the party remember that he took over a party that was politically, financially, and morally bankrupt. And for him, being proud that he has been able to occupy the highest position in the land, that he goes home having stabilized the party better than he met it. And on that ground, we, like you rightly said, we wish him farewell. Yes, he has written his part, and it's time for another person to take over. And Mr. Rice, you cited it quite well. I think Boham is most likely going to walk that ISO to occupy the seat, and then another, epoch will begin to unfold in this very regard. But in all, the summary is that the African leaders, like you rightly submitted, the Nigerian leaders should take a cue from this honorable Western position. But I tell you, it will take another decade until we begin to have strong institution, rule of law at play. Then you may be able to, begin to expect a semblance of what has happened at Downing Street.
Okay, now on to the next story from the Vanguard newspaper. On insecurity, 22 killed in Plateau, kidnappers strike in Ondo, protests rock Oyo. No fewer than 22 persons, including health workers and security personnel, were killed by gunmen in Sunday night attack on Kawel village in Musher district of Boko's local government area of Plateau State. This gunmen attacked a certain community, attacking a healthcare center, killing 22 persons, both patients and medical practitioners who were on duty at that night. Also in Oyo State, there was an attack and persons were injured as protests rocked Ibadan yesterday over the kidnapping of residents in the state. And then in Oyo, Owo on Ondo State, kidnappers launched 2 separate attacks, abducting a mother and her 2 children, and also a pastor.
So it's about the security issues that's been very, very persistent on the pages of newspapers, not just persistent in Nigeria. The newspapers continue to report about insecurity every blessed morning, evening, as the case may be. Every other hour, there must be some security incursion, somewhere in Nigeria. So every other hour, the problem of insecurity surfaces, and some are not even reported. So this is the kind of situation we have. And these are the things that Nigerians are complaining about with reference to the administration of present administration in Nigeria. The present administration in Nigeria, the problem is that of insecurity. You see, yes, you inherited a situation where there is insecurity in Nigeria, but during your term, you have not either made it to go down a little bit, it has overblown, it has become worse than you inherited it. That is exactly the hues and cry of Nigerians. Nigerians are not happy with the level of attention given to insecurity in Nigeria. Is increasing. In fact, people are being recruited further to fight Nigeria because we see these bandits, terrorists, and all what have you, or whatever their names are called, fighting Nigeria. Fighting in the sense that people are kidnapped, ransoms are paid, people are killed. Look at the event in Ondo. I mean, yes, the event in Ondo, no, in Plateau, a health facility. And then the insurgency goes there. This is pure terror. We are not talking about kidnapping now for ransom. We are talking about, people, terror group. You come in, you see patients and health workers, and you mow them down. Just give me exactly. What do you intend to achieve by that? Those who are not well, you help them to die immediately. This is pure terror. And that is exactly why I kept, speaking negatively about the issue of, bringing back terrorists that are repented into the system. That is why I've been speaking negatively about it. I don't like it because how can you talk about people? Are they sane? If these people are sane, they cannot go to the hospital to kill patients and health workers. Sometimes, even in wars, full-blown wars, you find out that when Israel and Palestine were, doing that battle, they always, the Palestinian soldiers will always take refuge in hospitals, knowing that Israeli army would not want to begin to mow down patients and health workers at the hospital. But in the present circumstance, you see pure terror. That is not good. Now, the people already kidnapped in Oyo State, and there are still series of kidnaps in Oyo State again, even when we still have those children and their teachers not yet liberated from their den. We have not seen them liberated yet. More kidnaps, more terror, incursions are being made by these terrorists. And nothing has happened, not much. We just see the hunters will go into the forest, possibly catch two Fulani herdsmen, and then brandish them. And then the whole security agencies will come celebrating on pages of newspaper. No, that is not exactly the expectation of Nigerians. You go to Ondo, the same. You go to Bokos. There in Bokos, it's unfortunate. 22 persons. It was formerly 21, and then presently it's 22. So it is not called this. We don't need these rhetorics of it will not happen again. Government is working hard. We are putting drones available. We are firing them. Our jets are working and bombing. Bomb who? Where are they being bombed? Do you have intel on where they are? If you have intel on where they are, then you go there and decimate them. You can even catch them. We have, I think the number of soldiers and other security agencies we have in Nigeria is more than the terror group. So we can possibly catch all of them, through hand or eliminate them once and for all. And let's see where they start from again. But we have not seen much. Much is not being done. If much is being done, then this problem would have been stepped, stepped to the barest minimum.
Okay, moving on to the next story. Honestly, it's sad when we hear these things. But then moving on to the next story from The Guardian. It says, spike in bus fares, rents, force Nigerians to live in cars, offices and shops. Over 50,000 families evicted, pushed into homelessness. Rents increased by over 300% in 2 years. Experts call for social housing workable safety net for Nigerians. With inflation at about 16%, spike in food prices, housing, construction and transportation costs are forcing many families to make difficult survival choices, including abandoning decent accommodation and resulting to unhealthy living conditions. The inflation report shows that restaurants and accommodation services contribute 2.06% points to inflation. Transport accounted to 1.70%, while housing, water, electricity, gas, and other fuels contribute 1.34% to the inflation in Nigeria.
So you see, the inflation is there. Yes, It could be said of the present administration that they brought down inflation from about 20-something% and to 16%. But it is still there, double digits, double for Nigerians. And now the inflation is now going up. It is not coming down from the indicators. It's going up because if you go to the market, that is what you use as a yardstick to measure if it is going up or down. If you go to the market, the rice, the cup of rice that's been sold at a certain price has now gone up one bit. I know that one painter, like in this part, they sell by painter at 2,000, even 1.8. It's now at 4,005. 4,005, which means it has gone up. And most other things, remember, in this studio, we talked about even, domestic goods like onions and tomatoes, that they have all gone up. These are indicators showing that still inflation. And we have a deficit housing condition in Nigeria. But beyond having it, beyond having a deficit, the landlords have astronomically, maybe due to taxation from government, astronomically increased rents in such a way that people, even those who are working in government, cannot even afford to pay their house rents. And they cannot afford to also have housing from government. That's where government make available housing for all. These are part of the general principle of welfare of the people. Welfare. What is the welfare of the people? That the basic necessities of life is provided. But when you say basic necessities, we say housing. Remember, you talked about even inflation in water, which means potable water is not here. Most often, the companies that produce water produce potable water. I say, when you say water, it's not just about the ponds or the rivers and all. Potable water that you can drink or can use domestically, especially where certain diseases are coming epidemic. You need hygiene. And without water, there's nothing you will, of course, achieve in ensuring hygiene. And then it means automatically the society becomes vulnerable to epidemic diseases. So a whole lot of things are on our hands. And when people are ejected, people live in vehicles, they now reside in their vehicles. If those who are taxi drivers, they sleep in their vehicles, they park at a place they could feel a little secured and sleep in there. Some of them have their property, you see, inside the vehicle. So it is a disheartening situation that Nigerians are now subjected to such condition in their own country, where you have plenty. And of course, there are plenty for the people to to earn, to enjoy, and so on. Yet, they are surviving in penury.
All right, Mr. Harris, you very well said, but I want to be able to go home at the end of today. Yes, I do not want to end up in an unknown location where I may not be able to tell the difference between night and day. I want to be able to hear the voice of my son, hear the voice of my loved ones, and it becomes worrisome that Nigeria, a nation that is known to have plenty, to be dwelling in swallow. And I don't know how you were able to capture it so well. I remember quite well. The last time I went around in the city of Abuja, a lot of people you felt they are comfortable. They have their belongings in their car. You go around the nightclubs, you see them there, not because they are looking for just means or passengers, but is an avenue where they feel safe and they can take a nap, sleep in their car. They have their property in their boats. You see them with their water can, with their small bucket that they take and shower, over time. It has gotten so bad. And I married that with my experience here in Enugu as well. I told you I want to go home, so I don't want to speak to a lot of things. I take time. When I arrived here to survey the city, I moved around, and they are equally the similar situation. You go around the club areas, you see people with taxis, and they have their belongings in their car. Many of them have moved their families to their villages because they can't afford rent. I was thinking that the Enugu will be one of the places where you have low rent. But I've come to understand that is even one of the most expensive in terms of rent. And when you compare that to every cities in Nigeria, there are no places that you can see affordable housing. Things are getting worse. And you see, Mr. Rice, I don't just want to get into this issue because I care to go home. Because at the end of the day, I would wonder, what will these politicians be coming to campaign with? And let me speak the truth. More people will end up in the streets. Yes. House rents are going up. What is the income of the average earner in Nigeria? We'll say minimum wage is 70,000. 70,000, what can he afford for an average Nigerian? The cost of transportation, weigh it out from what a civil servant pays for transportation to go to work. You see, at the end of the day, what he's being paid is the ability to be able to show up every morning. Beyond what we are talking about, people who are even keeping their belongings in their car, there are people who are worse off. Take time and go out. You see people sleep in motor parks. Move around, and I go around a lot. Go to Lagos. You see people sleeping under the bridge. You go around, you see some thriving places. It's because people can't go home. People are exposed to a lot of dangers. There are a whole lot of issues. And I ask myself, what are we talking about? We'll talk about inflation. The data will reduce it from this social figure. Those are semantics. The real economic data will be gotten from the streets. Take your time and enter the nearby markets, and like you rightly pointed out, check the cost of food. How many Nigerians are able to afford 3 square meals? I don't know what to talk about government. And
3
I want
square
to
meal you're talking about?
You can start at 2.
We'll talk about 2.
3 square meters is luxury.
In a long while, I was thinking that it was only some parts of Western world where you see people beg for bouts of cigarette, smoke cigarette. But in this nation, before you walk a mile on foot, you'll be accompanied by 2 gentlemen or more, asking you for just a token for the next meal. These are well-dressed individuals. It wasn't happening before. And it becomes more worrisome because I've experienced this in eastern parts of Nigeria, a place known for their resilience and hard work, people who don't beg. And then you begin to see people swallow their pride in eastern Nigeria. That begins to tell you the worst situation it is when you traverse the length and breadth of Nigeria through northern Nigeria. I wonder how these people are surviving. We are speaking to accommodation. People had to feed first. Now look at the cost of transportation. We are talking about the regulated market. Government had a windfall. How was it plugged back in the society? Have we been given an account? There are a whole lot of issues to interrogate here, and I said I want to go home. That's why I want to take you from the periphery. But at the end of the day, I am waiting to hear what, yes, the APC and the other governments are coming to campaign with. What you will be telling the people? That you were not able to provide the rest with 14 hours of power supply.
To iron is
that you cannot be able to give Uche beyond 14 hours of power supply. These are the issues. What is the cost of transportation in Nigeria? Has it fared any better? How many kilometers of road have been tarred? Apart from subnational governments like Enugu that tars the streets through the nooks and cranny of the city, but have we improved the road between Ore and Lagos? What about the Southwest Road? Can you travel from Enugu through Makurdi to northern Nigeria? Can you travel through Kogi State? What is the death trap of our roads? Then you talk about
security.
Let's not go to security. You see, I avoided issues around security. You know, when Mr. Reyes talked about these things, I avoided the issue of security. Are we talking about fighting insurgency when Bello Turji is now raising camp in our nation? I would say we're a sovereign nation. When there's another sovereign nation, you know, bringing in our front, there are a whole lot of issues. Very soon, Bello Turji will declare a republic if care is not taken. Very soon, when we've missed the window of, you know, scrabbling more fighter jets and Puma jets to, you know, bombard these enclaves, we will lose that opportunity because soon, and we know they have ground-to-air missile soon, you won't be able to have that element of surprise. We are losing time and the window is closing. And we are politicking without thinking about the welfare of the people, without thinking about the safety of the people, without providing for the next generation. As you and I speak comfortably in this cozy, air-conditioned studio, there are children who are still in the forest, not knowing if they've had, you know, a burnt bread to chew from this morning, not knowing if they had their urine to drink from this morning, and will have a government. Like I did say, I want to go home to my family at the end of the day, but it's a sorry state. And the point remains that there's no Messiah coming anywhere. There is no hope in sight. And that's the point where I blame Nigerians for not asking critical questions. Yes, we are raising these critical questions, but if I go to an unknown place tomorrow where I won't separate day and night, Nigerians will move on. Nobody asks questions. Nobody holds government to account. And without you engaging in that civic duty of questioning and holding government to account, you will not get the best and the dividends of democracy. And when Mr. Reyes did align these things, he perfectly put it. But in all, at the end of the day, we are waiting. There will be town hall meetings. There will be campaign. We will see women leaders, you know, chanting. What are they going to tell the people in return? It is for Nigerians to decide.
And in a bid to go home safely, this is where we'll be wrapping up this morning on the show. Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Thank you so much for sitting with us through. It's been one of those mornings and one of those days, but then again, we'll go into the day hopeful and, you know, prayerful. And before I go, I'll leave you with this quote from Mahatma Gandhi. The world has enough for everyone's need, but not everyone's greed. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes, for that in-depth analysis on news issues. It's always a pleasure having you on Sunrise.
Thank you for having me, and for you, I want you to keep watching Aneke TV. That's your best, where you get the hottest and the best stories that are making rounds world over.
You've heard from Mr. Reyes, and I'm Uche Osai, saying thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
town hall meetings remain a central instrument of participatory governance, strengthening accountability and rebuilding trust between leaders and citizens. In democratic theory, particularly deliberative democracy, habemas, and participatory democracy, Pateman, governance legitimacy is sustained not only through elections, but through continuous public dialogue. Globally, town halls have improved policy legitimacy and reduced governance distance. In the United States, they are used to directly test legislative accountability. In Brazil, participatory budgeting in Porto Alegre reshaped public spending priorities through citizen input, while Rwanda's structured community dialogue systems strengthened performance monitoring at local levels. In Nigeria, the practice has gained visible but uneven traction, with notable examples at both state and federal levels. In Lagos State, under former Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, structured public engagements around infrastructure projects such as transport reform and urban renewal helped improve policy acceptance, particularly during major reforms like BRT expansion and environmental sanitation enforcement. Similarly, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has institutionalized town hall style engagements through community stakeholder meetings and sector-specific dialogues, especially around transportation, security, and urban development projects. These platforms have helped manage public expectations around large-scale infrastructure disruptions while improving feedback loops on service delivery. In Enugu State, under Governor petermbah, town hall engagement has been embedded into a broader governance communication strategy tied to ongoing structural reforms. Public interaction sessions linked to transport modernization, smart school implementation, and healthcare expansion have helped reinforce citizen awareness of policy direction and state priorities. However, analysts argue that these engagements must move beyond presentation formats into structured accountability forums where citizens can directly interrogate performance indicators and budget outcomes. From a theoretical standpoint, town halls align strongly with social contract theory, Locke and Rosal, which holds that government authority is valid only when continuously justified before the governed. They also reflect accountability theory in public administration, which emphasizes transparency, responsiveness, and feedback-driven governance. For Nigeria, the need is urgent. Rising public distrust, economic hardship, and insecurity demand deepen civic engagement beyond election cycles. Town halls provide a practical mechanism to reduce misinformation, address grievances early, and improve policy ownership. Experts stress that Nigerian leaders must institutionalize town halls as a governance requirement, not political events, ensuring they are regular, structured, documented, and tied to measurable policy outcomes. Ultimately, sustained town hall governance is no longer optional. It is a democratic necessity for rebuilding trust, improving service delivery, and strengthening the fragile bond between the Nigerian state and its citizens.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up You don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
It is that program where we bring to you habits of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today, as we take a look on the church and youth drift to tradition, they call it modern awakening. But beneath the surface lies a quiet storm. Today, we are confronting a reality that many within the body of Christ are hesitant to voice, but one that our reality can no longer ignore. The massive drift of our youth away from the pews and back to traditional roots, driven by frustrations, unanswered questions, and a pervasive, heartbreaking narrative that church now scam. A generation is walking away from the altars of their parents to seek answers in the shrines and traditions of their ancestors. Are we witnessing a failure of discipleship, a crisis of authenticity, or a strategic spiritual warfare targeting the next generation? To help us dissect this heavy, timely truth, we are deeply honored to have with us a father, a profound teacher of the word, a sharp, discerning voice for our time, Reverend Dr. Chimobi Aniwene, the president and founder of the Redemption Church Worldwide. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you one more time on the Insights.
Thank you once again. God bless our viewers.
All right. Today, we ask the hard questions. And let's dig straight into this issue. How does the church redeem a generation that feels the church has failed them?
Well, the Bible said, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. The only process through which or by which a drifted generation, a generation that is heading towards destruction, can be redeemed is by sharing with them the truth and the reality of the gospel.
By sharing with them the truth and the reality of the gospel. That's powerful. And one may want to ask, in talking about the truth and the reality, what is the reality here?
Well, it depends on the platform we are coming from. You see, Jesus never cajoled us into believing in him. He made us understand too many things and too many processes one can undergo in his attempt to follow this way. which is Jesus Christ. The reality is that Jesus died for mankind. Jesus died for the redemption. You know, redemption is different from forgiveness.
Sorry, let me come in. Redemption is different from forgiveness.
Of course. When you talk about redemption, you talk about somebody that had been bought over, somebody that had been enslaved, and some other person came and paid the higher price for your safety, for your release. So people try to narrow Christianity only to forgiveness, repentance, and others. Christianity is bigger than that. It has to do with redemption. Man sinned against God after the creation in Genesis chapter 3 and Genesis chapter 4. Man, in his own wisdom, tried to redeem himself from that fallen state. So man went and gathered leaves to cover his nakedness. But despite that labor of man, man's nakedness was still open. God had to kill a ram on the mountain and use the skin to cover the man. That is the pre-incarnation of Jesus Christ. That was why in John chapter 1, verse 29 down, when John saw Jesus coming, he said, "Behold the Lamb of God." That was the lamb that was killed on the mountain. That was the lamb that was sacrificed for the redemption of man. So Jesus came to return man back to their original state. So we have to have the understanding of that truth. When you understand that truth, which is Christ crucified, resurrected, you will appreciate the essence of Christianity.
All right, so this is quite clear enough. However, let me ask, what do you think is really pushing young people away from the church and towards traditional worship today?
It will come in two sides. Let me start from the pulpit. You know, when you talk about the church, you talk about the pulpit and the pew. The pulpit is being occupied by the man of God, the separated one, the called one, the chosen one. The pew has to do with the disciples. One of the major problems is that man tried to point man to himself instead of pointing man to his maker. There are many ministers of God who claim to be who they are not, who claim to be Alpha, who claim to be Omega. And the kind of teachings going on the altar actually affect the heart of the listeners. So when the message is corrupt on the altar, definitely the heart of the listeners will be corrupted at the same time, and then they have to drift away. Number two, the orientation of the people. There are some who actually entered into the church with the understanding of using God. God can make you rich. God can make you this. God can make you that. That is not the essence. Jesus didn't die for you to be rich, in as much as that riches, wealth is part of our redemption right. But that is not the major essence of his death. He died for your redemption, for your safety, that for your salvation, the salvation of your soul. And that is what you must understand. That is why Jesus asked the question, what shall it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? But the question is, have we ever seen any man that have gained the whole world? Yet with the world and the wealth and everything in the world, it cannot be compared to the worth of man's soul. So people came into the church with the mentality of let's go and use God, let's go and do ritual, let's go and do trade by barter. No. If you want to see the best and the goodness in God, come on the platform of your love for him. And you are loving him because he loves you. And when you love him genuinely, you are not being carried away by what he can offer. You know, in Matthew chapter 6, Jesus told them, see, don't bother yourself with what you will eat, with what you will wear. Rather, seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness. Every other thing shall be added unto you. For your Father in heaven knows that you have a need of all these things. God knows our need. But if our walk with him is focused on our need, we will lose God. Because that's not the way.
We will lose God.
We lose God.
Okay, just that will lay the foundation. You know, this trend, we agree, is happening.
Of course.
But I'm asking, is this a sign of spiritual confusion or cultural reawakening or a failure of the church itself?
You know, if you read, I think, 2 Timothy chapter 3, when the Bible was talking about the perilous time, and then you compare it with Matthew chapter 24, when Jesus was talking about the signs of the end time. All these things we are seeing going on, it's not necessarily, like I said, there is the error of the man of God at the altar. There is also error in the side of the people listening to the word of God. But it's also summarized around the signs of the end time. End time. Where people will be lovers of themselves. Are you getting it? And also governmental orientation. You see a politician who should be serving the public with minimal salary. You see somebody who doesn't have a penny becomes a local government chairman. Under 3 months, he has bought a house, has cars, this and that and that and that. And then the youth behind who is yet to have the full understanding of Christianity will now begin to use Sussex as a yardstick to measure the closeness they have with God and some other things, which actually is not. It's not. So the problem is, number one, like I said, the pastor and his message, the people and their ideology about life. Then, in summary, it is part of the packages of the end time.
Part of the packages of the end time. Before we look at the government side, we agree that the church has a part and a blame in all this.
Of course.
If people who are intending to use God are able to enter the church and walk away, it is a failure of the church. However, the question I'm asking now is the issue of trust. And you've raised the right channel by saying the message of some pastors, and you agree with me that we will blame the church extensively for the youth leaving the church in droves, because they seem not to trust the church any longer.
Like I said, when you talk about the church, you don't have to generalize it.
I don't have to generalize it?
Yes, because there are still ministers, there are still remnants that have stood their ground.
Reverend, sorry to cut in, Reverend. You know, when you say we don't blame the church, there are still remnants. We are unable to differentiate the two.
No. The reason why you are unable to differentiate is because, number one, you've not had the true knowledge of the scripture. You see, when you have access to the Bible yourself, there are too many truths you have to discover. When a man of God wants to tease you, you will know. But of course, you also understand that the quests of the people, their nonchalant attitude towards the scripture. Let me cite this as an example. One day I was having a Tuesday fellowship, and I said to people, if you give 100,000 now, in the next 2 hours, Jehovah will multiply it. Men and brethren, I saw people I was giving money coming out with 100,000. I have to pause. I told them, this is a lie. God is not a magician. The reason why you responded is because you don't have access to the scripture. The Bible in giving talks about willingness, willing heart. Nobody have to cajole you into giving. Nobody have to pressurize you into giving. Nobody have to manipulate you. But people have entered into the church with the understanding of ritual, trade by barter, transactional understanding. If I would give God this, I will have to have this. If I would give God this, me and God will have to do an exchange. That is an error. That is an error. In as much as there is blessing in giving, you must understand that you have to come from the heart. Number two, you find out that many churches are no longer interested in discipleship.
In discipleship.
No more discipleship. That is why in most churches you will not see anything like Bible studies where people are groomed to have the deeper understanding. So we are denying members the full knowledge of the scripture. So all their eyes are on the pastor. So when people contribute and all those things, the next day the pastor will go and buy a new car. The next day, the pastor's children will fly abroad, and all those people will conclude that this is our money, and we are not having any return from it. So it affects their mentality. But we must have to let the people understand that the essence of church is not necessarily for wealth creation, in as much as it's part of the packages of our redemption right, but that is not the foundation of the church. We all are pilgrims here on earth, and one day we are going to leave this place. We have to establish that fact in the heart of people, because if we don't establish that fact, it gives people the understanding of impatience. So youth, because they will tell you, if you come to this church, on MM at this church, it's happening in this church. So you come to that church with the mentality of on MM, 3 months, 4 months, nothing is made in your life. And I say, no, this is a scam. It is a scam because your mind is already corrupt and God does not work in that way. My brother, you can't use God.
You can't use God.
It's impossible.
You know, I seem to agree with you a lot on the things you've said, but I want to found a foundation. And that foundation we are looking for, like you rightly said, you give babies milk to drink and bone to adults. And I assume in walking into the church, these are babes. They cannot decipher between the good, the bad, and the ugly, which is why I'm coming back to you, that you are a reverend, and the likes of you, who seem to be passionate about the things of God, have kept quiet and allowed other persons make mockery of the sanctuary.
We've not kept quiet. We have been voicing out. Even before this error, some of us have been crying about this error. We have been crying because we've walked into churches, we've invited some speakers, and we look at the way, the path they are following. And we say, no, this is not the gospel that brought us to Christ. This is not the gospel. The gospel that brought us to Christ centers on love of God, centers on truth and the grace that we can find in Christ Jesus. But these days that people will come up and say, if you touch my shoe with 10,000 naira, the Lord will open doors for you. These what do I call them? Pulpit bandits.
Pulpit bandits.
Bandits. They are actually corrupting the system. And that is because, like the last time we had a discussion, we talked about the responsibility of the car. We should regulate the laws, the teachings, the activities in the church. We shouldn't allow everything to fly out. But you must understand and agree with me that even some that have left, some of them are still returning back. Why? Because, my brother, there is a law that governs this life. If you don't access the law, all this returning back to the root, most of this mentality of returning back to the root is people cover to move into ritual, to move into charm, to move into native doctor stuff, not actually the root. Because when we talk about the root, you are talking about the culture of a people, of which you know that our culture is embedded in the name we answer, the way we dress, and even what we eat. So when people come up with the masquerade understanding, like take for instance, I'm from Okonano. We have a masquerade in Okonano they are calling Ebe. Originally, Ebe is not from Igbo land. Ebe is not our culture. Ebe is not our tradition. Ebe emanated from rivers. And the other people have what they call Omebe. Omebe is Yoruba masquerade, not from this end. So it's not that people are hiding under that to bring evil. That is why you see, have you ever asked yourself, why do we in these recent days have massive death of the youth?
Massive death of the youth.
Of the youth.
Why is that?
Because of the so-called root. So they are resurrecting some spirits that were captured in the olden days. Like you and I know that in the olden days, there was this killing of twins. The gospel stopped it. And those spirits are still hovering around. You know, when you talk about tradition, you talk about the contact a man have with a spirit that wrote a law for him. Some will say, at the end of every 6 months, 3 virgins will be sacrificed. Is that what we are trying to return back to? Where a human being will be sacrificed to a tree, to a stone, and all those things. So you can't compare it with the light of the church. But the major issue, like where you are dragging at, is this noble fact that there are many standing at the altar who fainted. They didn't die in Christ. They just fainted. And you know, when somebody faints and you pour water, the person will come back. But when somebody is dead, is not captured with the material things of this life. He's not greedy, but we have too many greedy preachers who actually are raising souls that respond to them. So when I tell you I am powerful, I am mighty, I am this, and then you have come close to me, you see the human nature. Every man of God have a human nature. No matter how we try to pretend about it, if we don't point the people to Christ and point them to us, when they come and see our human nature, They will say, if this is God, I am even better than God. So when people are getting close to the men who project themselves to be almighty and they saw the humanity in them, it affects the way they reason. So we must come to the point where the message centers on Christ.
Where the message centers on
Christ.
Now, that takes me back. I agree with you constructively on most things you say, but I look beyond the surface of this other men of God that we are painting, to go to the traditional church, the earlier church, and which is why I am insisting that the church failed. Because the traditional church, you agree with me, showed love. There was compassion.
I can't agree with you.
Let me make the point.
You have to say some. You don't say the church. When you talk about the church, you're talking about the institution on its own. Okay. And that brings many of us into it. And I cannot accept it.
All right. I agree with you. Let me say the earlier church, if we can agree on that. The earlier church was known for communism.
The present day church still practices such.
There was love amongst one another.
Too much love, even in this present day church.
They helped one another.
More than that. As young as I am, I have trained not less than 60-something graduates.
This is just you.
And then I belong to church.
And we're
so you cannot generalize. You cannot talk about church. You cannot talk about the whole church. And then I will sit down and then I watch and I gallop that. I can't gallop that because I know I belong to church. I am part of church. So we have criminals that have crept into the church.
How do we handle the criminals?
How do we handle the criminals? To handle the criminals, number one, those with the voice of truth should keep speaking the truth until the listeners. When you look at the early church revolution, there was a dark age of the church, if you are a good student of church history, where the priest is the only one that have access to the material called the Bible. And then they were interpreting the Bible the way it suited them until people like Martin Luther and some other Protestants, got into the church and then brought out the Bible and began to write it on the wall. And most of them were executed. Most of them were killed. Because they started writing it on the wall, so members of the church will come and see so chapter, and they start reasoning. Then if this is in the Bible, then what the preacher preaches the other day is actually error. So we have to come to the point where, in as much as we pray, very, very important, but let us dwell more on the teaching of the Word of God, because only the truth can set the captives free. If you read, I think, is it Isaiah chapter 5 verse 13? The Bible said, my people are famished. Honorable men have gone into captivity. Why? Lack of knowledge. Hosea chapter 4 verse 6, my people, they are destroyed. These are my people. They go to church, but they are destroyed. Why were they destroyed? They were destroyed because they lack knowledge. Knowledge of God, knowledge of Christ, knowledge of the sacrifices of Christ, and the essence of Christianity. So we need to start voicing that out and then bring back the law of discipline in the church.
The law of discipline.
Discipline. That is no longer discipline. So a man of God will impregnate, like what is going on in Anambra, a particular pastor who marries 75 ladies. How can a pastor marry 75 ladies and there are members there? It shows that the man have actually hypnotized the members with charm. And that's an error. So the Christian body, not even the government alone, should look into that and begin to voice out, no. This is against the teachings of Christ. We cannot associate with such a person. That was why we talked about people like who will come up boldly and say, no. This teaching, this one is error, this one is not biblical, and we cannot promote it. But in this, our generation, we are trying to paint everybody to heaven. You can't paint everybody to heaven because you can't reduce the standard of the scripture.
So, Reverend, I then ask, how much damage has these preachers of fake miracles, manipulation, exaggerated prophecy done to the church?
A lot of damages. A lot of damages that people can belong to 4 churches at the same time. A lot of damages that the members in the church no longer hear the voice of God from the altar. a lot of damages, that there is a lot of compromise and pretense in the church. A lot of damages that people now consider immorality as part of lifestyle, as part of their character. It doesn't make. This is human nature. A lot of damages that people think that the biggest car you have is actually the pointer to the level of anointing you have. A lot of damages that we look at the size of the structure of the church as a yardstick of the presence of God. A lot of damage. We can, if we start naming the damages, we might not even end it here. A lot of damages.
All right. I quite agree with you, and there are many angles to this issue. But the point I'm asking now, you know, I interact with youths, and in my research, I am told you pastor and minister to a lot of youths as well. And I'm asking, a lot of these youths often say that the church make promises it fails to keep. And some of them would offer that where they are, the church always remember them only when there's need for donation.
Well, it depends on the church. Like our church, we have what we call the welfare arm of the church.
The welfare arm?
The welfare arm of the church takes care of the welfare of the members of the church. There are members of our churches that we built houses for. There are members of the church we gave money to start up businesses. There are members of the church who sponsor their trips. There are members of the church we are training in school. A lot of them. Church is not complete when there is no love. It depends on the preacher that some of them encountered. Some of them didn't encounter preachers that have encounter with Christ. Most of them encountered preachers that are businessmen on the altar, whose end is their belly and not God.
All right, Reverend, what must change if the church is to regain the trust of these young people?
One, we must stand on the truth.
We must stand on the truth.
Stand on the truth. Preach the truth. And pray. The world, the people should also know that they need God more than God needs them. They have to come to that understanding. Let it not be that somebody is trying to beg someone. Hey, if you don't come to church, God will no longer be God. That's a lie. Hey, if you go back to the root, the church will collapse. Jesus said, I will build my church and the gate of hell shall never prevail. They need God more than God needs them.
They need God more than God needs them.
That is why the Bible said, the wise doesn't sacrifice himself for the sake of God. He said the wise, everything he does is for his own good. God is self-made. God is already God. He can't be less tomorrow. He can't be greater tomorrow. You can't add in him. You can't subtract anything in him. We need him more than we need us.
All right. Reverend, before I digress to some parts of this conversation, let me ask you, do you agree that there could be a marriage between the African culture, the tradition, and the church?
Well, it depends. The one that does not obstruct the teachings of the scripture. Of course, my brother, I am an African man. My name is Chimobi Aniwene. That's African name. That's our culture. I've not changed it. I've not changed my color. I can't even change my color. There are some values that our people upheld that the church is not against. We have traditional, we have marital rights, cultural way, that even up to today, my brother, if you are married and your dowry have not been paid, before God, you are not considered married.
You will wed such person in your church?
Such person in my church? Of course, once I am aware that the dowry is not paid, number one. Number two, that the reason behind the dowry not being paid is just that the man is arrogant, not that the family, because sometimes family, because of some understanding, oh, this one is from this side, oh, this one is from this side. If it is on that basis, we will not. There are some of them that have such challenges. There is a provision in the law. So we have to charge the matter to court. They have to pay the dowry in the court, and the court will summon the family to come and collect it. So that must be carried out. I don't wed you without the consent of the family. That is why even during the marriage service, we are going to ask where is the father of the lady? The father will have to come and tell us, I know this man. All our traditional rights have been carried out. So we uphold it and we preach it and we stand by it.
That's good to know.
Yes, we stand by it.
Reverend, let me ask, have you heard about Ezenwany? Ezenwoke?
Of course, man, they are everywhere. These are criminals.
Let me get your opinion on that.
These are criminals.
Criminals.
These are very big criminals, my brother. These are criminals who have submitted their will to the goddess of the river. They have submitted their will to the goddess of the river. And these were the things that drew African back. These were the people that brought darkness upon Africa. And then some people are returning back to such barbaric, demonic journey. You must understand with me, there are fallen angels that fell alongside with the devil. And their abode was in water. That is why if you study demonology and you are connected to power deliverance ministry and others, you will understand that the greatest strength of the devil or satanic kingdom emanates from water. When you talk about the witches have connection with the water. When you talk about native doctors have connection with waters. Because water seems to be the headquarter of all this. And so we are not ignorant of that movement of Ezenwanyis and all those things. But this thing is demonic and satanic, and it draws any community and every community backwards. Check any community where such gods and goddesses have been promoted. They hardly enjoy progress.
They hardly enjoy progress.
No, they can't. A lot of atrocities, killings, sacrifices of human bodies and all those. You see everything there.
All right, so Reverend, I didn't ask, standing from this very position now, what is the danger when one or a young person misses Christianity and this traditional sort of worship?
The two cannot even work.
The two cannot even work.
It can't work. God does not share his glory with deities. He said, I and I alone is God. And if there is anything that irritates God, apart from taking human life, it is the worship of idol.
It is the worship of idol.
One of the major issues God had with Israelites was their deviation to worship strange gods. It irritates God. Thou shalt not serve any other God beside me. Have you ever wondered why the Bible says, suffer not the witch to live?
Tell me, Reverend.
Because of the diversion. You know, when you talk about witchcraft, you are talking about diversion through the means of craft. That is, somebody had a destiny of becoming great and is being diverted to become less to that. And that thing is actually obstructing the destiny that God have created in man. And God says, suffer them not to live, because if they live, they will corrupt the system of the world.
All right. That's quite apt. I've not heard anybody explain it this way. However, let's take a look towards the government angle. Okay. What role have they played? You tried to highlight it earlier on. What role, in a nutshell, have government played to encourage youths moving away from the church back to culture and tradition?
Number one, government seems to be empowering wicked people.
Wicked people?
Yes.
Who are the wicked people?
When we talk about wicked people, there are some of our politicians that have clinched to governmental positions, whom when you look at them from their community, these are criminals in the community. These are Talibans. These are how do I describe them? These are evil people, well known, but they are the people that be promoted. So when the youth sees that evil is being promoted, they join into evil. Like you come to some communities that have land issues and they have massive land and they have the privilege of getting close to the city. You know, the land that is close to the city tends to be more valuable in terms of cash than the one in the village. And then you see that some people eating the proceeds are cultists, maybe cult guys in school. They group themselves, carry money, carry gun, chase everybody out, and then collect everything that belongs to the community. So when the people are seeing that, hey, this is what is going on, hey, this is what is going on, some of them who don't have the understanding of the fact that one day all these things you are gathering, you are going to leave it here and face your creator in judgment, we tend to do that. Since this person killed and is now the Igwe, since this one killed and now is not the Tauro president, since this one killed and is now the governor of the state, so it's better we all follow the trend. So encouraging wicked people in power, that is actually the problem. Because when we look at the last general election, we saw the error that moved around. Without standing arrogant, you and I know who actually won the presidential election. But unfortunately, the person that everybody voted for became third. That is to tell you that that election was not just rigged, it was written.
The court disagrees with us. We may have our opinion, but the court disagrees.
Of course, and we stand by the judgment of the court. But
exactly.
We, as individuals, this is democracy. We speak our mind, what we think we know.
Definitely, we'll speak our mind. But Reverend, I'm running out of time, and I want to ask, what practical steps can the church take to win back these young people before the trend becomes irreversible?
Massive evangelism. From village to village, from town to town, from city to city. House to house evangelism.
Is the church still involved in rural evangelism?
Of course, somebody like me goes to villages. When I talk about village, I talk about thick villages. That when I go there, most often, we don't collect offering. We give to the people. We don't collect offering. We give to the people. In fact, there was one we had in Nara. We had it 3 days crusade. The last day of the meeting, people on their own started giving offering. I told them, no, we didn't come for offering. We came to share the gospel. I said, no, we've never seen this before. We want to give. They gave. I have to ask the Holy Spirit to show me somebody that have a need, a challenge that we can hand the money over to. And the Holy Ghost told me about a woman in that town, told me things about her. The woman, I don't know, I've never met her. I said, the Holy Spirit said, we should give you this money. Use it for your need. So those who contributed the money, see, ministers try to tell lies because they want to collect money from the people. So they want to force it out. No. If you are sincere, transparent, honesty, people will give on their own. So evangelism, prayers, evangelism is actually the gateway to winning people back. As for miracle, God is already in the business of performing miracles. Miracle is not the connection of man. It's God's exceptional right. He chooses, like I heard the governor of Anambra State saying something which I disagree. He said, if this pastor said that they are healing, let's take them to hospital. Oh God, you don't dictate the flow of anointing. God can heal through medical doctors. God can heal naturally. We have seen all those things. And when we talk about the hospital, church were the first people to bring hospital. And they must understand that, number 5. So telling the people, hey, if you know you have healing power, go to hospital, that's arrant nonsense. Because it is God who decides who to heal and when to heal. And you must understand that he must not heal everybody.
He must not heal everybody.
He must not heal everybody.
All right, Reverend.
And that he doesn't heal doesn't mean we don't trust him. There are too many things God can do that God will not do.
There are too many things God can do that he will not do.
Because there is a law that governs life.
All right. But Reverend, before I leave you, let's talk a little bit, just in a nutshell, before I will ask you my closing question, which you didn't give me the answer maybe I wanted in the last one. And the question I'm asking, what about the men of God that brandish private jets, live ostentatious life? People are watching and people want to be like them. Is it not what is causing all these problems?
Now, when we talk about men of God who are riding private jets and all those things, the question is, most of the people criticizing men of God like that are not even members of that church. How come another person's pant is disturbing you and the people in that church are not complaining? Like one of these churches we talked about, one of the men that have that aircraft. One day I visited the church and I saw 12 Range Rover Sports, 00 mileage. Somebody brought as a gift to the man. You are bringing the gift because there is something that you are gaining from. So I think if God blesses a man of God, if there are people that need jet, it is men of God. But you travel from here, you travel from here, you travel from this corner, travel from this corner, but not to the destruction of the members. So if the members are not complaining and the members are not, saying that they collected our money, why are we troubling ourselves over them?
All right, Reverend, we're out of time. But before I let you go, let me repeat that very question.
Okay.
Where do you draw your courage from?
I thought I gave you the answer.
You know, a lot of men of God I interact with, and I've interacted with a lot across the globe. Most of them are most scared, not of the politicians, but of fellow pastors that may destroy them when they speak this sort of truth.
I told you, my brother, I encountered Christ. I didn't just become a preacher. I encountered him for the sake of ending my journey in heaven, number one. Number two, when I gave my life to Christ and chose to follow him, I died. So I'm not afraid of anybody whatsoever. I give people respect, but I am not afraid of. Naturally as a person, I am not a fearful type, naturally.
And that's where we'll be drawing the curtain today. And if you've been listening to us, we've been speaking with Reverend Dr. Chimaobi Aniwene, the president and founder of the Redemption Church Worldwide, on The Insight. Till we'll come your way same time tomorrow. I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. The resident doctors at the Olabisi Onabanjo University Teaching Hospital, Shagamu, begin a 10-day warning strike over welfare concerns and outstanding allowances. Zamfara State Governor Dauda Lawal reaffirms opposition to negotiations with bandits as security challenges persist across parts of the state. More than 100 students evacuated from a distressed off-campus hostel in Awka. Details of the news. Resident doctors at the Olabisi Onabanjo University Teaching Hospital, Shagamu, Ogun State have commenced a 10-day warning strike over unresolved welfare and financial issues. The action follows the expiration of a 14-day ultimatum issued to the Ogun State government by the Association of Resident Doctors. President of the association, Dr. John Omotosho, said the strike became necessary following the government's failure to sign a memorandum of understanding and implement the revised professional and specialist allowances for medical personnel.
The doctors are also demanding the immediate release of the 2026 Medical Residency Training Fund and insist that the revised allowances must reflect in their July salary payments. The association further announced sanctions for members who violate the industrial action. Beyond financial concerns, the doctors cited manpower shortages, poor working conditions and insecurity within the hospital environment, and also inadequate welfare facilities. They say an emergency meeting will be held after warning strike to determine the next line of action based on government's response. Governor Dauda Lawal of Zamfara State has reiterated his administration's refusal to negotiate with bandits, insisting that dialogue with criminal groups will not bring lasting peace to the state. The governor's position follows the recent abduction of about 50 community elders from Maradun local government area who reportedly embarked on an unauthorized peace mission to meet a notorious bandit leader in the Munsishira forest. Governor Lawal distanced the state government from the mission, describing it as an independent initiative undertaken without official approval. He maintained that previous reconciliation efforts with armed groups failed to produce meaningful results. While investigations into the abduction continue, the governor emphasized that his administration remains committed to security operations against criminal elements. The issue has continued to generate debate among residents with differing opinions and the best approach to addressing insecurity in the state. Meanwhile, the Zamfara state government has paid a condolence visit to Goran Nawaye community in Maradun local government area following an attack that claimed 21 lives and left 17 others injured. Leading the delegation, acting Governor Malam Mumuni Masamudi expressed sympathy to the affected families and assured residents that government would strengthen security measures in vulnerable communities. As part of immediate relief efforts, the state government announced financial assistance and food support for victims. Families of those killed are to receive 500,000 naira and 2 bags of grain each, while injured victims will receive 200,000 naira and 1 bag of grain. The Zamfara State Commissioner of Police urged residents to provide timely intelligence to security agencies. Meanwhile, the district head of Goran Namaye Alhaji Muhammad Musa commended the government for its prompt intervention and called for sustained security operations in the area. The Senate has reconvened for an emergency plenary session to consider the proposed state police bill, a key constitutional amendment aimed at addressing Nigeria's growing security challenges. The special sitting was convened by Senate President Godswill Akpabio after an earlier session failed to secure the required attendance needed to advance the legislation. Senate spokesperson Senator Yemi Adramodu said lawmakers regard the bill as a matter of national importance. The proposal seeks to move policing from the exclusive legislative list to the concurrent legislative list, thereby empowering states to establish their own police services. Adamawa State Police Command has arrested 57 suspected members of a criminal group known locally as Sheila during a coordinated operation in Yola and Jimeta. The operation targeted identified criminal hideouts and flashpoints believed to be linked to robbery, street violence, housebreaking, and other offenses across the metropolitan areas. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Suleiman Nguruji said officers recovered weapons and suspected illicit drugs during the raids. The items have been documented as exhibits for use during prosecution. The command said the operation forms part of ongoing efforts to dismantle criminal networks, combat substance abuse, and improve public safety. All suspects are currently undergoing investigation and will be charged to court upon conclusion of inquiries. Troops of Operation Safe Haven have rescued 2 persons abducted by suspected kidnappers in Kwang village, just north local government area of Plateau State. The victims, identified as Victor Ibukuzu and Togrian Dayok Salihu, were reportedly kidnapped on Monday night before security operatives launched a rescue operation following a distress alert. Military personnel from Sector 1, working alongside operatives of the Keystone Security outfit, tracked the kidnappers and engaged them in a gun battle during the pursuit. Security authorities said the kidnappers abandoned the victims and fled into nearby bushes under pressure from advancing troops. The rescued individuals have since reunited with their families while efforts continue to apprehend the suspects. The Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the Southeast Zone, DIG Kenechukwu Onwemelie, has called on community leaders in Abia State to strengthen cooperation with security agencies through timely intelligence sharing. Speaking at a stakeholder security meeting in Umuahia, the DIG said the initiative was part of efforts directed by the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Disu, to deepen community-based policing. Onwemelie identified youth violence, armed robbery, cult-related activities, and domestic abuse as some of the major security concerns confronting the state. He stressed the importance of lawful cooperation between vigilant groups and conventional security agencies. Traditional rulers, religious leaders, and education stakeholders also participated in the meeting. Chairman of the Abia State Council of Traditional Rulers, Linus Mtomba, urged vigilance in rural communities, while the president of the National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools in Abia State, Pastor Joseph Okowu, called for increased patrols around schools. The Imo State Police Command has dismissed as false a viral social media video alleging a recent attack on communities within the state. Police spokesperson Mr. Henry Okoye said investigations revealed that the footage was an old recording from an attack that occurred in July 2025 in parts of Arundiziogo, Idato local government area. According to the command, the incident involved armed criminals led by a suspect identified as Ifani Okenta. Security agencies subsequently launched operations that resulted in the arrest of several suspects and the neutralization of others. Commissioner of Police Mr. Audu Garba Boso urged residents to disregard the misleading video and avoid spreading unverified information capable of causing panic. He reaffirmed the command's commitment to protecting lives and properties while encouraging citizens to rely on official sources for security updates. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major development in the news. Resident doctors of OOUTH, Shagamu, commence a 10-day warning strike over welfare concerns and unpaid allowances. Zamfara Governor Dauda Lawal rules out talks with bandits as security challenges persist in parts of the state. Coming up shortly, over 100 Unizik students evacuated from a distressed hostel in Oka, averting potential building collapse. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Kano State government has suspended the manager of the Thomas Regional Water Scheme over allegations of negligence, sabotage, and vandalism affecting critical water infrastructure in the state. Commissioner for Water Resources, Environment and Climate Change, Alhaji Dahiru Muhammad Hashim, announced the suspension after inspection visits to the Thomas and Gari Regional Water Schemes. He said officials discovered extensive damage to facilities, including the looting of equipment from a power project completed only a few months ago. The commission noted that several installations had remained non-functional for years, with electrical cables removed from generators and pumping machines. He also expressed concern over reports that some personnel assigned to provide the facilities were allegedly using portions of the premises for personal activities. Alhaji Muhammad Hashim said investigations are ongoing and warned that anyone found culpable would face prosecution. He reaffirmed Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf's commitment to rehabilitating water infrastructure across the state, including ongoing upgrades at the Chalawa and Tamburawa water treatment plants. Speaker of the Anambra State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Somtochukwu Udeze, has called for stronger legal protections and social support mechanisms for widows across Nigeria. In a message marking International Widows' Day, the Speaker urged lawmakers and policymakers to review and repeal laws and practices that undermine the rights, dignity, and welfare of widows, particularly in rural communities. Right Honorable Udeze expressed concern over challenges faced by many widows, including discrimination, social exclusion, denial of inheritance rights, and harmful traditional practices. He stressed the need for collective efforts to promote justice and equal opportunities for affected women. The Speaker also appealed to traditional institutions, faith-based organizations, and development partners to support programs aimed at improving the welfare of widows. He commended initiatives by Governor Chukwuma Soludo and Mrs. Nonya Soludo targeted at empowering vulnerable women across Anambra State. More than 100 students of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, have been evacuated from a private off-campus hostel following fears of an imminent building collapse. The affected facility, known as Legacy Lodge and located in Ifite, Awka, was evacuated after officials of the Awka Development Authority discovered extensive structural defects, including deep cracks across several sections of the two-story building. Residents said the signs of distress had become increasingly visible in recent months, prompting concerns about the safety of occupants. The president of the lodge, Mr. Clinton Ogo, stated that warnings had previously been raised about the condition of the structure. Managing Director of the Awka Capital Territory Development Authority, Dr. O.C. Onuko, said the building was demolished after professional assessment confirmed it posed a serious risk to life. Authorities say efforts are ongoing to assist displaced students, while investigations continue to cause of the structure. The Ebonyi State Police Command has rescued a woman from a mob attack after she was falsely accused of child abduction at the International Market in Abakaliki. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Joshua Okando condemned the incident and reiterated the command's zero tolerance for jungle justice. He described the attack as unlawful and urged members of the public to allow security agencies to investigate allegations rather than taking the laws into their own hands. According to the command, preliminary investigations showed that the woman had no connection to child trafficking. During questioning, she informed police that the children involved belonged to her tenant who works with her. Mr. Okando said officers subsequently verified the claim after visiting her residence, where the children's mother, Mrs. Chinyere Okuchukwu, identified them as her children. The police urged residents to verify information before sharing it, especially on social media. Governor Francis Nwifuru of Ebonyi State says plans are on the way to establish a new cement manufacturing plant in Nkalago as part of efforts to accelerate industrial development in the state. According to a statement issued by the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Dr. Mondi Uzo, the Governor disclosed the plans while hosting a delegation of Chinese investors at the Nigeria Cement Company site in Nkalago. Governor Nwifuru explained that challenges surrounding the revival of the old cement factory informed the decision to pursue the establishment of a new facility. He said the project aligns with the administration's broader economic and industrialization agenda. The statement noted that Geological surveys have confirmed substantial limestone deposits capable of sustaining cement production for several decades. The visiting investors reportedly expressed confidence in the project and pledged to support towards its successful execution. The federal government says Nigeria's dependence on imported petrol has reduced significantly following increased domestic refining capacity. Speaking at the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce Energy Day in Lagos, the special advisor to the President on Energy, Mrs. Olu Vehijan, said the country's petrol import bill dropped sharply between the first quarter of 2025 and the same period in 2026. Mrs. Vehijan attributed the development to the expansion of local refining operations, noting that a larger proportion of petroleum products consumed in Nigeria is now produced domestically. She said the shift has helped conserve foreign exchange and strengthen energy security. The presidential advisor also reported improvements in crude oil production and investment inflows into the sector. She maintained that ongoing reforms, including subsidy removal and foreign exchange policy adjustments, have contributed to increased government revenue and greater stability in the petroleum industry. Now in sports, Algeria has revived its campaign at the 2026 FIFA World Cup after defeating Jordan 2-1 in a Group J encounter played in Santa Clara, United States. The North Africans came from behind to secure the victory with goals from Nadha Bembouali and Aminu Gouiri, earning maximum points after an opening defeat in the competition. The result makes Algeria the latest African team to record a win at the tournament, joining countries including Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Morocco and Egypt, which have already secured victories in their respective matches. Several other African representatives remain in contention as the group stage continues. Football analysts said Algeria's comeback performance has strengthened the continent's overall showing at the tournament. Nigerian media personality and entrepreneur Toke Makinwa has shared reflections on motherhood as her daughter approaches her first birthday. In a message posted on social media, Makinwa expressed gratitude for the experience of raising her child, describing the past year as one of personal growth, learning and fulfillment. She noted that motherhood has significantly influenced her outlook on life priorities, adding that balance in family and responsibilities with professional commitment has been both demanding and rewarding. The broadcaster also encouraged parents to make decisions they believe are best for their children while maintaining privacy and protecting their welfare. Her comments have attracted positive reactions from fans and colleagues across the entertainment industry. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. Resident doctors at the Olabisi Onabanjo University Teaching Hospital, Shagamu, Ogun State, have commenced a 10-day warning strike over welfare concerns, outstanding allowances and manpower shortages, and other working conditions. In Zamfara State, Governor Dauda Lawal has reaffirmed his administration's refusal to negotiate with armed bandits, maintaining that dialogue with criminal groups is not a viable solution to insecurity. And in another state, officials of the Oka Capital Territory Development Authority successfully evacuated more than 100 students of Nnamdi Azikiwe University from a structurally distressed off-campus hostel in Ifite, Oka. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 07030437110. Follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Time
the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, and it's a beautiful Tuesday afternoon live on Aneke TV. I go by the name Gift Owodo, popularly called Shushu Lawyer, aka all kinds of spicy pepper. I bring to you hot gist and groove on the best entertainment show live on Aneke TV on our Best Vibe Central, where we give you what is happening live in the entertainment industry. We leave no aspect of the entertainment industry untouched. From on Monday, where we told you, where we brought the music industry, a few firm search, where we brought in our local artists, Smart B, to perform for you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed and vibe to his music and his rappings and everything about him. And I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. Today I'm going to start with movies. Over the weekend I have watched a lot of movies, but today I'm going to bring to you guys on your table the best one out of all the movies I watched during the weekend. One made the top list for me, and that one is the Polygamist. The Polygamist is a South African movie, and this movie, why I chose it, some people will say, why not Nigeria? But this movie actually brought a lot of sentiment out there in Nigeria. It has just been heading up. People have just been, a lot of controversy has, popped out. The Polygamist confuses polygamy with infidelity, yet remains compelling. The South African series offers a gripping portrait of fractured families and consequence of betrayal, but rarely interrogates the motivation behind its troubled patriarchy. And it is often said that men are ordinary polygamous in nature, especially the African man. So while religion and often Christianity constrains a man to one wife, it sometimes does not confine this polygamist tendency. But also, how true is this? The South African Netflix brings this thing to a super novella that the polygamist arrives with a ingredient of addictive television narrative, world betrayal, family intrigue, forbidden relationship, and patriarchy. So when you look at this, we have the likes of Joyce in the movie, we have the likes of Jonas, we have the likes of Mfune, Jonas did a lot in that movie because the movie is centered on a man who actually deceptively found his way and married a lot of women. Well, though some people were aware that he was married, but still went ahead to marry. So I think this movie made me realize a lot of things that I think women actually contribute to this problem we are facing in the society, as well as men also contribute, because each other complete, makes what we call marriage. Because without a man and a woman, there's no marriage. But in often case, you can see a man marrying a man, a woman marrying a man. But when I'm centering about the commonest form of marriage, which is between a man and a woman, this union. So the polygamist, this Jonas in this movie has made us realize that I don't know if I should say this, but some people will cut my head off. But actually, truly, are men actually polygamous in nature, or are women polygamous in this? There's a conflicting ideology here, because I have not resonated with the fact that in this movie, you see the women are the one compelling themselves, pushing themselves, onto the men. Don't believe that this man is a married man, but still, when things are being thrown to their table, they fall yakata, and when at the end they begin to cry, he nobody deceived you. You saw the red flags. That's why when some women say he actually deceived me, you did not take your time to watch that this is actually a red flag. Because starting with apart from Joyce, who is actually the main and first wife of Mr. Jonas in that polygamist in that movie, the rest, the second one came in that even after she saw on the newspaper that Jonas was married, and Jonas came back, and Jonas just told her a little story, flashed a lot of, even bought a red BMW for her. She just jumped in on Jonas' bed again and actually accepted to marry him. Whose fault is it? It is the woman's fault, not the man. I'm not supporting the male for what they did. Actually, no, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But I'm trying to say that some women do a lot of things in the name of the, I don't know, is it desperation? And you saw yourself, when actually the man was introducing you to his first wife, and he actually, told your first wife that you are his brother's wife, but actually you are his wife, and you actually agreed and hid under that pretense for how many years? 20 years till your child was grown, and still you were still hiding. And then let's talk about the third wife, who actually gave birth to the third set of 3 twins for the man. And you actually saw this man is married. Still, you went ahead, and when he said between you and do all kind of things, you ran and you said you are tired. What are you tired for? This thing has just been going on and again. I think women, and this thing actually brought a lot of controversy. Let's go to X. Zinab said, I will never accept polygamy ever. You will marry another wife and I ask for divorce. The second wife, there is third wife, but even there is fourth wife to enter. I genuinely value my space, peace of mind. Having a few days away from someone's breathing down my neck sounds perfectly fine to me. It really shows how she wants to be the only wife. I think that's peaceful. For me, it's peaceful, because how would you want to share your home with another woman and you think you will sleep peacefully at night? No, come off that. Let's be factual about ourselves. Let's just be realistic here, because if you actually go ahead to marry another person's wife, this is not how you want peace. This is peace. Just, you are enjoying that peace and money that the man is alive. Imagine when the man dies and it's time for, property sharing, estate will, and all these things. What will go on? You start having cooked up marriages, you start struggling, your children will battle for years just for things that you would have actually normally as a woman corrected. There's this ideology that there are few men in this world. Actually, women are large in population than men. I don't know. I'm going to ask, do you actually believe that theory? For me, I don't actually believe that theory. Everybody is proportionate. Everybody has his own destined husband. So if you choose to go and marry another person's husband, now you sabi anything that comes out from it is all for you. But some celebrities actually did not stop there. Somebody like Tu said, I will forever be against polygamy. Polygamy will run you mad. I actually believe that, because she narrated a story. Said, my aunt is the first wife and lives in Abuja. She's over 55 and the second wife lives in Lagos. The husband works and stays in Abuja, then travels to Lagos to see the other wife. One time the second wife came to Abuja because Oga hadn't been in Lagos for a while because of work. This man picked up her from the airport and took her to an apartment, came back home and packed his luggage and left. My auntie was just pacing around the house. She didn't even speak to anybody for almost a week. She was angry, turns out jealous, and did not retire at 50. Oh my God. What some women go through in the name of polygamy, and this thing has just been all about women. Insatiable request. I don't know, is there anything so special about these men that women just clip to them? This movie actually, and the polygamist actually made me realize that a lot of things have just been happening. It's just that this movie brought a lot of things to light. Desperation, jealousy, malice, and actually Jonas it's about 22 episodes in that polygamist movie. 22 episodes, and at the end Jonas died. And who killed him? The first wife, out of malice, out of jealousy, out of anger, bitterness. And you know one thing, the Lord doesn't lie. She has a child, and the child saw this, this thing, and I think the child will begin to act like the father. So this thing is going to continue from generation to generation. Even if you implanted a woman who sexually induced him to, getting this disease, this infection, HIV and the rest, and eventually died. Forgetting that you have a son, and a son that have watched his father live one kind of life, and he's angry, he's bitter, and he's ready to unleash his anger on women. And at this point, what will you do? Killing your husband will not just be the only solution to this. What will just be the solution? And actually, this makes it to my second gist, and it's about you, Ledoche. Yes, allegation of snatching another person's wife. All these coordinated lies to bring me down. I'm a rock of mortar, and as soon as you can't bring me down, you Ledoche. I think the internet is just buzzing about polygamy, brutality between husband and wife, and a lot of things, and it actually brings it down to chief priest and her lover. I don't know, allegedly her lover and her baby mama. Allegedly, I will say allegedly, and this because this has just continually. This action is just something that this lady has come out, Helen has come out to drag Cubana chief priest, but it did not stop there, because this recent reaction of Cubana chief priest has been brought to life because of the news that was going around in Arise TV, and it was live about you bring her and do your it's just like the fact that Cubana chief priest is trying to tell her that if you want this DNA, make una help me bring her and the child for una studio. Make you come there do the DNA for una live TV for free. And somebody is trying to say go and do DNA, Pascal. The rubbish is too bad for your image as well-known person. Even on your family too, the DNA thing should be done since before this escalated to this level. Una too no get atom of shame. As a celebrity, he's trying to tell you that as a celebrity, there's nothing like shame. You people cannot bring him down about paternity, whatever you guys have on him. He still remains Cubana chief priest. This is a lot in the internet space, and this thing has just been generating over paternity, you know, baby mama, baby daddy, everything. I think this week is going to be hot with scandals, a lot of scandals. And also, I'm going to talk about actress Nancy Sime. She said, I can never tell a man how much I earn. I don't want him to be discussing this with me either. Like, yeah, actually, why would you tell a man what you earn? It's obviously no. It's a no-no for me. Actually, you don't need to tell him, I actually earn this amount. I actually earn this amount. No. It's something between you and your God. I don't tell my mom, actually. I rather tell my mom, like, mom, I actually earn this money, and this is me. Then I tell you, don't expect me to tell you anything. I'm not gonna tell you even one atom of information. So sorry, deal with it. I know you will not like me. Yes, I am your screen goddess. But that's just the truth. Everybody has his own personal reason. I feel like it will make the man relax. If you earn well as a lady, it will make the man relax on his responsibility. He will start slacking, and you know what it means when the responsibility from the man turns to you as a woman. Everything will start slacking, and you know what? Clock it there, baby. When you start complaining, don't complain to me. Don't come to me and say, gift, what will I do? How am I gonna, get financial security? When you had the sense, the security you are supposed to acquire when you had the sense and the power to do it, you refuse to acquire that. When everything becomes bloated, you are asking me for financial security. No, nothing is going there for you. You have to face it yourself. And also, actress Angela Courier reacts to the backlash for burning the outfit she wore to Alex Ekubo's burial. I saw a clip of a young lady who actually came out to, tell the world that she ate a lot of meal during the burial of the late Alex Ekubo, the actor, and she was showcasing the different meal. But one thing is sure, and one thing is very certain for me, is that Angela Okorie reaction to tell people that for this kind of thing, there's no need of keeping those clothes, that she just needs to burn them off. I think it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot. And I don't know if it's actually coming, to catch cruise. And I think people don't know. It's just like last week that the Freeze came out to say, talk about the musicians that came. They were too loud. That's why he left. And the way he wore black, the reason why he bought black instead of white is not a thing of celebration. It's a thing of mourning. A lot of things. These celebrities know how to cause some confusion and collation around all their ideologies. But you don't have to do it in a person's burial. It's just a whole lot for me. And then moving over, this thing has just been trending about a young lady who has been brutally beaten by her husband, and she's actually, concerns have been raised over safety of the 18-year-old wife, and as allegation about domestic violence emerges. And this lady has been seen, pleading for her husband not to be arrested. With all the bruises, all the blisters in her eyes and everything, she's still pleading that they should leave her husband, that he didn't do anything. What is wrong with the young ladies out there? Are you girls insane? You see a young man who beats you, and you see someone that is coming for your rescue, you are still telling the world that nothing is bad, while the evidence is all over your face. Is that juju? What is happening? I feel like beating someone so that next time another person will have learn his own lesson. Because what's all this? Why are some people so impudent, like their life cannot be handled without a man? Please, my dear, wherever you are, cancel that mentality. It's a crazy mentality. Cancel it off your eyes. Cancel it off your head. So I'm not against the men folk, but I'm just trying to say there are some certain things that are just happening. Women wise up. Women just do the beastful. Everybody has his own fair share. Women, just like in the movie Polygamist, I also blame the women for actually throwing the self on the man. Actually, not the man, because a man will just, throw his idea. Yeah, I want to sleep with you. You are the one to say, yes, okay, go ahead. And not to go ahead. It's just not solely on the men. So women also contribute to that. So moving over, I'm going to play you an audio where this is just happening. This audio has just contained some, thing that this actress has been warning the people of Igbo land. Actress Georgina Onoha calls out for domestic violence among her tribesmen and women. This clip, I'm going to play you this clip because why I'm going to play this clip is because it's actually necessary that some women speak out and take some action. Just listen to this her clip. You understand why she actually, said what she said. And I would say one of the two things that I actually opinionated in what actually she's warning of. So let's listen to this clip that will be played for you guys here. Over. Sorry.
On his lower back. Please don't ask me how I know it.
And he has another.
With you, Igbo men. Guinea nemu no guinea. What is this with this thing? Everywhere you go on social media, anytime it has to do with domestic violence, is an Igbo man. Then when it comes to child abuse, is an Igbo woman. Ogini nemuno, unu nemaro, unu mewezaro. And yet, you all want a Biafra land, an Igbo land. You think Nigeria is a zoo. You are a worst zoo because if they put you all together, you're going to freaking kill each other. What is this thing with toxic masculinity that makes you all feel that I'm the man? I have to be. No, respect is earned. Submission comes wholeheartedly. Let me tell you, there's no woman loved rightly that does not submit. I understand the socioeconomic situation in Nigeria. Times are hard, things are hard, but this level of bestiality, this level of toxic masculinity, I'm a man, I have to prove myself. You're busy abusing, assaulting women, and you think it's a badge of honor. No, you're a freaking coward. You're less than a man. There is a problem in Igbo land, and I'm calling on the Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, the Pentecostal Church, the Azes, the Ichis, the Ozos, the traditional ruler, and regardless of whatever, start addressing communities and start having our men are destined for destruction if they do not change course. And I will also say I know good Igbo men and good Igbo women. But the majority with this level of sentimental toxic masculinity you all are exhibiting towards women is sickening. And for you women, you now start taking out the frustration of your husband, of your marriage, of your relationship on little innocent children you go take from their homes. You all are committing abomination.
So Judge Onoha has said a lot of things, trying to caution the men, the Igbo, calling on the Catholic, the Anglicans, the bishop, everybody, the priest. That she should talk to this our Igbo brothers, not to exact their beast angers on ladies out there. One thing is, I'm just asking, why the recent outburst on this domestic violence up and at every look and corner? When we see the one that the lady is trying to defend her husband, and we see another one, a pregnant mother of 3 hospitalized about alleged assault by her husband in Anambra State. This lady, you see blisters in her eye, a pregnant mother. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. What are men actually turning into? What is the society actually turning into? Why the violence everywhere? Every look and corner of the society now is violent. What is actually going on? Men should do better. I don't know what is just actually going on. I think she is Judge Onoha is trying to say, Georgina Onoha is just trying to say, yeah, you should just call on this. And women also who batter other people's children, beat them. I saw the recent video of the young guy, young small boy who was beaten and locked up. Just he survived by the grace of God. A concerned neighbor who came to his rescue. If the neighbor did not come to his rescue, the boy would have died there. And the woman was so impudent on her behavior. Like, I don't know who raised this I will call them animals. I don't know who raised animals like in the society. They are growing. It's like we're actually grooming animals in the society today because I don't know what is actually going on. Are we actually grooming animals? Are we actually grooming human beings in the society? Why will you beat another person's child? Why will you be like what is actually going on? Because when you frustrate the woman frustrates whoever she's living with. This frustration is being passed. But anyway, that's the frustration. I'm not going to end it. I'm going to, say something that's going to cheer everybody up. And this has just been something. The TV host for Edo's ex-wife, Sandra Edoho, has sparked reaction online and gushes over her mystery man, who she makes the comment that she's extremely happy. Not in anywhere, but I'm going to end my gist for today with something very, very amazing. I'm going to end it with a clip I'm going to play. It's about actress Osaz Igadore, who makes her Bollywood debt, taking Bollywood talent to another global stage. I'm going to do the Indian dancing. She actually played her role fantastic. So let's play this video. We're going to leave you with this video. Please watch this video.
On his lower back. Please don't ask me how I know it.
And he has another, even lower, that you will never, ever get to know. What's happening here? It may unleash a truth that the Mera Parava may not be ready for. This can't be true.
This is true now. This is true. And in return for this, what does she? 51% of the Mera exports.
What? I, Zara Ogun, CEO of Ogun Fashion, own Mera Exports.
Some stories are better left untold. Right, Bladuji?
SARS taking us to the Indian world where we saw this, I've just been gushing over her role and how she acted it. At the point, I'm most confused. Is SARS and India? But today, I'm going to leave that gist for tomorrow. I go by the name Gift Obodo. Thank you for always watching, listening, and being proud of our show. I'm not talking like an India. It's like I'm going to get an Indian movie for you next. So stay tuned tomorrow, same time, same station. We're going to send you, we're going to give you that gist that will brighten and make your day. Always watch Aneke TV. We'll be right back tomorrow. Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume, and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal, and in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
The dinner is going to be served as a 3-course meal. Please, ladies and gentlemen, sit back and relax.
So maybe there's a good luck here. So let me well, Obio Furniture, our very revered traditional father, Ingrid Kechuku, and Amaka Alfred Achebe. I had asked him, the Agogidi, that's a title, that's not, I said yes. But it's not just we're celebrating him, we're celebrating 24 or 25 years or so on the throne as well. Because on his birthday was when he ascended the throne. So you can see that he's a man of destiny. We want to honor you, sir. We want to thank God Almighty for your life, for these several decades of service to the country.
Of His Excellency, the former governor of Anambra State.
And I was speaking to them as an indigene, not as a foreigner. And I showed them, I said I was born in Ibele. I went to Santa Maria and I went to CKC. Correct. The only thing why I didn't go to university in Onitsha was there was no university when I had the opportunity of going to. So that in my own case, I can only say to our revered traditional ruler, the God Almighty, who has been with you all these years. I think I can say I'm the happiest person to be here. That's why I left Onitsha today. Even when the flight was going, I said I must be in Lagos because I'm celebrating my father.
I thank God for your life, and I thank God that you have made your presence as a great traditional ruler, felt in Nigeria. I'm glad that you read my write-up about your throne and who you are, because you came with a pedigree. You didn't acquire the pedigree, you came with your pedigree to be king. That's why I said you were born to be king. Oh, yes. And when I did my write-up, because I'm not Igbo, but I grew up in Igbo land. I was in Igbo land from beginning till the end of the war with my mother, who was a journalist in Igbo land, who was a Zikis movement follower. So I know Igbo land. But in recent times, in recent days, I know how strong your resilience. I know how difficult it is to maintain that throne, but you have done very, very well. Your dignity.
still going strong. 90 years, it will still be going strong. And like we are here tonight, I will be there with you.
Amen.
And all of us that are here tonight will be there.
Amen.
100.
We'll be there.
You will be there. You will be there. I leave my being there in the hands of God. Obi, happy birthday.
This is not very fun. Just go and be very fun. Recognizing the presence of God, please.
Yes.
Recognizing the presence of His Excellency, the former Governor of Anambra State.
Your Excellency, our President, Abogidi, Your Excellency, our Governor, let me stand on all due and existing protocols. In my own case, I thought is the invitees and visitors that would have spoken. But let me repeat what I did in Onitsha today. I was to speak to students of Shonahan University, and I told them that I was speaking to them as an Onitsha indigenous, not as a foreigner. And I showed them, I said, I was born in Ibelemili. I went to Santa Maria, and I went to CKC. The only reason why I didn't go to university in Onitsha was there was no university when I had the opportunity of going to university. So that in my own case, I can only say to our revered traditional ruler, may God Almighty, who has been with you all these years, and made you a wonderful person to be a father to us and everything, having worked with you, served with you and everything. I think I can say I'm the happiest person to be here. That's why I left Onitsha today. Even when the flight was going, I said I must be in Lagos because they're celebrating my father. Those who helped me to serve faithfully in Onitsha, in Anambra State. When I was governor, it was, of course, the chairman of the Traditional Rulers Council, and I recall somebody telling me, people might not know this story. Before I became governor, the people who were chairman of Traditional Rulers Council were chiefs you don't know where they came from. So when I decided to dissolve the council and make Abogi the chairman, brought people like Igwe Kweme, Professor Kweme, Professor Ike. Somebody came to me and said, Peter, how dare you bring these people? These people will never agree with you. You should have put a small traditional ruler and put these ones away because they'll be causing you trouble. Indeed, they cause me trouble. Because every day I have one telling me, and he made everything a difference. I would have had the smaller traditional ruler who will be obeying me. Thank you, and may God Almighty continue to bless and keep you for us.
I'm not as tall as the celebrant, so I have to try and lift myself up so that you can see me wherever you are sitting down. Your Majesty, I think we have known ourselves for quite some time. Since your installation as the OB and my involvement in asking a friend of mine that you know very well, who felt that that seat was not the right seat for you, and he could not be persuaded otherwise. Well, since that is part of history, let's leave it to history. But over the years, what you have manifested boldly to me is that you are a man of peace and you are a peacemaker. One of the things that endears you to me is wherever I go, traditional rulers in the north, in the south, in the east, in the west, all of them admire you. And even when I have what I believe I should involve you in, you've never refused to be involved. And I want to thank you most sincerely for that. Let me thank the governor of Lagos for making time for this occasion. For you to make it a duty to be here, to honor your position. For me, it is a great sacrifice, but not only a sacrifice, I thank you very much for that. Obi, 85 years, until going strong. 90 years, you will still be going strong. And like we are here tonight, I will be there with you. 95, we'll be there. 95, I will be there with you. You will be there. You will be there. I leave my being there in the hands of God. Obi, happy birthday and many happy returns.
Your Royal Majesty, my father, the man that I've admired so much all my life, the man that was born to be king, the man that has held that kingdom, and made that kingdom hold on to the dignity that that kingdom deserves. The man that sits elegantly on that great throne upon the kingdom. I thank God for your life, and I thank God that you have made your presence as a great traditional ruler, felt in Nigeria. I'm glad that you read my write-up about your throne and who you are, because you came with a pedigree. You didn't acquire the pedigree, you came with your pedigree to be king. That's why I said you were born to be king. Oh, yeah. And when I did my write-up, because I'm not Igbo, but I grew up in Igbo land. I was in Igbo land from beginning till the end of the war. But my mother was a journalist in Igbo land. She was a Zikis movement follower. So I know Igbo land. But in recent times, in recent days, I know how strong your resilience. I know how difficult it is to maintain that throne, but you have done very, very well. Your dignity is not complaining. There are two kings that I like and respect, you and my Obong of Calabar. I wish I'm from Onitsha, I would have served you full time in that your kingdom. So I thank God for your life. I thank God that you came into the world and made such impact. I thank God that you spent all your life serving your people. And I thank God that the Igbos are very, very proud of. Every Nigerian is proud of you, because you are one of the most revered, respected traditional rulers in Nigeria. So, I'm here, sir. I wish you many, many more years on that throne. Amen. Like the Yoruba say, Igadi.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome to Frontline Africa, live on Aneke TV. And today we'll take you, as always, behind the headlines, cutting through the noise to bring you the sharpest analysis, unbiased perspectives, and critical insights into the stories shaping our nation. From politics to the economy, our panel of seasoned analysts is ready to unpack the biggest issues of the day. This is Frontline Africa, and I'm Uche Osai. And joining us, as always, is a very refined analyst, Emeka Odom, who is a journalist and a development communication expert and public affairs analyst. Mr. Emeka, a pleasure to have you one more time.
Thank you so much for having me, Sylvia.
All right, before we get into the program, the June is almost winding down. Let's get your perspective on how this month has been from the national perspective.
Well, yes, it's been a month full of activities on one hand, and on the other hand too, we could say that things are a bit slowed down because, you know, in the month of May, we witnessed a lot of, and to an extent, you know, the beginning part of this month, we witnessed a lot of political activities where the parties holding their primaries, and so immediately after those primaries, there seemed to be some level of you know, more like a relapse in political activities. But it's understandable because having done the primaries, the parties now need to, you know, retire back and strategize and plot themselves on how to commence their various campaigns. So it's more like a timeout. It's a rejuvenation period because before, I mean, immediately after now, we are going to see, you know, political activities pick up and politicians get busy, you know, on all fronts.
All right, that's quite well. So let's dig into this. Let's start our conversation from Enugu North Senatorial Zone, where today marks a critical moment in Enugu State, given that one of the all cycles election is, you know, already taking place. We are talking about the election to replace the deceased senator from Enugu State. And speaking to this election, you know, it calls to question a number of factors. One of such issues is that the Enugu senatorial by-election, which is ongoing, there are issues behind the contest for the Senate seat, which lies, you know, in a much bigger question. That is what many people call a litmus test for the incumbent governor, petermbah, you know, and his supporters over time, you know, allude to the fact that Enugu North is one of the strongest base for the governor. That, in fact, they said that the zone gave him upward of 50% of the votes in the last election in 2023. And there has been massive endorsement as well from the senatorial zone. The question now is, for many, that if APC fails to clinch that very position, it may go ahead to begin to, you know, define the outcome of the 2027 election, that perhaps this would mark a crack in strategy for the governor. Mr. Emeka, let's get your perspective.
Yeah, thank you so much. That assumption, I don't know whether I should call it an assumption now, or that postulation that the Enugu North, comprising about 5 or 6 local government areas there, Nsukka, Udenu, Igboeze North, Igboeze South, Igbo Titi, and also one, I'm not quite sure, they gave the governor that kind of vote that people are ascribing to. Because if you recall in the 2023 general elections, you find out that his main political challenger, then, as it were, John Edoga of the Labour Party, had also that place at his very strong, his stronghold. And so I am not quite sure that, the governor got that kind of vote. But the most important thing now is that I agree with you that the Enugu North senatorial election is the litmus test for the governor. Because since he moved over from PDP to APC, this is the first major election that is taking place. And so if that is the case, then it therefore means that, like in America, they call it approval rating, midterm election, so to say. So now, whatever comes out of this election, is going to become a very strong reference point for the governor and his party people to know whether whether his movement from before now. Of course, that Enugu State is termed to be a PDP state. So since 1999, this is the first time a sitting governor will be contesting an election in any other party other than the PDP. And so now that he's in APC, of course, so you don't lose track of the fact that APC is a party that many people may tell you that they are probably not, people don't, people probably don't think much of, of them in the southeast here. But that's some people who have views. But right now, about 3 governors in the southeast are in APC, so that is something to reckon with. The governor will want to probably win this election. He's in a way, the man at the center is what's his name? The senatorial candidate.
Utazi,
no.
Okay,
the man looking for election.
That's Ikeje Asogwa.
Yeah, Chief Ikeje Asogwa is the man at the center of it all. But in a way, also, on the flip side, the governor is also because if APC doesn't win this election, it's not a good one for the governor. And it's a pointer to do. Look, some people will tell you maybe his movement from PDP to APC, people are already telling him that, look, this is not our party, or so to say. So that's on one hand, not minding the fact that the local government area chairman and everybody, I think all the local government area chairmen within that senatorial zone are all in the same party. So, but the most important thing here is that, for me, yes, the APC may end up, the result may come out in favor of APC. I will not be surprised, with that, because like I said, all the local government area chairmen within that senatorial zone are all in APC. If my records are very correct, they are all in APC. So we do expect, given what we have seen in Nigeria over time, where we shouldn't surprise anybody if APC wins that election. But the point I want to make here is that I do not think this is actually the litmus test, because
no, just for emphasis, you do not think that this is actually
the litmus test. Now, the reason is because remember that apart from APC, that is the ruling party in the state, the other opposition parties are not in their right footing as we speak. I mean, which parties are actually the rival parties? Let's take them one after the other. PDP. The governor won his election under the platform of PDP. Today, can you really say that PDP is to be reckoned with in the state any longer, given all that they have passed through? Can you really say, yes, we have 1 or 2, 3 figures who are still in PDP, but can you say that PDP is still a very strong opposition party in the state today? How many times have you heard from them? You know, opposition party is not just on paper. They need to take on the government, hold them accountable, you know, make their presence felt, you know, in terms of criticizing the programs of the government and providing alternatives. Can you say PDP is doing that in any good state now? Then number two, the main challenger to the governor in 2023 came from Labour. He was in Labour Party, Chief Edoga. So where is Labour Party today? Where is Labour Party? I'm sure the only party today that people are probably looking up to, as long as the 2027 general elections is concerned, maybe be the NDC. Even the NDC itself, the SOB is there, but beyond that, are they on ground? Can we see them? Where are they?
You don't reckon that the NDC may?
No, I what I'm saying is that yes, it's an opposition party. Like OB is there, and of course we all understand the OB factor, you know. But beyond that, you see, I know for the reason why I say it's not a litmus test is that if you're going to engage in a competition, no matter how strong you stand, no matter how sound a footing you stand, your challenger must be seen to have at least close to equal strength with you before people can say, oh, it's going to be a very tough match.
And in this instance, you do not see that the
NDC... Where are they? Where are they? That's the issue. Where are they?
All right. Before we continue the conversation, let me call for the clip that will go from the Enugu North senatorial by-election that is ongoing.
We are 100% ready for the election. You can see we distributed the sensitive material across the 6 local government areas where the election is going to take place. We are prepared. That's why we have this number of ad hoc staff who are going to man all the 1,488 polling units across Enugu North senatorial district. So this is the measure we put in order to control this, any issue that's going to be arise. But another angle, of course, is only God can control. We also put it in prayer that God can touch the heart of every person to behave themselves for the betterment for Enugu North and the Enugu State and Nigeria at large.
All right, so having seen the clip from the electoral umpires, INEC, speaking to their preparedness to the election, we'll continue the conversation and hopefully we'll get the right clip from Enugu North to highlight the turnout of events in Enugu North. We'll be able from there to probe what the turnout is like, the security situation and all that. However, Mr. McCordon, before the clip comes on, there is different dimension to this. I concur to what you were saying, the APC having a stronger footing in this instance, because the argument had been that the candidacy of Honorable Chief Ikeje Osogwa in this instance would continue to see that the balanced distribution of power in Enugu North Senatorial Zone will continue to rotate the way based on agreement over time, that any other thing outside his candidacy or candidature would destabilize that balance and agreement. And this is in line that the fact that it's been rotating among the various federal constituencies that make up the zone, the federal constituency in that zone. Somebody from Nsukka Igboeze, speaking to Senator Fidelis Okoro, from Nsukka Igboeze South, was a senator, and after him, we had a senator from Igboeze North and Udenu Federal Constituency in Ayog Eze. And after Ayog Eze is another candidate from Igboeze, Igbo-Etiti and Uzuwani, speaking to where the former Chuka Utazi, Senator Chuka Utazi was from. And in this instance, we saw the Okeza, who is from Nsukka Igboeze South, before his demise. And that's exactly the constituency, the federal constituency where Honorable Ikeji Asoba is from in this instance.
Yeah, if you look at it, the arrangement looks very balanced. But one thing is very, very clear. Since 1999, Enugu seems to have, prevailed on the side of, I don't want to call it zoning now, but some people say it is zoning. But for me, it's more of an understanding because it's never written down anywhere, So they have very harmoniously and peacefully rotated the governorship seat in the 3 senatorial zones, and so that's every arrangement has also taken after that, that understanding. For instance, in the case of the senatorial slot that's being voted for today, the man the man who everybody will agree as the man to beat is Chief Asogwa himself, coming from Soka Igbezi North, where the former senator who unfortunately passed on comes from. Is a good understanding. Enugu people are people who are politically very conscious and, in my own understanding and in my own rating, politically mature. And that is why, see, if you look at since 1999, Enugu has witnessed a very, very, very peaceful and orderly, political atmosphere. I'm not talking of the ones that some individuals may want to hit up the system and cause some skirmishes. But generally, if you compare it with, we have seen states in Nigeria where, they are almost at daggers drawn with the senatorial zones are almost at daggers drawn on where the governor will come from. We've seen some other ones that the governorship seat has been dominated by just one senatorial zone. If you look at Rivers State, for instance, since 1999, the governors, apart from similar Ifubara that is probably from the riverine areas, almost all the governors in 1999 have practically come from one senatorial zone. Whether it's Peter Odele to Celeste Olomehia, with his very brief stint there, yes, to Rotimi Amechi, to wike, they are all from practically the same part of Rivers State. And so, yes, they may have the number, they may have the local government areas to give them that victory in each election, but to a certain degree as well, democracy takes care of, is a representative government. Sometimes we deliberate. The world is today, all over the world, in all plural nations like Nigeria, what is being preached is inclusion. Where people are asked to please go after inclusive, because the opportunity cost for inclusive governance is very expensive. If a little minute set of people, if you like call them tribe, that exist among majority tribe, can destabilize the entire country, can destabilize the entire section. All they need to do is look, why are we being left out? Why are we being marginalized? Is it because we are not from this place? They can form before you know it, they completely destabilize the system. So that is why, for me, at every point in time, I will always support, some level of understanding. Whether it doesn't matter the nomenclature you give it, whether you say it's zoning, whether you say rotation, whether you say it's a power sharing formula, whatever it is good. It gives you a very peaceful atmosphere. It gives everybody a sense of belonging, and it smooths. It goes further to entrench, another aspect of democracy, which is representative governance. So I'm happy to see that if you go beyond that and go to the governorship level, the governor himself is from, as we speak today, he's from Enugu East, isn't it? So the former governor is from Enugu North. And probably when he finishes his second term, I'm sure that peacefully everybody will know that, look, the governorship train is moving to Enugu West. And people won't contest it, people won't create issues, about it. And so that is what zoning does for you. Now, on the other hand, you may say that sometimes it shuts out the possibility of bringing on board those who can turn things around. Yes, zoning in a way has a tendency to affect merit. There are no doubt, no hard feeling about that. But if you consider the advantages of zoning, I'm sure you want to place it above merit, because if you look at countries where exclusive governance has cost pains. If you look at countries like Rwanda and know what exclusive governance, did to that country, I'm sure you will know that yes, merit, everybody wants to go to merit. We need governance, we need good governance, we need people that can, put things right. But safety, harmony, unity, and togetherness first before every other thing else.
Unity, harmony, and togetherness first before every other thing else. However, just for emphasis, what you are telling us in summary, that this very off-cycle election in Enugu State, Enugu North, would not in any way be the actual litmus test for the governor.
Yes, so that is why I say that until we see the opposition parties become formidable, that is when we will actually know that if the governor's movement from the PDP to the APC has really affected him or not. For me, right now, the opposition parties, they are nowhere. Sincerely, they are nowhere. See, what we want to see is the kind of competition we saw in 2023, where even though the man who eventually won the election, the incumbent governor now, belonged to the ruling party at that time. But it wasn't a smooth victory for him. He himself will know that it wasn't. Anybody that was in Enugu in 2023 will know that one of the opposition parties gave him a good run for his money. So that is the kind of democracy we want to see in Nigeria. We want to see alternatives. We want to see the average Nigerian voter presented with an array of choices to make.
An array of choices to
yes,
make.
and the benefit, the direct benefit or direct advantage of that is that the candidates themselves will sit up. We should go beyond this idea of somebody will come to the campaign podium and rabble things over without necessarily telling the people their programs of action and how they intend to achieve it. We should go beyond this idea of ignoring pre-election debates. We want a situation where, because there's a very sharp competition. When it is time for debate, the candidates will prepare well. Come and face the electorates. Talk to them. Tell them what you are going to do for them. And tell them how you will do it, so that the people will assess you. The era of hiding under one big party, as long as you are carrying the flag of that party, that what we do in the West in those days when we were in university, when we say I mean, they tell you you don't enter finish because no, we should that we don't want that.
All right.
We don't want that.
We'll take a short break, and when we return, Ozo Ibuneku Ogazimora Esquire will be joining us to continue the conversation. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching Frontline Africa. And joining us now is Ozo Ibuneku Ogazimora, Esquire, who is a former commissioner of information strategy, culture and tourism, and a legal expert, and equally a seasoned public affairs analyst. Ozo.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to have you on Frontline one more time.
My pleasure.
Yes, and Mr. Emeka Odom has been with us so far, and we've been looking at the off-cycle election, especially Enugu North Senatorial Zone, where there's been an ongoing election to replace the deceased senator representing the senatorial zone. However, let's navigate to Ekiti State. Is a day set aside for off-cycle election in Nigeria. As we speak, there is an election going on in Ekiti State, in Nasarawa State, and so many other states. But of keen interest to us is Ekiti Decide 2026, where all eyes are now on Ekiti State, where 14 candidates, including the incumbent governor, Biodun Oyebanji, are battling for the governorship position, with INEC reporting over 1 million registered voters. And indicates a 97.1% PVC collection rate. The real test will be whether the level of preparedness produces a credible and decisive vote across the state's 177 wards and 2,445 polling units in the state. Gentlemen, let's look at this number. Let's start from the number. The number of registered voters in this very state is around 1,059,360 registered voters, and out of that number, 1,028,929 did collect their PVC, signifying the 97.1%. What are we really looking at in this very election in terms of a voter apathy and the citizens' participation in the process as well?
Okay, I assume I take off. Okay. Yeah, you see, the issue of voter apathy in Nigeria, is it supposed to be called voter apathy? Anyway, for traditional political terms, yes, you can call it voter apathy. But in reality, that is outright statement that this democracy as it is practiced in Nigeria is no longer understood by the people. You remember, Ekiti State is one of the core APC states and the region where the president is coming from. So, interest, political interest or voter interest there ought to be high. But then you can see how low it is. And you cannot blame Nigerians that it is this low. You see what is going on does not represent governance in any form. You see that the primary function of government, which is economic welfare and security of lives and property, are completely absent. So people will ordinarily ask themselves, my going to vote, what does it give? What do I earn? What am I contributing? Is it even possible that my vote will count? And even if it counts, is there any Nigerian politician worthy of my time, my 10 minutes, my 2 hours, my 4 hours, to go and stand under the sun, possibly under the rain, to try to cast the vote? If he becomes the selected or elected person, is he going to give us governance? we have had a situations from 1999 to date, and it looks like it is getting worse by the day. Getting worse by the day means that deliverance of governance is receding. If it was closer by 1 kilometer in 1999, it is now further by about 30 kilometers to the people, because it is not water that is supplied, it is not good business environment that is provided, it is not security that is provided. The things we see every day on video clips, independent video clips, suggest to us that it isn't worth it, even trying to play a part. That is what it looks like. I'm not saying what I think. What it looks like for the average man. Because a situation where you see a general kidnapped and killed, another kidnapped, they claimed he died of diabetes because he didn't have access to his drugs. And then a medical doctor kidnapped, you see them beating him like a goat, and he was shouting. You see them raping women, which they recorded and they distributed, they circulated. So you now ask yourself the question, what is this democracy all about? That was what led to people in Ibadan saying soldiers should take over. Because even if it is just to come and give us security, if it is what you can render to us, come and render it. So that 97% or thereabout they are talking about, it is going to be 100% very soon, or 99%. Anyway, you still have families or people in government who are coming to participate, but it is going to be 99%. Because nobody, you see, for instance, the Yorubas have been voting. They had Obasanjo, even though they said Obasanjo is no longer their person, is an Igbo man. But they have been voting, and then it comes to the person they say is their man. And it looks like it is worse. So what else do they do?
All right. On that note, let's call for the clip from Ekiti State election.
Immediately I got here, I had wordings with the police officers on ground just to confirm the situation report I received before heading here, and they confirmed to me that everything has been brought under control, which we are seeing. Then regarding police officers from other polling units across all the local governments, the reports I've been receiving is that the accreditation and voting are ongoing peacefully, and there are no serious incidents. This is unprecedented, and we can link this high voter turnout to the high level of confidence that voters have expressed over security arrangements that has been put in place. The fracas started from that football match, and it has nothing to do with politics or the election. And as we speak, that same community in Ishan Ekiti, if I'm right, voting is ongoing as we speak in that community.
So far, there's no basis for assessment at the moment. We just started the exercise. But as we move ahead, if there's any issue, I will let you know. Materials came kindly. There was no problem about that. They came even before some of us came here. So there's no issue about the arrival of the materials.
I'm impressed by the level of the voter turnout. Before leaving my house, I made calls across the state to see how things were going in different local governments. And I'm impressed with the report that I got as to voter turnout. On the part of INEC, I'm also impressed with the report that I got with respect to the promptness of the INEC officials in getting to the various polling units and bringing the necessary material that people needed to vote. I see this as an improvement on the previous voting exercises that we had, and I know that it can only get better with time.
We've seen the incumbent governor, who is a member of the APC in the state, going ahead to vote, and they are speaking to the turnout. And then on one part, the report is that INEC was prompt. They distributed materials ahead of time, and they were prompt to be at the polling units. Everything seems to be going very well. But before we speak to the election itself, let's talk about the 14 candidates who are, contesting in this election against the incumbent. And one of the parties here that is challenging the APC is equally the PDP and other political parties. But like I did ask earlier on, in the case of Enugu State, is this equally not a litmus test for not just the governor, but the APC as a political party and the incumbent president, whose domain, the area southwest that is meant to be his stronghold in this very election? Is it not a litmus test for all of them in this very cycle election?
Okay. I don't think. For me, I don't see any upset in this place, because Biodo Ibanji, the incumbent governor or the APC candidates. Of course, a lot of people have, put him in front as the lead candidate and, of course, the man to beat. And if you want to consider what we call the Nigerian factor, I mean, you begin to ask. He has everything going on for him, and beyond that, we are talking of Ekiti State. Yes, sometimes we have, one or two times we have seen upsets in an election, but are we really expecting one in this time around? I don't think so. Most especially in an era of not too strong opposition, opposition parties. The PDP, one or two states, the PDP may pretend to be a bit visible at the state level in one or two states. But are they really visible? Are they really strong? That is the issue. PDP has lost a whole lot of members across different divides, So I don't think PDP, is in a position to challenge the APC candidates. Then coming over to ADC, we saw the ADC candidates earlier on. ADC is still grappling with fundamental challenges. What probably would have given them a strong footing, they were not able to manage their differences, and the party had to split again. So for me, I don't really see it as a litmus test. Probably going to be an easy ride for the governor. And therefore, yes, we have seen pictures here, and at this particular location. This is just one of the numerous locations in the state. What will actually convince us that it was a large turnout is when the figures begin to come in. We look at how many registered voters, how many voters collected their PVC, how many of them were accredited, and how many eventually voted. That's when we'll know whether there was a large turnout or not. For me, this is pure hypothesis which needs to be proven.
At the end of the day, it's about turnout. It's not about number of persons that collected the PVC, but those that turned out to vote, get accredited, and vote in the election.
Exactly.
However, Honorable, let me bring you into this conversation, and that's on INEC's preparedness in handling an election. We seem to be seeing an INEC that is becoming more prepared for our election, because testimonies from Ekiti State is that they were prompt. They were on time, and accreditation started on time, and things are proceeding accordingly. And when you reconcile that with the off-cycle election that happened in Anambra, we saw that INEC was prompt. Things went as it should according to the stipulated timeline. Let me get your opinion on this from this perspective.
Okay. When we say INEC is prompt, INEC appears to be prepared. I don't readily buy into it. Do you know why? If what you look at as the preparedness of INEC now, would you qualify as preparedness of INEC in 2007 when you had better voter interest, better voter turnout? If you have scanty presence of voters, you are not likely to have irritations. You are not likely to have people complaining. INEC will not be overwhelmed. But if you have a re-election, then you are certain that it is what you use to test INEC. You see, what I've always been saying it. The day I considered Nigeria a captured and subdued state was the day the impoverishment of Nigerians got to the full circle. Right? You know, that thing, you may not give it to politicians. It started with IBB's structural adjustment program. And you see that Nigerians are getting poorer by the day. And the poor man cannot resist oppression. Many people who would have gone there to vote and show their anger may not even have money to go to the polling booths. Many of them are looking for money, what their family will eat today, not even tomorrow, today. So you see that the system is rigged against the people. So now, considering that Ekiti is APC state, the kind of statements made by the governor and some other people is because those who are very angry are not participating. It is either they are poor to come, they can't afford it, or they are scared for their lives, or they are just not interested. They are fed up.
All right. That's quite apt. However, Mr. Meka, before we rest this issue until the figures start coming in, and then we'll be able to have insight into other issues, if there were issues of voter buy-in, if there were voter intimidation, and the manner the police, conducted themselves in terms of security, if there were ballot, issues, BVC, beavers working or malfunctioning. The point now is, given this by-election in Kano, Nasarawa, here in Enugu State and Ekiti, what pointer would this tell us to INEC's preparedness towards 2027?
You see, INEC, for me, they will always tell you that they are prepared. There has never been an election where INEC will say that we are not prepared. But they said the taste of the apple is in the eating. The major challenge you have always had in Nigeria is logistics. And to a certain degree, that's understandable because Nigeria is a very big nation. I mean, for you to transverse from here to Katsina to Maiduguri, to Damaturu, to Adamawa come to Akwa Ibom. That's a huge responsibility, and there's only one body that is conducting these elections. They're in charge of everything, so it's not easy for them. Now, the basic issue, and that is why sometimes for me, even when you come to a state, states in Nigeria are big, right? And so the distance between the state capital and the local government area headquarters and the various communities and hinterlands where these elections take place, and from there they bring in the results and to come to the state capital, is quite huge. And that is why INEC for everything should be the one, at the forefront of this electronic transmission of results. It makes their job easier. And for me, that is the main place through which I will rate INEC. If that doesn't happen real time, for me, it's the same story we have. By the way, this is an off-cycle election, so just one state. And from what you said earlier on, that from the testimony we are getting there, that the officials are at their various locations on time, ballot materials got to them on time. That is just one angle of the plot. I've already read a report this afternoon that says in one or two places the ballots didn't arrive on time. The officials were nowhere to be found. I've read such reports today. So which one are we going to take? And for just a state, Ekiti is one of the smallest states in Nigeria. I'm not saying is with due respect to them, but in terms of landmass, it's one of the smallest states in Nigeria. What about if the election were to be held in a place like Niger State or Kogi State? So for me, INEC needs to do better. They need to do better to win back the confidence of the people in our electoral process. For now, I've not seen anything to create smiles on my face.
All right, like Honorable did submit, until the numbers start coming in, we may be able to get the whole facts together about the outcome of the election. Then quickly, let's move on with issue concerning former head of state, Absalam Abubakar, speaking to Abacha Lutz. He came up publicly to make an assertion which has necessitated a fresh and highly controversial debate, which is back on the spotlight today. And after former head of state General Absalam Abubakar declared that Sani Abacha never personally looted Nigeria's treasury, he argued that the funds linked to the late military ruler were often misrepresented and that some of the money recovered over the years may not have originated directly from the nation's coffers. That statement is already reopening one of the most explosive questions in Nigeria's political history. If Abacha did not loot the money, then where exactly did the billions recovered from his name come from? Gentlemen, let's have a conversation around this issue.
My dear, I happen to be a political editor in the era of Abacha. And I knew, everybody knew, that Abacha had challenges. I am not saying 100% he did not loot. But I can tell you, from what was made available to us then, that many of those things people called loot were stashaways to avoid sanctions. You remember then, the whole world power came heavily on Sani Abacha. And there were sanctions. And I remember Tony Ane, he was, I think, Minister of Finance. When he had a briefing with us once at Abuja, he said that some of these money are it's no longer possible to keep them where traditionally Nigeria would have kept money. That was the time Abacha went and erected a giant fuel storage facility in China. And he was now sending Nigerian crude oil there, Nigerian refined oil, crude and refined, to save them should there be sanctions. And then at the same time, to avoid Nigerians' proceeds from oil being trapped by the International Monetary System, it was now dispersing them to certain institutions that were not conventional. And you know this kind of a thing, when you do that as head of state, you are not the one particularly doing it. You are delegating them. Some of them are likely to miss the way by human actions. Some of them may be manipulated. I'm not saying that the Abacha or the Abacha family is 100% free from corruption, but we all know, and people in government knew. So, to me, it is never good, it's never proper to be calling it Abacha loot. It cannot be Abacha loot, because many of those people who are calling it Abacha loot, who are recovering them and looting them, knew why the money had to be where they were. Where instead of keeping them where Nigerian accounts could be targeted by the Western powers, the Western powers wanted him out by all means. They wanted to cripple him. And if they had access to that huge reserves, it was very easy to seize them and bring the government to its knees. To stay safe, the government now started dispersing the funds to make sure they were not trapped. But then I must accept, we are Africans. We are not known to do so many things perfectly. Then we are humans, but mistakes are bound to occur. So some of these missed their way, and records of many were not properly revealed because of the nature of Abacha's death. And they were bound to, what you see happening now were bound to happen, and they started happening. And our current leaders, who are not sincere themselves, who claim they are discovering those things, in order to further smear Abacha, we are now calling them loot. And when they are recovered, we don't see what they do with them. That was why one of the institutions that kept the money, one of the countries said, yes, we'll release this money to you, but let us see where it will go into.
Let us see where it will go into.
Yes.
You know, the question now is, why now? Why is the former head of state speaking out now? There were periods when people expected the former head of state to speak on these issues, those who were privy, you know, to Abacha's government, who were in the Provisional Ruling Council. They never spoke up at that time.
Abdul Salami knew like little or nothing when he was president. His time was short.
But he served in the Provisional Ruling Council.
No, some decisions were not going to be taken in the Provisional Ruling Council because the Provisional Ruling Council, powerful countries like the United States, Britain, and the rest of them had the capacity to penetrate that PRC and get information. So if that is why they talk about kitchen cabinet or cabal in a government. So people who are handling so sensitive things are not going to discuss them in the open PRC.
Right. Mr. Mekodon, you seem to be calm about this.
No, Honorable is he has given us some insight. I mean, some schooling in that perspective. However, a few issues I may want to probably raise here is that yes, General Abdul Salam Abubakar was I think he was the Chief of Defense Staff, during the period of General Sani Abacha, and of course a member of the Provisional Ruling Council at that time. You see, yes, Abacha government faced some persecutions that it brought about itself, because I mean the nature of his government and the manner in which his nickname of that man will be a maximum ruler, So of course the world frowns at that level of draconian leadership. So because of that, Abacha government now had to devise many other means through which it could survive and stay afloat. Then of course the way that government came to an end. But you see, we cannot help but call it a loot. The reason is very clear. Many of those monies, yes, very clearly now, the Abacha family is not the one benefiting. They are not benefiting from those monies now. But the thing is, the circumstances through which that money left Nigeria was not consistent with extant rules. That is number one. Number two, information on where they are I don't think they are readily available to those who should know. Many of them, in fact, many of the information on the whereabouts of those even came from outside. I mean, many of them were volunteered by probably one or two people where the money was kept. So these are the circumstances that will you know, lead to
doubt.
Yes. So under such circumstances, what else again are they going to call the money? The circumstances through which they left the country was not in line with our Eastern rules. The location of the money itself, the information was not available. And I'm sure if the Abacha government had been overthrown, or somehow, you know, if the government had come to an end when the principal himself was alive, do you think he would have volunteered to say, okay, there are some monies that we kept to so and so place, I want to bring them back? That is the question. That is the moral question there. Although nobody will answer that question now because the man himself is not alive. Exactly. But basically, Abdul Salam Abubakar, a respected Nigerian statesman who has a lot of, you know, impressive record within the short period that he was president of this country, and is held to a very high esteem. You know, anybody, whether him or anyone who wants to project and take this narrative too far, we really have to work very hard to convince people that there was no looting.
That's quite apt. Head or tail, Abacha is no longer here to defend himself. Whatever we do may be conjecture into what the original intentions are, except those who are privy, you know, will be magnanimous enough to begin to volunteer information as to what happened.
When eventually the man died, and the status of the country was now returned to status quo, it was no longer a pariah nation. Why didn't those people start? Because it was not the general himself who took that money to go and post for wherever they were. He certainly walked through people. So how come those people didn't begin to volunteer information? Say, we kept this one here, we kept this one here, please recover this one, we kept this one here, we kept this one. Or God told us to keep this one. Nobody gave that information. The money started even.
But then they were not actually taken from Nigeria. These were sales abroad.
Yeah,
and the remittances, instead of going to the common Nigerian reserve,
yes,
we are now dispersed.
But some people knew where the knew.
That was what I said earlier on, that ordinarily, when you have a process, if it is not a perfect process, before something works from here to you, it must have received knocks, right? That may be what happened. But we are human, we know it is bound to happen, especially in a corrupt society.
Exactly, sir. That's it.
So the quarrel, my own quarrel, because I know a little, is that it is not a Abacha family loot. People in government, people in Abdul Salami's government, people in Obasanjo's government, people in all these former presidencies knew the details. They have the data, right? What some people are doing is that they identify something somewhere, they target it for their own gain. And when they now use instrumentality of international law to extricate them, they want to corner it. You saw the one that became a controversy between the Abacha family and the people in government.
Yes.
So the issue was now, who do we release this money to? Abacha family said us.
And in some of such monies, there were people who were giving percentage for facilitating.
Yes, of course, huge business. That was one of the sources of controversy
in some of these things.
You know, just like
And in fact, some of those loots, some people were saying some time ago that some of those loots are being relooted.
They are being relooted now.
Yeah, you know, someone rightly asked, where is this money now? Where were they, you know, repatriated to? What were they used for? However, like I earlier submitted, Abacha is not here to answer for himself, and I was privileged to be with Al Mustafa about 2 years ago. And you know, while conversing with him, one of his postulation is that till tomorrow, that Abacha is the most nationalistic Nigerian that he ever met, privileged to work with, and he would defend him to high heaven till tomorrow. But that's still in the realm of conjecture.
I almost agree with him.
Yeah, of course,
I almost agree with him. Abacha was nationalistic, and the only person that measures close to him was Yaradua. You understand? These were people who did things without sentiment, without regard to your ethnicity.
Exactly. The kind of nepotism we are seeing now.
Yes.
The kind of nepotism we are seeing now, or we have seen since 1999. Honestly speaking, they were not there in the military regime.
Let's just move on, gentlemen. We are almost out of time, but before we call it a day, let's quickly look into the issue between the United States and Iran, where they have signed a 14-point framework agreement in Islamabad, putting a temporary pause on the 110-day war. But beyond Washington and Tehran, the bigger question is how this deal will reshape the economic and political landscape from here. Just because we are out of time, my question would be, how will this, agreement and then the cessation of hostilities between US and Iran affect and impact Nigeria going forward?
This is a very big issue, I must tell you. And when you come to international relations and politics, especially as it affects the Middle East crisis, it's a very big issue. Yes, the Iran and the United States we are told that they have signed a deal. At least there's some measure of understanding that is in place now, even though if you dig deeper, you see a whole lot of discrepancies in what the two countries are saying. Why President Trump is saying something different. Iran seems to be saying something different. And like I was reading up a few minutes before I came to this studio, even the Strait of Hormuz, which is at the center of the entire agreement, seems to be not entirely free at all for international shippers and other maritime operators. However, there's a bigger issue there. When you come to Iran, you find out that Iran doesn't seem to, there seems to be a whole lot of dissatisfaction, discontentment in Iran. If you understand the politics of Iran, Iran is a country where, though purportedly under civil administration, but through the leadership style of the former maximum ruler, the former supreme leader, who elevated the Revolutionary Guard.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Onyechi Ugu and here are the headlines. River State Police Commissioner orders the immediate removal of all illegal roadblocks across the state. Federal government unveils upgraded IPPIS HR platforms and a new mentoring system to modernize and improve efficiency in the civil service. Anambra State government approves a 640 million naira development package to remodel Afoso market. Now the news in details. The Commissioner of Police in Rivers State, Mr. Olagbenga Adekoju, has directed the immediate removal of all unauthorized roadblocks across the state. The directive followed an operational inspection of major highways, including routes along the Rivers-Imo boundary. The exercise, carried out in line with the directives of the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Riwao Tisu, is aimed at eliminating extortion, harassment of motorists, and other unprofessional conduct on highways. During the inspection of the east-west road through Ikwere and Emohua local government areas, some police personnel were found violating operational guidelines. Officers without proper uniforms and identification were documented for disciplinary action. Mr. Adekpochu said legitimate stop-and-search duties must be conducted professionally without obstructing traffic. He urged members of the public to report cases of extortion and assured residents that the command would sustain regular monitoring of personnel across the state. The Ondo State Police Command has arrested 6 suspected cultists during an intelligence-led operation in Akoko Southwest local government area of the state. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Abayomi Jimo said operatives of the Special Anti-Cultism Squad carried out coordinated raids in Akungba and Iworo Akoko following credible security information. Items recovered during the operation included 5 axes, a jackknife, charms and combat boots, face caps and other materials believed to be linked to cult activities. Police say preliminary investigations connect the suspects to recent violent incidents in the area. The command said efforts are ongoing to apprehend other members of the group. The suspects are expected to be charged to court upon conclusion of investigations. The Imo State House of Assembly has expressed concern over rising cases of kidnapping, armed robbery and other criminal activities along major roads in Agota local government area. The Assembly specifically highlighted that Izombe, Ejime Kuru Owaku Road and Umo 4-hour road, describing the situation as a threat to public safety and economic activities in the area. The resolution followed a motion sponsored by the member representing Ogota State Constituency, Mr. Gilbert Musu, who cited repeated attacks on residents and commuters. Lawmakers urged Governor Hope Uzodinma to direct security agencies to strengthen operations in the area, including the deployment of personnel and logistics to the abandoned Izombe police station to improve security coverage. President Bola Tinubu has forwarded a constitutional alteration bill seeking the establishment of state police to the Senate for consideration. Senate President Godswill Akpabio announced the development during plenary, stating that lawmakers are expected to begin deliberations on the proposal immediately. The bill seeks amendment to relevant provisions of the 1999 Constitution to provide a legal framework for the creation and operation of state police across the Federation. President Tinubu has consistently advocated constitutional reforms to strengthen internal security. The proposed legislation is expected to generate further debate on the role of state governments in addressing security challenges. The Kano state government has ordered the closure of 2 private health training institutions operating in Nasarawa local government area for allegedly failing to meet regulatory requirements. The affected institutions are IBN Sina College of Health Science and Technology, Dakata Kawaji, and Lifeline College of Health Science and Technology, located in Dakata Industrial Area. According to State Ministry of Health, investigations revealed that both institutions lack the required approvals and accreditation from relevant professional and regulatory bodies. The ministry also cited inadequate facilities, shortage of qualified instructors, and poor infrastructure. Authorities say the action is aimed at protecting students and preserving standards in health education and training. The federal government is introducing new digital and mentorship programs aimed at strengthening efficiency and productivity within the civil service. The initiative formed part of the activities marking the 2026 Civil Service Week and are being coordinated by the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation. Among the key programs is the launch of a mentoring marketplace designed to promote knowledge transfer, succession planning, and leadership development across government institutions. Government will also unveil an upgraded IPPIS HR employee self-service application to improve personnel management and service delivery. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. Rivers State Police Commissioner has ordered the immediate dismantling of all unauthorized roadblocks across the state following a targeted highway inspection. The federal government is rolling out an upgraded IPPIS HR employee application alongside a new mentoring marketplace to modernize the civil service. Coming up shortly, the Anambra State government has approved a 640 million naira development fund to remodel the Afoso market, purchase routine antenatal medicines, and curb devastating soil erosion. We'll be back shortly.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly, with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. 4 newly appointed Nigerian diplomats have received their letters of credence, clearing the way for them to assume duty in their respective countries of assignment. The envoys will represent Nigeria in Trinidad and Tobago, Kenya, Equatorial Guinea, and Egypt as ambassadors and high commissioners. The presentation of credentials marks the final stage before taking up diplomatic responsibilities abroad. The diplomats are expected to advance Nigeria's foreign policy objectives, including the promotion of trade, investment, security cooperation, and stronger bilateral relations with their host countries. They will also be responsible for protecting the interests of Nigerian citizens overseas and strengthening diplomatic engagements on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, has presented Nigeria's ongoing education reforms at the Education World Forum in London, United Kingdom. Addressing global education stakeholders, Dr. Alausa said the federal government is implementing measures aimed at improving literacy, numeracy, and learning outcomes across the country. He noted that foundational education remains a key priority under the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. According to the minister, targeted interventions are currently being implemented in 15 states through the Universal Basic Education Commission, focusing on structured learning, teacher development, and improved classroom delivery. Dr. Alausa also announced that the national policy framework is being finalized to standardize basic education nationwide, while successful state programs such as EcoExcel, QuaraLearn, and Biosa Prime continue to record measurable improvements in learning outcomes. The chairman of the Taraba State Environmental Sanitation Agency, Mr. Ndlea, has defended the decision to reduce the monthly allowances of street sweepers engaged under the Operation Keep Taraba Clean initiative. The affected workers will now receive 10,000 naira monthly, down from the previous 15,000 naira. Mr. Kefa said the adjustment became necessary due to increasing operational costs and the expansion of the sanitation program across the state. He explained that the agency is contending with rising expenditures, including waste evacuation logistics, supervision costs, and support services required to sustain sanitation activities in all 16 local government areas. The decision has attracted criticism from some stakeholders and workers. However, the agency maintains that the measure is aimed at ensuring the continued operation of the environmental sanitation program, despite prevailing financial constraints. The Anambra state government has approved projects valued at more than 640 million naira to support infrastructure development, healthcare delivery, and environmental sustainability across the state. The approval was granted during the State Executive Council meeting in Awka. Part of the package includes over 237 million naira for the renovation and modernization of Afoso market in Isuofia as part of ongoing market development initiatives. The government also approved more than 400 million naira for the procurement of routine medicines to sustain its free antenatal care and delivery program. In addition, the state government announced new measures to tackle erosion and environmental degradation, including stricter enforcement of drainage regulations and the introduction of mandatory catch pits in residential areas to continue surface runoff. The Athletic Federation of Nigeria has disagreed with American coach Dennis Shaver over comments regarding the participation of Nigerian sprinter Favour Ofili in the ongoing national athletics trials in Lagos. The federation accused the coach of making statements capable of discouraging the athlete from participating in national competitions. The controversy followed reports suggesting that Ofili would not feature in the trials ahead of the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. The development comes after World Athletics declined the athlete's request to switch international allegiances from Nigeria to Turkey, a move that generated widespread debate within sporting cycles. The federation maintained that Favour Ofili remains eligible to compete for Nigeria and have reiterated their commitment to supporting the athlete's career while encouraging her to continued participation in national events. Nollywood actress and filmmaker Mercy Aigbe has shared highlights from the 16th birthday celebration of her son, Gowon Gentry. The actress, who was unable to attend the event due to professional commitments, expressed appreciation to her husband, Kazim Adeoti, and members of the planning team for organizing the celebration. Mr. Adeoti led activities at the event and paid tribute to the celebrant, describing him as a responsible and promising young man. Videos from the occasion were later shared on social media by family members. The celebration drew positive reactions from fans and supporters, with many commending the family's unity and support for one another as Gowon marked the milestone of his 16th birthday. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. In Rivers State, the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Olubenga Odekoju, has ordered the immediate dismantling of all illegal and unauthorized roadblocks across the state. The directive follows a comprehensive highway inspection aimed at ensuring compliance with federal policy standards and improving free movement along major transport corridors. The federal government has unveiled an upgraded IPPIS HR employee management platform alongside a new national mentoring marketplace designed to modernize the civil service. The reforms are aimed at improving efficiency, strengthening succession planning, and enhancing productivity across ministries, departments, and agencies. In Anambra State, the government has approved a 640 million naira development intervention package to upgrade the Afoso market, improve access to maternal healthcare service through the procurement of essential antenatal medicines, and address environmental challenges, particularly erosion control across affected communities. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Onyechi Ugu. Good afternoon.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we wear fades, But what we are at our core remains.
In the heart of southwestern Nigeria lies Osun State, a land where history, spirituality, and modern life converge. From ancient groves to growing cities, Osun tells a story deeply rooted in Yoruba civilization. Osun State, created in 1991, is home to Osogbo, its capital city, a fast-developing urban center surrounded by rolling hills, farmlands, and rivers that have sustained communities for generations. At the edge of Osogbo lies the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the last remaining sacred forests in Yoruba culture. Dedicated to Osun, the goddess of fertility, the grove is both a spiritual sanctuary and a living museum of tradition. For centuries, Osun has remained a stronghold of Yoruba identity, where festivals, art, and spirituality are woven into everyday life. The annual Osun-Osogbo Festival draws thousands of pilgrims from across the world, celebrating faith, renewal, and cultural continuity. Beyond its sacred heritage, Osogbo is a growing city where tradition meets modern commerce. Markets bustle with traders selling textiles, food, and crafts, reflecting the entrepreneurial spirits of its people. Osun State is also a center of education, home to institutions such as Obafemi Awolowo University in nearby Ile-Ife and Osun State University, shaping the next generation of leaders. Young people here represent a bridge between tradition and innovation. In Ile-Ife, mythology and history intertwine. Believed to be the spiritual birthplace of the Yoruba people, it remains one of Africa's most culturally significant ancient cities. Bronze works and archaeological discoveries here continue to attract global attention. Agriculture remains the backbone of Osun's economy. Cocoa, yam, cassava, and maize farming sustain rural communities across the state. In recent years, small-scale industries and digital entrepreneurship have begun reshaping its economic landscape. Like many Nigerian states, Osun continues to balance development with tradition, investing in infrastructure, education, and healthcare to improve the lives of its people. From sacred groves to modern cities, Osun State remains a living testament to Nigeria's cultural depth and evolving future. A place where heritage is not only remembered, but lived.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Patrick Lumumba stands as one of the most defining and debated figures in modern African political thought. His legacy, rooted in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, extends far beyond his brief time in office. It speaks to a deeper philosophical struggle, how to translate moral conviction into political reality in a world shaped by power, fragmentation, and external influence. At independence in 1960, Lumumba confronted the official narrative of empire presented by King Baldwin of Belgium. In place of ceremonial praise, he offered historical truth centered on suffering, resistance, and dignity. His intervention was not only political, it was epistemological. He challenged who has the authority to define history itself. This commitment to truth defined his political philosophy. Lumumba believed that freedom without dignity was incomplete, and that independence without control over national destiny was an illusion. His vision was anchored in three core values: unity, sovereignty, and human dignity. In his conception, a nation was not merely a territorial state, but a moral project requiring collective consciousness. Yet, His leadership unfolded in a context shaped by the Cold War, where newly independent states became arenas of competing global interests. Internal divisions and external pressures quickly destabilized his government. Figures such as Mobutu Sese Seko would later reshape the political order that emerged from his instability. Lumumba's removal from power and subsequent killing in 1961 transformed him from a political leader into a symbolic figure of post-colonial consciousness. His legacy is not defined by longevity in office, but by intensity of vision. Lumumba belongs to a tradition of moral realism in politics, the belief that truth must be spoken even when it is politically costly. His life reflects a recurring tension in governments, the gap between ethical clarity and institutional capacity. He articulated a vision of African self-determination that was intellectually coherent but structurally vulnerable. From his legacy, several enduring principles emerged. First is the principle of moral integrity in leadership, that authority loses legitimacy when it abandons truth for convenience. Second is the necessity of institutional strength. Ideals requires systems capable of sustaining them beyond individual leaders. Third is the centrality of unity, not as rhetoric, but as a practical foundation for stability and development. Fourth is strategic sovereignty. Independence must be reinforced economically and institutionally, not only politically. Lumumba also exposes a deeper philosophical insight that leadership is not only the pursuit of power, but the management of vulnerability. His downfall illustrates how fragile vision becomes when it outspaces structure. Yet his legacy resists reduction to tragedy. It continues to function as a moral reference point in African and global political discourse. It represents a form of leadership that prioritizes conscience over convenience, even at a great personal cost. In contemporary terms, Lumumba's relevance lies in the questions he leaves unreserved. How can states preserve integrity within a competitive global system? How can leaders maintain principle without losing stability? And how can nations transform independence into genuine self-determination? More than 6 decades later, Patrice Lumumba remains not only a historical figure, but a philosophical challenge to modern governance, a reminder that the measure of leadership is not only survival and power, but fidelity to the values that justify power itself. Echoes of the books.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient, and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights, and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marriage to rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders, as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you. Thank you. Walking up this street 2 years ago was the proudest moment of my life. A new Labour government, the first in 14 years. A page in our country's history turned after years of disappointment and despair. The chance to change the lives of millions of people for the better. That's what I came into politics for. The journey to that point was not easy. 6 years ago, I inherited a Labour Party that was politically, financially, and morally bankrupt. I was told time and time again that my party was finished, that we were consigned to history, that a majority at the general election, let alone a landslide majority, was impossible. But we proved those people wrong because we changed our party, ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust on the economy, defence and national security, and becoming a party that once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag. The hard work of change was with a singular purpose, not power for power's sake, but to change Britain for the better, to build a fairer country with dignity and respect, where everyone is seen, everyone is valued, wealth and opportunity for all, not just the privileged few. And look at what we've achieved in just 2 years. An economy that is stronger, growing faster than our peers, wages rising faster than inflation in every single month since we came to power, investment secured, infrastructure being built, an end to austerity, with the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years, the biggest improvement in rights for workers and renters in a generation, the biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War, small boat crossings falling, asylum hotels closing, protecting young people from social media, and 500,000 children being lifted out of poverty because of the choices that I made. Our reputation in the world restored, with Britain once again standing up for decency, respect and the rule of law, securing trade deals, standing with Ukraine, standing up for our values and rebuilding our relationship with our allies in Europe. Change promised by a Labour government, change fought for by a Labour government, change delivered by a Labour government. But I know the question being asked now is not who was best placed to change the Labour Party, to take us into power and to begin the vital work of improving lives for millions of people. Those questions have been answered. The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election. I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question, and I accept that answer with good grace. Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision. I will ask the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party to set out a timetable with nominations opening on the 9th of July and completed by the summer recess. In the case of a contest, this will ensure a new leader is in place before Parliament returns in September. I will remain in post as Prime Minister until the contest is complete, and I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power. I will also give my successor my full and unequivocal support, knowing that they will inherit a Britain that is far stronger and fairer than the one I inherited 2 years ago, better prepared for the challenges ahead, and better able to ensure the Labour Party secures a second term in office. I want to thank all of those friends and colleagues who have been at my side for these past 6 years or so, for their incredible commitment, service and support. I want to thank the brilliant Number 10 staff and our country's extraordinary civil service, who dedicate their lives to public service. And when I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife, Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad, and being the best dad I can to my beautiful children, who are my pride and my joy. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Walking up this street 2 years ago was the proudest moment of my life. A new Labour government, the first in 14 years. A page in our country's history turned after years of disappointment and despair. The chance to change the lives of millions of people for the better. That's what I came into politics for. The journey to that point was not easy. 6 years ago, I inherited a Labour Party that was politically, financially, and morally bankrupt. I was told time and time again that my party was finished, that we were consigned to history, that a majority at the general election, let alone a landslide majority, was impossible. But we proved those people wrong because we changed our party, ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust on the economy, defence and national security, and becoming a party that once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag. The hard work of change was with a singular purpose, not power for power's sake, but to change Britain for the better, to build a fairer country with dignity and respect, where everyone is seen, everyone is valued, wealth and opportunity for all, not just the privileged few. And look at what we've achieved in just 2 years. An economy that is stronger, growing faster than our peers. Wages rising faster than inflation in every single month since we came to power. Investment secured, infrastructure being built. An end to austerity, with the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years. The biggest improvement in rights for workers and renters in a generation. The biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War. Small boat crossings falling. Asylum hotels closing. Protecting young people from social media. And 500,000 children being lifted out of poverty because of the choices that I made. Our reputation in the world restored, with Britain once again standing up for decency, respect and the rule of law, securing trade deals, standing with Ukraine, standing up for our values and rebuilding our relationship with our allies in Europe. Change promised by a Labour government, change fought for by a Labour government, change delivered by a Labour government. But I know the question being asked now is not who was best placed to change the Labour Party, to take us into power and to begin the vital work of improving lives for millions of people. Those questions have been answered. The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election. I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question, and I accept that answer with good grace. Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision. I will ask the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party to set out a timetable with nominations opening on the 9th of July and completed by the summer recess. In the case of a contest, this will ensure a new leader is in place before Parliament returns in September. I will remain in post as Prime Minister until the contest is complete, and I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power. I will also give my successor my full and unequivocal support, knowing that they will inherit a Britain that is far stronger and fairer than the one I inherited 2 years ago, better prepared for the challenges ahead, and better able to ensure the Labour Party secures a second term in office. I want to thank all of those friends and colleagues who have been at my side for these past 6 years or so, for their incredible commitment, service and support. I want to thank the brilliant Number 10 staff and our country's extraordinary civil service who dedicate their lives to public service. And when I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife, Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad, and being the best dad I can to my beautiful children, who are my pride and my joy. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Walking up this street 2 years ago was the proudest moment of my life. A new Labour government, the first in 14 years, a page in our country's history turned after years of disappointment and despair. The chance to change the lives of millions of people for the better. That's what I came into politics for. The journey to that point was not easy. 6 years ago, I inherited a Labour Party that was politically, financially, and morally bankrupt. I was told time and time again that my party was finished, that we were consigned to history, that a majority at the general election, let alone a landslide majority, was impossible. But we proved those people wrong because we changed our party, ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust on the economy, defence and national security, and becoming a party that once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag. The hard work of change was with a singular purpose, not power for power's sake, but to change Britain for the better, to build a fairer country with dignity and respect, where everyone is seen, everyone is valued, wealth and opportunity for all, not just the privileged few. And look at what we've achieved in just 2 years. An economy that is stronger, growing faster than our peers, wages rising faster than inflation in every single month since we came to power, investment secured, infrastructure being built, an end to austerity, with the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years, the biggest improvement in rights for workers and renters in a generation, the biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War, small boat crossings falling, asylum hotels closing, protecting young people from social media, and 500,000 children being lifted out of poverty because of the choices that I made. Our reputation in the world restored, with Britain once again standing up for decency, respect and the rule of law, securing trade deals, standing with Ukraine, standing up for our values and rebuilding our relationship with our allies in Europe. Change promised by a Labour government, change fought for by a Labour government, change delivered by a Labour government. But I know the question being asked now is not who was best placed to change the Labour Party, to take us into power and to begin the vital work of improving lives for millions of people. Those questions have been answered. The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election. I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question, and I accept that answer with good grace. Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision. I will ask the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party to set out a timetable with nominations opening on the 9th of July and completed by the summer recess. In the case of a contest, this will ensure a new leader is in place before Parliament returns in September. I will remain in post as Prime Minister until the contest is complete, and I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power. I will also give my successor my full and unequivocal support, knowing that they will inherit a Britain that is far stronger and fairer than the one I inherited 2 years ago, better prepared for the challenges ahead, and better able to ensure the Labour Party secures a second term in office. I want to thank all of those friends and colleagues who have been at my side for these past 6 years or so, for their incredible commitment, service and support. I want to thank the brilliant Number 10 staff and our country's extraordinary civil service who dedicate their lives to public service. And when I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad, and being the best dad I can to my beautiful children, who are my pride and my joy. Thank you very much.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Sokoto State in northwestern Nigeria remains one of the country's most historically influential regions, serving as the epicenter of the Sokoto Caliphate, founded by Sheikh Usman Danfodio in 1804. More than 2 centuries later, its legacy continues to shape a region governance and political identity across northern Nigeria and beyond. At the heart of this continuity is the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abakar III, who remains a key spiritual authority for millions of Muslims. In one of his widely cited reflections on peace and coexistence, he has consistently urged Nigerians to embrace dialogue over division, stressing that no society can progress in an atmosphere of conflict and mistrust. His position has placed the Sultanate Council at the center of national conversations on unity and stability. The political relevance of Sokoto is also deeply rooted in its historical structures of authority. Traditional institutions continue to reflect civic engagement, especially during elections, where religious and community leaders often serve as trusted intermediaries. Analysts know that in Sokoto, legacy is not only derived from the ballot box, but also from inherited institutions of moral integrity, reflecting the enduring fusion of tradition and modern democracy. In Nigeria's broader political history, Sokoto has consistently produced influential national figures, including former governor and minister Alhaji Tahiru Baffa and former governor Senator Aminu Tambuwal, both of whom have played prominent roles in shaping federal politics. Their political trajectories reflect how the state remains integrated into Nigeria's national power structure, while still anchored in traditional legacy. Socially, Sokoto remains a center of Islamic scholarship and education, home to institutions that continue to attract students across West Africa. The legacy of Sheikh Usman Danfodio is still referenced in academic and religious discourse as a foundation of intellectual reform and governance rooted in justice. As one Islamic scholar in the region once described it, Sokoto is not just a place, it is an idea of learning, leadership, moral responsibility. However, the state also reflects the contradictions of modern Nigeria. Despite its historical prominence, Sokoto faces significant developmental challenges, including poverty, youth unemployment, and insecurity linked to wider instability in the Sahel region. Community leaders have repeatedly warned that the survival of our heritage depends on addressing the needs of the present generation, underscoring the urgency of reform alongside tradition. Security concerns in the Northwest have further tested both state and traditional institutions. Joint effort between government authorities and religious leaders have increasingly focused on peace building and community dialogue. Officials often emphasize that security is not only the responsibility of government, but a shared duty rooted in community trust. Despite these challenges, Sokoto's relevance in contemporary Nigeria remains unmistakable. It continues to function as a symbolic bridge between the pre-colonial caliphate system and the modern federal state, influencing debate on governance, religion, and national identity. As one political analyst summarized, to understand Nigeria's north, we must first understand Sokoto not just as a state, but as a legacy that still speaks to power, faith, and identity in the present day.
It's a beautiful Tuesday here in the city of Enugu, and welcome to Sunrise, the breakfast show here on Aneke TV. Morning is bright, morning is fresh, and I am Princess Kelnochoma. You're welcome.
And Uche Osai, they say no matter how long the night, the day is surely to break. And here we are. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. And we urge you to grab that cup of coffee or tea. Relax, enjoy this ride, because the sunrise is set sail.
Okay, and in the headlines and the conversations this morning, we have a lot to unpack. You know, it's been event after event. Yesterday, if you tuned in and watched us on the show, we had a lot of conversations surrounding security and, of course, the elections. And today, we'll get into the papers, get into the events of the day. We'll see the turn of events, statement that have been made by the NDC presidential candidate, Mr. Peterobi, and other things that have arisen in the course of the night into this morning. Mr. Uche, what would you, haven't read or haven't heard what these statements are, what the newspaper had this morning, what's your approach, some of the headlines this morning, before we get right into it?
There are a lot of things to unravel. Why pick through the listening when we'll get there? Let's just leave it at the right time, we'll begin to unpack them. However, the Nigerian nation is never one to lack things to talk about.
True.
There are whole issues coming up here and there. But when we begin to unpack them, we will look at the merits and the demerits of these issues. But one thing I am certain about is that we'll talk about the security situation in Nigeria.
Once again.
While we'll talk about who resigns and who doesn't resign, the question remains, are the people held in Oyo State back home? What about the people killed in Plateau? What about the killings in Kaduna? These are the issues we interrogate. Is Mr. Rest able to iron his clothes as when he wants it? Can he just go get his clothes and iron it at will? These are the issues to question. Will my mother get to the market and is able to buy a pint of Gary, at an affordable rate? These are the issues. Can a Nigerian be able to say that his take-home package can take him to the bus stop? These are the issues we should be questioning going into 2027 proper.
Okay, now we'll read out our quote for the morning. Today's quote is from Mahatma Gandhi. All right, he says, "The world has enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed." The world has enough for everyone's need, but not everyone's greed, because the thing that you desire to accumulate for yourself belongs to someone else. If you take the one that is due you, if you are able to satisfy your primary need, your basic needs, there is enough of that to go around, but not enough for everyone's needs. Some persons can decide to become greedy and desire or covet some other person's resources, some other person's wealth. That is where we have inequality, that is where we have disparities in economy and sharing and things that ought to be allocated to people. But if everyone desires just to satisfy the primary and basic needs, Gandhi is saying this morning that there's enough to go around. In every economy, in every region, in every state, there is enough to go around. But what usually happens is when people desire more, when people go beyond what they need to acquire what they do not need oftentimes, and that in itself is entirely wrong.
Yeah, you captures it quite appropriately. Mahatma Gandhi is right. You know, he himself a worthy example of what it means to detach himself from the earthly gains, you know, making sacrifices and all. And that brings me to, you know, the quote of Leo Tolstoy, where he said that earth provides enough to satisfy every man's needs, but not every man's greed. That's the challenge that we have. Even when we talk about those are the helm of affairs, people want to acquire more than they need. And that begins to be the problem that we are in, why you have unfinished projects, why you have potholes here and there, why you have a lot of things that are wrong in the society, because people want to acquire what they don't need. People want to line their pockets more than they need. People take advantage of every position to see that they are for self and not for whole. And that's the bigger challenge. And which is why the greatest, the wisest of men, reputed to be one of the richest as well, speaking to the good book, the holy book, the King Solomon, you know, in the holy book speaks to Proverbs 15:27, where he says that he who is greedy for grain troubles his own house. You know, the whole lot of challenge that men face today has a bearing on greed. If you would care about others as you care about yourself, you will see that things will go wrong, which is why I have an in-law that would always tell you that a food that one person can eat will always satisfy two persons. And if two persons can eat it and be comfortable, then it can feed three persons. And this is his word philosophy. This is his word view. You never comes to his house and they say there's no food. No matter the situation, he will tell you that if he can be satisfied with a plate of food, then two persons can have it. And if you told life from that perspective, you see that the chaos, the quarrels will not be there, because people are much about self. And you see those in government, instead of delivering on promises, you see they want to line their pockets. People keep what they don't need for the next generation, caring less about colleagues, caring less about family, caring less about family, caring less about society. So the less we do with greed, the better for everyone. And I think for those of us who are, you know, the Christians, even across religious lines, you see even the Holy Quran, and I've read it, it talks about greed. You read the scripture, it talks about greed and other holy books. So if man can do away with greed and avarice, you see the world will be a better place to be in. I tell you that.
We often say that humans are selfish, but then again, it's one thing to go beyond being selfish and then being greedy. Greedy is just the height of it. And like Mr. Uche have rightly said, what can destroy a man's reputation or a man's legacy is greed.
You know,
and
sorry to cut you.
Yes.
You know, you speak to greed and what again?
Selfishness.
You see, these two, when you study greed, you see that they are married into each other. It takes a selfish person
To be greedy.
So you can't separate it. When one begins to be selfless, you will see that greed doesn't come in. And this is why, you know, I keep citing this, because I like to go to the market a lot, speaking to my brothers in Alaba, speaking to those in Ochanja market in Onitsha, Men market in Onitsha, Ariaria market. You know, there were days growing up, we used to see Okeke and Sons. We used to see Rice and Friends. We used to see Uche and Brothers. Go around. You no longer see businesses like that. People are scared for partnership. What's the reason? Selfish interest. And what's the foundation for selfish interest? Greed. People want to outdo one another. A lot of persons on earth these days are beyond and below, simply because they were in business or in bed with a selfish fellow who felt, why share? I can have it all. So that's the bane of the society we're in. You know, a lot of times we speak to moral decadence. And when you study these things, even in families, selfishness is a very, very big underlying factor that divides families. Because in selfishness, you begin to find the foundation for avarice. You begin to find the foundation of greed. You begin to find foundation for disaffection. You begin to find the foundation for chaos, for acrimony, for anarchy that you see. There are issues that could be settled. I've seen situations where people are fighting And after all said and done, if they were able to sit down and have a conversation,
at the
end of the day, they will wonder why were we fighting? Which is why, you know, the political scientists say that Georgia is better than war, because in that you begin to, you know, disassociate self from those issues that makes man want to be all encompassing, want to acquire what they don't need. You know, without even greed, I can tell you as a historian that the war in the Gulf may not have happened. Yes.
It's questionable because if we understand why the war started.
That's why I'm speaking from the perspective of a historian.
Okay.
It dates back beyond the dark ages. Are you getting me? Yeah, but like you rightly said, its perspective is arguable.
It's arguable.
We can trace that, and we've done that in history over time.
But then again, like we rightly said, greed is not just for people in power. Greed, anybody can be greedy. Everybody could have or can have tendencies of being greedy. And Gandhi is reminding us this morning that the world that we live in has enough for everyone's need, but not everyone's greed. That's our quote for this morning. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be reading out our weather report for the day.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Anambra State. Anambra this morning, temperatures begins at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius and will rise sharply to 33 to 35 in the afternoon before easing back to 26 to 28 in the evening. Expect a warm morning, a hot and humid afternoon, and thunderstorms with rainfall later in the day. Residents should prepare for uncomfortable heat before evening showers cool things down.
Good morning, the cold city, and welcome to Enugu. Morning temperatures of 23 to 25 degrees Celsius will climb to 30 to 31 degrees Celsius during the afternoon and settle around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius by evening. Expect a cool and pleasant morning, moderate afternoon warmth, and scattered thunderstorms with refreshing rainfall towards evening.
Good morning, Ebonyi State, Abakaliki. Morning temperatures in Ebonyi State start at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius and will soar to 34 to 35 in the afternoon before dropping back to 25 to 27 degrees Celsius in the evening. Expect the hottest conditions in the southeast today with intense sunshine and high humidity. Strong thunderstorms and heavy evening rainfall are expected.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Morning temperatures of 24 to 26 degrees Celsius will increase to 31 to 33 degrees Celsius in the afternoon, before dropping to 25 to 27 degrees Celsius in evening. Expect humid conditions throughout the day, with sunshine and cloudy intervals. Thunderstorms and rainfall are expected later in the day.
Good morning, Umuahia, Abia State. Morning temperatures of 24 to 25 degrees Celsius will rise to 31 to 32 in the afternoon and falls back to 24 to 26 in the evening. Expect a warm and humid day, particularly around Aba. Clouds will increase later, bringing thunderstorms and evening showers.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe. Dress light, keep an umbrella handy, but do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your other report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
All right, thanks for staying with us up to this moment. Now we're getting into the crux of the matter this morning, newspaper headlines and analysis. And the papers we shall be looking, the stories we shall be looking at this morning are from the Daily Sun, Frontline Africa, the Vanguard, the Guardian, and of course, the Punch.
And joining us, as always, is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you for having me this morning.
And how is Nigeria treating you, Mr. Res?
Well, it is full of dynamics, dynamics that are inherent in Nigeria. Of course, the society is generally dynamic, and that of Nigeria is not an exception. So, Nigeria is moving up, down, and the people of Nigeria are also experiencing the same, just like myself.
But hopeful.
Sure, of course. Whenever there is life, there is enormous hope.
And there's no better place like home.
Right? There's no better place. Those who are running away, they should come back and let us salvage it together.
They should come back, let's salvage it together.
Yes, of
Let's
course.
do the much we can. They can come and join us later.
Thank you.
Yes, we need diversity is the bane of life, right? So let them remain there. Send some, you understand? Some
whichever way.
hard currencies to help us navigate the challenges here.
Whichever way.
All of us cannot be locked into
They
this
can
place.
bring in investments.
They can bring in investments.
Yes, so as to give the populace job opportunities.
Exactly. But Mr. Res, before I let you go, how is the light situation around?
Well, a little improved, yes, because I ironed today. I ironed this morning before the light.
Is that not the criteria to measure the progress?
No, excuse me. Before the light went off at about 6, it came back at about 10 and went off at about 6.
Depending on location?
Yes, depending on my location. Probably we are on the other, because you have the A, B, and
that's the
C.
only part I don't understand about the electricity, where there has to be disparities and bands.
Yeah, there are disparities.
And I don't know, government has not been able to explain
I unfortunately belong to the lowest part of it, so that's why I'm still complaining. Maybe there are others who have like 20-something hours per day.
Mr. Res, why has Nigerians not challenged this disparity over time? Because personally, I don't understand it.
Well, I do not know exactly why we have disparities until they come out in the open to tell us exactly why they have disparities. But beyond that, there's disparities because you don't have enough to actually put into the grid. You don't even have enough to distribute. So they now do it based on class. Nigeria exists in a class regime. We have the upper class and, of course, the lower class. Of course, the middle class has been eroded completely.
Which our constitution is obviously against.
Of course. All man becomes equal before the law. That is what we call the rule of law. So there should not be disparity, except for the immunity clause, which, of course, tends to put some persons out of criminal litigation. Then all the other things were supposed to be.
Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise before Choma puts me out of job.
Okay, now we're starting off with the Daily Sun this morning. It says, Presidency, Obi bicker over call for Tinubu's resignation. The presidency and the presidential candidate of the National Democratic Coalition, NDC, peterobi, are locked in war of words over Obi's recent call for Tinubu's reaction. Obi had called on the president to resign, citing what he described as a monumental failure in governance and worsening conditions across key sectors of the national life. Obi said he was prompted to reflect on leadership accountability after listening to the British Prime Minister's speech announcing his planned resignation amid public dissatisfaction over economic challenges and failed campaign promises. However, the presidency has reacted, describing the call for Obi the call by Obi for President Tinubu to resign based on the comparison with the British Prime Minister's vocabulary exit as childish and hollow?
Well, it is quite interesting that there are war of words. Bayanuga, the spokesperson of the presidency, is reacting and replying Obi through some very, very established words, well defined words to describe what he said, because he said it's childish and hollow. But one begins to think about resignation in the present circumstance. Obi had not thought about, has he really did anything on his ex about resignation of the president? Although some people had earlier asked the president to resign earlier this year, but Obi have not actually come out to tell the president to resign until Starmer resigned, the Prime Minister of the United States. Then maybe he thought that could be another beautiful opportunity for him to call for the resignation of the president. But when Bayo Onanuga said there is a 4-year term elected for the president, he does not even, exclude the fact that a president could resign when it becomes necessary, because resignation is on honor. You see, the Minister of United Kingdom, Starmer, initially, after having a meeting with his the cabinet, actually, the way they talked gave him room that automatically he's becoming unpopular. He can no longer lead the Labour Party. And as at that time, he insisted he's not going to quit, that he's going to stay and then fight it out for whatever, election and leadership. But after some time, on his honor, he considered that because he became unpopular, or he was becoming unpopular, he decided to throw in the towel. And on his honor, he resigned. Well, he is now in a transition or caretaker prime minister, pending when the possible leadership will come on board. But that is out of it. We are talking about President Tinubu. Tinubu can resign if he deems it expedient on his honor that he has not done excellently well, especially with reference to his campaign promises, that he's going to do this, do that, do that. I said, if I am unable to do those things, if I ask for votes, people should not vote for me. Beautiful. That is his own position. So he doesn't intend to resign. He intends to stay and then ask people to either vote for him or not to vote for him, based on the fact that he has fulfilled his campaign promises. Now the elections are coming, and we just had the staggered election. That's the off elections at various places in Enugu State, in Ondo. Is that Ekiti or Ondo?
Ekiti State.
And then the other smaller senatorial election in Kanu and all that. And most of these places, APC came winning. So Onanuga was, Bayo was, actually referring to those things, saying it is about popularity of APC. That if they are not popular, they probably would not have won election in all those places. And as such, that there's no need for anybody calling for the resignation of Mr. President. So it is the decision that either Mr. President will have to do himself, having an overview. But at the same time, Nigeria is such a place where you have your aides never, ever criticizing you. Your aides, you see, Starmer in the cabinet told him the blank truth about being unpopular. And that's exactly why he had to throw in the towel. But here, you wouldn't expect that an aide of any executive, maybe any executive, will criticize him to tell him on his honor to either throw in the towel or quit the service and all that. If he does that, the next minute, the person is gone. So, in that circumstance, it's just purely Mr. President that can decide whether he wants to go or he doesn't want to go. But from all indications, the president doesn't want to go. He even wants to complete his 8 years. And that's why he's working hard to actually woo the masses to vote for him, elect him for a second term in office. And that is the present situation. So it is not about just telling somebody to resign. Yes, Peterobi has done that. He belongs to the leader of the opposition party, one of the opposition parties, the NDC. He has called for resignation. It is a matter, it is now open. A lot of people are now re-echoing that statement by Obi. Some people want to line up with Obi for the president's resignation. And some others who belong to the ruling party are saying no. So it's a matter that has elicited a lot of discourse in Nigeria, in the polity. The resignation of Mr. President is now an issue of discussion.
One of the things I've wondered is what are the process for impeachment in our governance system in Nigeria? Because if a man, because of the kind of system we run, like we saw in the case of Keir Starmer, it was his party that told him you are becoming unpopular and he had to resign. Now, we run a democratic republic, we run a certain kind of federation where your aides, like you rightly mentioned, cannot impose. But since we are allowed impeachment, what are the processes of impeachment? That's one. We have a president who told us in his campaign promises in the first tenure, if I don't give you electricity, don't vote for me. And I remember a conversation that I think it was one of these TV channels had with ndlea, and they asked him, your president said, if I don't vote for you, if I don't give you electricity, don't vote for me. And ndlea said he has not started contesting again. This was last year, that when he starts contesting, that people should not vote for him. Now, I'm wondering what the mindset of Obi was when he made this statement. All right, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Mission. Now, as I was trying to explain, we have a president who made promises in his first tenure and explicitly said, if I don't give you electricity, don't vote for me in the next tenure. But then again, this is where we are. He's contesting again. And I think it was the period when the government of Equatorial Guinea openly resigned. I asked the question, why can't we have such things obtained in our system? And then again, I got the clarification on that. Now we're seeing the Kestama situation, but we have the process of impeachment. Is it that we cannot impeach a certain government if we know that they're not doing well? But on the flip side, peterobi that is asking or calling for the president to resign, I hope if he's the one in the same position and he makes all those promises and does not fulfill them, and someone else comes up to call him out, I hope he would take his same advice, because it's easy to give instructions, it's easy to give opinions when you're not. Yes, we understand that the government hasn't been up and about when it comes to policies and implementations. But this is a man, peterobi, who has stood on the side for the past 4 years, and now he has come out to call for resignation. I hope that if he's the one in position, he would also take the same advice. But for Nanuga, Bayo Nanuga that called it childish and hollow, is it that the facts are not clear? This is a government that, to a larger extent, has failed citizens. Even if you say that he can't resign. What is he doing? You could make projections. These are the things he has accomplished, and then we'll have a future and have a yardstick to measure the efforts he has done.
All right. That's rightly articulated. Mr. Rice, you want to have something to say?
Yeah. When you talk about failing citizen, it is relative. Yeah. It is based on perception. Some people say he has failed. Some others say he has done well. So it is relative. And then secondly, when you talk about impeachment, there's no issue that has called for impeachment yet. But then some schools of thought in Nigeria has insisted that we have a rubber stamp assembly in Nigeria. Rubber stamp even in the states. I remember during the Second Republic, some governors were impeached. At time we have the then Kaduna governor back in Zuo. He was impeached. Back in Zuo was impeached, gross misconduct, and so on. So, but these days, even peterobi at one point was impeached. Do you understand it? So, I want to really come out to tell you that the assemblies we had then are not the same as the assemblies we have now. The executives tend to have tucked in the powers of the assemblies into his pocket. And more so when most of the opposition that had come through the other political parties into that National Assembly have been wooed to cross carpet into the ruling party. And of course, the ruling party will always stand in the supremacy of the party, dictating whatever happens in governance. That is exactly why you have not seen the issue of impeachment. More whenever there are things that are not good enough from either the governors or the presidents.
Very well said. Let me put some declare. I've not seen this president done anything that warrants impeachment, despite the fact that a lot of people feel that we'll have a less National Assembly, in quotes, but I still stand to be corrected. I've not seen this president moved towards any impeachable offense. Yes, it's a textbook academics for us in our constitution that yes, one can be impeached, but there are grounds of impeachment. And as it is presently constituted, those grounds have not been breached, and it takes a cumbersome process that we wouldn't want to undergo in this time to destabilize the country, because that would destabilize the country faster than the insecurity that we suffer. Having said that, looking at the issue of resignation, Mr. S, the point is, how many African presidents, leaders do you see that want to, leave office? People want to stay on in office. And I know quite well that if we offer Mr. President an opportunity to stay beyond the next 4 years, he would grab it with both hands, which is even why I am so circumspect with the amendment of the Constitution to allow for a single term of 5 years or 6 years in office for, office holders, the president and the governors are the subnational, and I quite agree. I'm a proponent of that idea, but only if the incumbents cannot benefit from that very amendment. That's to the extent.
That's a beautiful.
That's to the extent I agree to that, and I strongly believe that yes, Nigeria should have a single tenure of 5 years for office holders, especially the presidents and the governors at the subnational. But be that as it may, looking at the issue of resignation, I do not expect that we've gotten to that point in our politics and nation where you will see a Nigerian president, want to resign and leave office. I remember quite well, the then President Goodluck Jonathan did at one point say that the Nigerian president is more powerful than the United States president in the power that he has, unchecked power. He's next to God. And when you, carry such power, you do not want to leave the office. And that's one thing with African leaders. And if we begin to marry it, with the Western words, then much more is left to be desired. However, speaking to Bayo Ononuga, begin to allude to the call by citizen Peterobi for the president to resign. One, let me state categorically, it is within the right of Peterobi to call for the resignation of president. It is his constitutionally granted right. The Constitution grants freedom of speech. And we can say that so far as that doesn't injure anybody, it doesn't infringe on another person's right. And if it's less with the fact, then let's have a conversation, which is where I take Bayo Ononuga. What I expected from Bayo Ononuga was to tell me that this administration met the Nigerian economy at so and so indices. And then the inflation was beyond 20% when this administration took over, and they've been able to bring it from 26.5% to 16.5%. I wanted to see him cite statistics that when this administration took over, the epileptic power supply in Nigeria was such that it was only maybe a grid that was functional, and that this administration has been able to increase the capacity to generate more megawatts, maybe from 10 megawatts to perhaps 12. These are the facts that I wanted Bayo Ononuga to argue on. And what are the issues Obi is raising? That you have a UK Prime Minister who is resigning as a result of this enchantment by his party members and the nation. And he could no longer be said to lead them into next election. And here we are, though making comparison with that, and then someone in the presidency, which is why I align with Mr. Rice in total, that will have aides who are sycophantic, who always sing to the ears of leaders what they want to hear. And a number of times, that's why I forgive Nigerian leaders. Sometimes the hangers-on, cover them from getting the real feelers of the people and what is happening. They sing lullabies to their ear, then forgetting the dirt that is on the street. And on that, Bayo Ononuga never presented any facts in this regard. He didn't tell me that inflation has come down. He didn't tell me that they met the Naira at so and so amount, that they've been able to bring the dollar to naira equivalent lower than they met it, or that the average man in Nigeria can afford 3 square meal better than when they met it. If he was speaking to facts, it would be easy to now take on a peterobi on why call for the resignation of this president if there are facts to back it up. But Bayonoga missed that fact. And obviously, when one says, I would buy you a biscuit when I'm coming back, once you cite that person coming back, you're expecting to have your biscuit, yes, because you want to trust and believe in the ways of your leader. And this leader is on quote, like you rightly pointed out, to have said, if I do not deliver on some measurables, do not vote for me again. But we're not talking about voting for him, because perhaps in their estimation of this administration and the APC, he must have delivered on those promises, which is only the Nigerian people that would determine if he did, and they would trust him with, you know, their votes again. But on the grounds that Mr. Peterbi is raising, there are a whole lot of issues to question. And on that note, one can categorically sit on that and then align with Peterbi, where you have insecurity, because the very tenets of government, basis for governance, is to protect the lives and property of citizens. And the question now is, have we been able to protect the life and property of Nigerian citizens? The Constitution went further to talk about the welfare of the Nigerian people. Then the question now is, has the welfare of the Nigerian people improved? So if we're unable to answer these basic questions, then there may be further conversation on facts, and one may continue to want to align with the candidate of the NDC in calling for the resignation of this administration. But you know, that is utopia. It doesn't happen in Nigeria. And what I suppose Mr. Peterbi knows himself, that it is easier for the camel to pass through the eyes of a needle than for the political office holders to resign in Nigeria. And I suppose what he was trying to do is to bring that conversation on issues, and Bayonoga missed the mark. And then, while you were speaking, you mentioned what's the name of that sportsman? Dane. How, you know, it now begins to tell you the level we've degenerated. Why we will bring people who sing lullabies to us, who dance to our tune. Where is principle? If it on principles, people like Bayon Honoga, and I speak as a historian, I have gone ahead to study successive administration. There were moments in Nigeria, even under the ministerial administrations, when the likes of Bayon Honoga, yes, Baola, yes, Femifani Kayode, I'm not profiling, but there are individuals that you will not see speak for government. Because even government itself will be circumspect that people may not trust people who have spoken from both sides of the mouth over time. There are clips of Bayonoga deriding this president. There are clips of, you know, a lot of other individuals who have been made ambassadors deriding this individual, and they are the mouthpiece of this administration. How would you want people to believe in your administration if the likes of Bayonoga is unable to answer a categorical quote from his principle and is able to, you know, in PR, be able to, you know, Danebola, be able in PR to, you know, manage that very statement to a positive advantage of his principle? Why is such a person an advisor or a spokesperson for this government? Can Nigerian people listen to him in this very regard? The point remains that, yes, soon the toll it will be time, and the bell will toll. Mr. President would tell us if he has delivered on the promises. Yes, I heard it categorically well, and there are video evidence of the fact that he said,
every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. move with the world.
Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you go how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in a American Futanwa, in our Hozu, in our Afukon, the one Aneke television, the Arcades will your man. Television, you do man. Help the mellow way, Melamadi. Who me, Bobia, Nanka, Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over soon. You never had you well, what I know. Television. Oh, yeah, Babula, all the social media, all the
Uhuruchi ọma onye Igbo na-esonyere anyị nnọọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV. Dịka ị maara na Otobo bụ ihe omume ahụ na-abụ anyị pụta etu a anyị anọdụ ala dịka ụmụnne wepụta okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị dịka ndị mmadụ dịka ụmụafọ Igbo dịka ụmụafọ Naịjirịa. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa uhuruchi ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday n'ụdị oge a. Abụ m onye nke gị Joshua Ozioko. Ọ dị makwa abalị 12 n'ime ọnwa June afọ ọbụla ka ala anyị na-emerube mmemme ụbọchị ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya. Na nke afọ a ka o mere afọ 27 anyị ji banye n'ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya. N'ịgbado ụkwụ na ya bụ mmemme ka anyị ga-anọ na nke mgbede a wee leba anya n'ihe ndị ahụ metụtara anyị dịka mba. Kedu ihe ebe anyị gbatara kwụrụ n'ihe gbasara ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya dịka ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa. Ịma na abalị 12 nke ọnwa June afọ 1993 ka bụ otu n'ime ụbọchị dị mkpa n'akụkọ gbasara ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya nke ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, maka na ọ nọchitere anya ọgụ a lụrụ ka enwee nhọpụta ọkwa ọchịchị na-aga selele welele mee ka anụrụ ọnụ ndị mmadụ ebe ewetara ihe gbasara ọchịchị na-erijucha ha afọ eweta ya n'isi njedebe. Eziokwu na Naịjirịa na-emerubezi ụbọchị ahụ bụ abalị 12 nke ọnwa June dịka ụbọchị ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya, mana ajụjụ bụ kedu ka anyị si gbatakwụrụ enwetazugo elele ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya? Kedu ihe ndị kwesịrị ime ka ọha obodo a ndị opekata mpe nwetazuo elele ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya? Iji nyere anyị aka na isiokwu nke mgbede a, enwere otu onye anyị na nọ na nke mgbede a, onye ọkaiwu, bụrụkwa onye na-egwu okwe ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị ma bụrụkwa onye ọrụ ugbo doro anya. Onye anyị nọ bụ ọzọ barista Nnadiume Ọfọkansị. Nnọọ n'Otobo.
Joshua daalụ.
Ọ dị mma, daalụ rinne.
Nke na ịnabata m na mgbede a.
Ọ dị mma, nnọọ. Ọ dị mma, anyị ga-amalite abalị 12 n'ime ọnwa June bụ ụbọchị ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ji enwe ụbọchị ezumike. Mana nye ọtụtụ ndị Naịjirịa na-eto eto ihe anwa ka bụ deeti, ọ ka bụ ụbọchị, o nwere ihe ama maka ya. Dịka onye ọkaiwu na onye ma ihe na-eme na Naịjirịa na dịka okenye na Naịjirịa, kọrọ anyị ihe mere na June 12.
Ịma na June 12 a na-ekwu okwu ya, a kwesịrị na-atinye ya mmezu ya, ya bụ June 12, 1993. Ka wee maa mgbe o mee. Maka na June 12 dịka onwe ife ọzọ dị iche na June 12. Ife a bụ mgbe e mere ntụliaka mwepụta ọchịchị ekwuo uche ya na ndị amị nọgide tupu from 1967 na emecha Q ndị amị chigidekwe Nigeria wee ruo 1993. Na 1993 a wee sị na a ga-eme election, ya bụ a ga-atụnye aka, a ga-anachikwa na demokrasi, ya bụ ekwuo uche ya. Ewee họpụta otu okwe ndọrọndọrọ na-abụ. Nke izi bụ nke a kpọrọ NRC, National Republican Convention. Then nke ọzọ bụ SDP, Social Democratic Party. Party na-abụ ka ewepụta saje kọọ ebe okwe. Abịa na otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị nke National Republican Convention, ọ bụrụ Alhaji Tofa bụ onye na-azọ ọkwa dịka onye isi ala.
ebe MKO Abiola na-azọ ọkwa isi dịka na SDP ebe haziri ya bụ ihe makwa na Babangida ihe ka eji akpọrọ ya Maradona ọ dribụgidere anyị a na-eme ihe a na-akpọ mgbe ahụ na soshal midia adọnụ ọ bụ na ihe idecha post onye newspaper fagụọ ya ọ dị ha mma ya publish ya ọ dakwara mma yara ejide editọ why o jiri publish ya so a na-asị ka atụ na ụdị ọchịchị a ga-enwe ụfọdụ si na a ga-anachi na parliamentary ụfọdụ ede na a ga-abụkwa presidential ụfọdụ ede na ọ ga-abụ mixture of presidential democratic and trichedafia bụ monarchy o nwere ofe dekọrọ na edegide Babangida ọsọ na-akpọzi ya bụ rizọt ibe anyị na-edekọ ọ kpọrọ ya referendum so ọ na-akpọzi rizọt referendum ahụ eme maka ụdị election a ga-ewe ozi na-create two political parties SDP NRC elected to the left elected to the right ọ bụrụ na edoro na SDP a na NRC na pati a na-abụ ya bụ ihe o mere mgbe a mụkwa ihe mụ afọ dịka ihe a na-akpọ master stroke na asụsụ ya na bekee master stroke in the sense that na ọ bụrụ na Nigeria gaba n'ogologo ahụ ehi ahụ 1993 wee lụọ taa ishekejigo ya bụ n'oyi maka ọ bụrụ na pati na-abụ ọ ga-adị nso iwepụ onye na-adị eme ọfụma kama ihe ndị National Assembly aka emezi bụ men dị anya tiezie ihe a na-akpọ independent candidate ya bụ ọdọ mana ka ọdọ jekwuola onwe gị ewezi na onye iso wee zọ election ihe wee election win now ewee tụọ ya bụ votu tụcha ya bụ votu onye bụ onye isi nke a na-akpọzi inec kịta ihe a dị mmadụ ka ọ ga-aza Fedeco mgbe nke wọt mecheta afọ bụ prọfesọ Humphrey Woso ebe onye a n'Igbo anya onye bute ihe a na-akpọ option A4 ịtụ votes maka ụmụazị na-amara ebe o bido Humphrey si ọ bụrụ na ị na-aza election ị nọrọ ebe a na-atụ vootu weta posta gị ofu onye jide ndị ọzọ chọkwa akwụkwọ ya na-azụ gị a na-agụ ya oge na ọka na-afụ ya 1 2 3 4 agụgụ agụcha ide mmadụ na-agụta were ya na ọbe gị ọ bụrụ nke olu eji asị na aja na collection center pịarịa votu now ewetụcha votu Abiola wee win election ahụ Humphrey kpọọ result kpọgide ọfọzịa just one state but ọ fọrọ ebe 6 states asị ndị amị si ya kwụsị kpọọ ma meeting nke Abacha la mbashi ya si ya kpọkwa ya again ya mee nke mee ọ dị n'akwụkwọ ya ọ bụ na egwuru akwụkwọ Humphrey Woso ahụ oge maka chie ntị kpọrọ wee result until Justice Ikpeme by 9 o'clock Imenderi atinyere ya kandụ ọsaga akwụkwọ ya gụba judgment mara amara ya yere ya gocha wee kansụl ọkwụ dị na wee anọl election 1993 ahụ eme na June 12 Nigeria wee ụlọ ọkụ ụmụazị ga na-anụ n'owe mgbe a gbara ọsọ na Nigeria ụmụaka mụrụ ndị nke m dị mara nke ha gụtaziri na history book ya gbere ebe ọsọ Abiola ndị Igbo na Lagos onye were ọsọ na-agbata East ndị nọ n'ugwu Hausa were ọsọ na-agbata East ndị Hausa nọ na Yoruba a na-agbago ugwu Hausa be ndị Yoruba nọ n'ugwu Hausa na-agbata be ọsọ Abia na-agbaza o nwere ma ebe a na-agbaga ndị agbara na ebe ndị agbara na ebe nke bụ ngagharị iwe wee bido Nigeria especially na Lagos agarịgide Babangida wee na-nsụ onye akpọnite Ernest Shoneko dịka onye a na-akpọ interim president ka ọ bụgodị ya bụ interim president ka e wee mewe election Ernest ahụ ịlụ 6 months ọ nọ n'ọkwa ahụ Abacha mee eku o rere Babangida apụlitere Ernest adịghị were kaptin na bụ n'ofu ụgbọ Babangida step aside wee kpọnite Ernest Shoneko na Shoneko nọgide na but less than 6 months or thereabout Abacha mee eku nke ya wepụ Ernest declare akwa martial music again kwatusie ndị National Assembly na-ekwapụ civilian governors niile emechego elect so wee bụrụ ya bụ na-emegide ya bụ demonstration mara wụ ya ahụ gwuo election ahụ mgbe a tụrụ down vote na June 12 1993 so ewee mebe akpọrọ Abiola ji I think Betedo. And I better in Lagos. I better Betedo, so Lagos. They declare we are president because of my winning the election. Abacha Japuria. Ndam Japuria. Tear at detention. Ka Colonel Rice, the Secretary of State in Wa. I think under Bush or so, na America. Gachal Nigeria. So Abiola Jiwe T. Well, Obia Botia, Abiola Wa. Obia Kabila si were 200 kia. Makana also Nigeria president. Nigeria vote to Makana mba vote Abiola Day. Ka vote atolo peterobi na 2023. Tofa lose the election. He play voted na bia. So ya matazi na agwaghe ya. So Abiola we won kept the message bidozi ya na ozokwa. O de polisi ofu unye o ka kudu na ka na boka. Maka ndị amị na-agbazi isi agba mgba ngwa ma ndị nke na-emezi protest ndị ogoni maka ensa rere ọha etu aka esi dịnakwa ha nchere na mmụọ. Now ọ dịba Abacha chigide nwụọ ka Abacha nwụọ Abdulsalam Abubakar took over quickly prepare ka hand over to civilian government aha na plan bụ na Abiola. Man, it was 1999. From 1993 to 1999, it was about 6 years thereafter. Getting a good last. I reckon not the election that Obasanjo into power. Obasanjo last 8 years. Jukwa de ya recognize na Abiola win election. Makana don't call jealousy na mezi eki. Ezi oku no win the president, win go and go bo na. Mana po si recognize na Abiola win election 1993. Oju. Obasanjo chisia yara bia bata yara bia boy na aka eme with ease mana always kworoja he became one of the best president Nigeria aka when I last was long. He stayed for about a year and or 2 years and in office we won. Jonathan Bata finished up nka omeleme atokwara voting ki o chigide chikpo 4 years and still mehia. In 2015 e wopu Jonathan but Buhari. So almost close to 30 years now. Yeah, 2015 to 1993. Buhari we declare na Abiola winning the election. But is there no winning there? Very clear that day, the election here, Democracy Day. Mbaji we do Democracy Day 29th of May. But I had a handover. They are met Man, I say, but see, they only hand over. Can we manage chief when they have not handed over? But now, June 12, God was Democracy Day. Now, but in the army hand the civilians, they say Democracy Day. Not the day able democracy. In fact, the Democracy Day, like the day democracy died in Nigeria. Because up till now, we have not got to okay, what the hell right.
Ọ dị mma ọzọ afọ m na ọnụ juru gị n'okwu ajụjụ m chọrọ ịjụ bụ ọtụtụ ndị o nwere ihe ọ na-abụ ome afịa n'ụbọchị ihe a mere bụ o nwere ihe ọ na-anọchite anya ya nhọpụta ọkwa e mere na June 12, 1993 kedu ka o si dị iche na nhọpụta ndị ọzọ emego na Naịjirịa?
Okay, etu o si dị iche bụ na tigbo ozugbo adọrọ ụbọchị ahụ onye ọbụla ma onye ọ chọrọ 12 votes. Ọ bụrụ na kandideti ya nọrọ ndị bụ plakad ya nọ ọ post ya ide ya eje bi aka ndị mmadụ ị na-anya kwuo na line ọ mma ka bido ikwu na line izizi ihe na-eme obi fọm ebe ihe ballot box ballot paper ije tụọ vote na nzizo mana nke ụbọchị ahụ bụ na gị nwa bụ onye na-atụ vote ga-atụcha vote mara ihe atụta na polling vote nke gị dee na akwụkwọ were ya nawa iruzie echi akpọ rizọtụ akpọ ihe ọzọ isi mba now abịakwasịrị aka ya emekwa option A4 ahụ atụranyere ya obere mgbe a chọrọ iwebatakwa Obasanjo primary election at least mana mgbe elu na Jos agasa primary election because ekwe emebe ya package be na ya ga-abụ next president ewelu na Jos ndị otu anyị ndị be anyị ebe akwa sikwa eje gbazie ekwe eme agha azụ ma ọgbọ nna anụ amaji nwe obodo dem ha nchabụrụ ibu lụọ ewepụzi ọbụzi ekwe eme ka a na-ekwu maka ekwuezi efe ọzọ ekwuezi Obasanjo mana again na ndị ugwu chọkwuru ka Obasanjo bata because na anala ya na Obasanjo bata n'oge welu mmiri oyi bitunu Yoruba n'obi maka na egburu nwanne ha bụ Abiola. So ya bụ June 12 ihe dị iche na niile a na-eme since ya dịka judge si wee dị ị na-efu na ọ bụrụ election ka ede ọ bụrụ agodo nke eme na Nsụka but Saturday gara aga kwa Saturday dị anyị na-enene ndị mmadụ ịma na social media emegba ihe ọbụla ọtọ a na-eweta ka ebie adọpụ eweta ebie alazi awa unu ya ejekwe nga ọ na-achịrị ya ọchị because ọ ma na ya eje nga ọ ma na ọrụ ya ga-akpọrọ ya polisi ọkwa ị na-emechekwa declare the results give it to him ike eje asakwa nwere ike bụrụ a very good candidate even though ọ nọ na pati ndị Igbo like anyị ma pati ndị Igbo anyị like o nwere pati ọ ga-anọrụ election win ya ọ ya na ya ga-azụ ya naturally mana pati o ji ebanye pati ndị Igbo ọ na-alụ anyị afọ maka owebeghị ụdị aka onye ngoro na ndị Igbo anyị ndị nke nọbụrụ anọ na nke Buhari si na anyị bụ a dot in the ocean ndị nke nọkịta butere anyị python dance o nwere ihe afụbere na pati APC so onye dị iche na election eme mgbe anyị mere nke Abiola na nke na-eme kịta o werezi eziokwu adọzi election ine mgbe e mere amaka election na Abuja ka ka bụkwa dịsie wike si ahụ ji etuo vote ntị ya napụrụ ya the rest n'open television n'open the press nọ na-esechara ya si ahụ ji etuo vote unu hapụgoro ya ga-emezi apụta atetụrụ vote wike kpọtọrọ ya ka o si akwatọrọ nke ya awekwere ya kpọ result ị na-anya ebe mee na 2023 achọrọ m igosi ihe dịgasị iche in Rivers State Peter Obi win election ihe ndị obodo na-akpọ landslide na is ọ winicha si ọfọrọ ọzọ wike bidoro na Gaddafi ya bụ local gọọmenti bụ ka obi akpọ the returning officer ha kpọtara na obi akpọ a sị na ọ na-akụzi na ụlọakwụkwọ dị elu ụmụakwụkwọ mahadum amaghị ụlọakwụkwọ mahadum ọ na-akụzi mgbe eji mgbe a jụrụ ahụ na akwụkwọ mgbe e wetara afọ ya jee ndị pres n'obodo ndị pres shiri imi n'ala jee jee na mahadum na marakwa edo otu ahụ ebe a ọ bụrụ na onye ha kpọta na mara ebe o si chacha na-ekweta nke emere na Ekiti ọkwa the same Saturday dị nwa ka emere nke Ekiti ide nne na onye ịmara ya bụ chairman APC ka o yi afe INEC so na conduct election na Edo State ọhịa ndị iche ọrụ ọzọ na conduct election Ekiti mana chairman APC na Edo State ọhịa bụ ihe dị iche na election Abiola ụdị ya adọ nke Abiola Humphrey Wosu make sure that na election and ya na-akpọ ka m nwere nọ 85% dissent ọ bụ na a na-ama ihe score and ewe 85 na subject ọbụla mana o wee
ọ dị ma ọ bụrụ na June 12 ihe mere ụbọchị ahụ mere ọ dịghị ka njem ọchịchị onye kwuchi Naịjirịa ọkara ịkawanye mma tata
no ọ bụrụ na ịma ihe dị mkpa like ọ gaghị Peter Obi na-adị ekwube ọ sị na ọ bụrụ na ya dị ezu ori nwunye ya dị ezu nwa ya dị ezu ndị ọyị ya dị ezu mana corruption na-akọtụ gị egbugo nkeji na-abụ 50%. Ọ bụrụ na Abiola na-ahapụrụ Abiola because na Abiola bụ onye nwere ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ philanthropic spirit ya bụ obi imelụ mmadụ ihe anything dịkwa good conservative to ndị mmadụ akpọ ya efe Abiola because Abiola wanted everybody to benefit from the wealth of Nigeria. Ọ bụrụ na ọ banyere wee lụọ ya ahụ for 4 years ihe na-eka dị iche bụ no case is this country on ife nke ndị unu bụ ndị oyibo na-akpọ ka si ekwu ya well dịka agbanyezie na ụzọ ọ ga-abụ na ọ na-aga wezie ga onye ọbụla na-esochi ya ga-asị onwe ya ya mekwa ihe dị otu a na a ga-akatakwu ya ọ bụrụ agụrụ ha nke a na-eme kịta ebụzagara mma na-asị ndị APC kpọchie na oge Jonathan nke anyị na ụlọ ezugo reason Jonathan chọrọ ka o were fuel from 87 naira to 97 naira were shoyi nke ha mee Occupy Lagos na 2012 Jonathan Lagos for 1 week ọ dachi ya azụ na 87 naira ana m ekwu 100 ọkwa fuel agaghị na-agbata ata 1350 naira orezie na-ekwu okwu ndị Yoruba niile dawa ogbe. So ihe ji agwa gị ya bụ na ọ bụrụ na Abiola banye, Abiola could a change. Yes. You know, ọtịezie Nigeria na ihe ndị Oyibo na-akpọ autopilot. Nigeria agawaziala onwe ị na-abatazi mmanụ ihe a na-emegide emere na Ghana. General Lawrence batara na Ghana. Bịa the first calling. Correct ya for all the hurry. Nachikwe na barracks.
Ọ dị mma, o nwere ụzọ ihe abụọ m chọrọ ka ịrụtụ aka mgbe ị na-ekwu okwu ikwuru na NRC na SDP ka e nwere oge anwa. Taa anyị ma na otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị enwe na Naịjirịa akarịgo. Ọ dị gị ka anyị laghachi n'inwe otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị abụọ ihe ọ ga-akawanye mma?
Akwa na-ekwu ya everywhere nga. Ọchịchị na-abụ amendment a ga-atinyere ya bụ independent. Maka na ikpote pati niile si something parties. Ndị Nsụka ndị ọgọm na-asị na confuse ga-adị ma. Ndị ya kwụda ama nke bụ APC na ADC na NDC. Confuse adịghị n'ebe ọbụla. So mana ọ bụrụ na pati na-abụ ka bụ onye nke na-eme ezukwe ọ bụrụ independent. Ifusa logo pichi ya ime anya na-enye ibieri ọ bụ wara political party. Mana ndị be anyị tụfuru nwatakịrị na-ebe akwa na mmiri ejisi arụ because e were na Babangida cancel election ahụ mebizie ihe Babangida mee. Makwa na mgbe ya na-ekwu NRC and SDP will party office ha na every local government, well official vehicle ha in every local government. Ndị NRC bụ wagon ka eyefa, ndị SDP saloon, brand new 504. Most of office ha niile kịta bụ like nke na eze agụba anyị bụ court ka eji emerụ. Ọ bụ court premises ofuke abụrụ ka ọ ka agbagoro ndị nwe ebe ahụ akụrigodi eze lụọ ndị ọnụ nke ha. Otherwise ọ bụ na a sustain ya Babangida tie mgbe ha emezi amendment of one city independent. So that independent, there is no way deprive of the freedom of your association. You can associate on your own without associating with anybody. If you want to associate with me, you are free to join any of these two. Each of one men kegi as an independent. But na batagi where the rich, na batagi where the winner, where the election.
Option A4 ikwuru maka ya maka anyị hụrụ na n'ọdị nso a nhọpụta ime onwe ụfọdụ otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị megasị anọ na ya ejide posta ndị na-azọ ọkwa anọrọ agụọ otu abụọ atọ anọ ruo n'iri agụọ narị puku ụdị ha nwa kedu ka isi fia ọ na ya akwanite anyị akwanite ka ọ na-akwado anyị akwada?
Enwere aka nye sị na phone na social media agbago ụwa ọtọ. Ndị pati nke nọ na ya bụ NDC anyị mere option A4 na primary election. APC mere option A4 na primary election. Ndị PDP ka mara ka ha si mee nke ha. Mana ndị na-aba menụ ihe niile eme dị na fonu ndị mmadụ. Ị ga-echeki mana nwere ebe ifo a na-agụ nke ndị NDC agụgide mbọ otu anọ narị n'eri then emechizie ya wee collect ya vote niile asị na president weta na primary election. Ọ chọghị ịchụ ọkala Nigeria ọzọ enwe ndị inec jụzi ya ebe gosi kpotezika na amakwa mmadụ onye unu regista na pati unu ma pati gị na-abọzi regista ị pụọ ọ N9 ka ejiri regista ya so ghara ịdịgo stọk ịchọzikwa ịpụ mana ya eji affidavit mewa affidavit mechi ya niile tachi ya send bata inec apply what to change there na wee scrutinize ya wee mara where you are going and where you are coming from. So ọ bụ na ihe eme that option A4 over pati ndị mere abuse over ndị mere ọfụma so ndị nke angụlụ ma jump mere abuse ya bụ akatụ akwatọrọ ya akwatọ so ọ bụrụ ya Humphrey Wozu bụ n'obi mgbe o bute option A4 bụ ya onye gosiri na ihe ọbụla bụ ihe ọma mmadụ wetara n'obodo a uche anyị ga-abụ ike ga-esi eme ya ka ọ gbagọ otherwise kedu ihe yelụ mmadụ sensị na ọgụkọta ọgụọ iri ọgụọ narị na abụ karịa ego 11 12 13 14 ọgụzi ya narị ka o wesịa na ihe wetara nnukwu na line bụ narị ịgụzi nnakwu na ha lụọ mmadụ ise ịfụrụ na alụ.
Ọ dị gị ka emebe nhọpụta ọkwa onye isi ala a ga-eji nwa option A4 iwu nhọpụta ọkwa ọchịchị Naịjirịa kwadoro na a ga-eji nwa option A4 mee ya and ọ bụ na a ga-eji option A4 mee ya ọ dị gị ka ụdị ha mere ụdị ọzọ na ọma mme
ewere option A4 mee ya ebe ndị APC ka nọ n'ọchịchị nke ha eme ya aka njọ ka bụzi agụzi ya na agụọ iri na eri agụọ narị na abụọ ọbọzi nke agụkọta ha agụrụzi iri wee gụọ narị ọ agụọ ofu agụọ narị so ọ ka mma na aka biekwere ya aka etu esi ebi ya ka aka biekwa aka maka na ndị anyị na-aba jie ka m chi obere ọchị maka na ndị anyị na-eji ọ bụ na anyị kọrọ mpụcha ihe akakwafa mma bụ ịpụta kpọrịte Tinubu na-achị si agụ bịa na-ewu ka gbara eme elekshọn chacha na ajụọ ha ka o siri ha n'obi mana ọ bụrụ na ka ozi Naijiria n'obi Naijiria chọrọ ịtụ vootu.
Ọ dị mma. Naijiria enwego ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya ọ dịgo afọ 27 isigo n'aka ọchịchị ndị nkịtị nyefekwa ọchịchị n'aka ndị nkịtị. Dịka onye nna o nwere uru ọ dị gị ka anyị ritego n'ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya kemgbe e bidoro ya kemgbe 1999
bukwara ibu ọbana ya na-akpọta ya abụrakwa na were after all nwantọntọ oge Yar'Adua nọ o mere nnekwute ihe ịrịba ama ọ bụgodu ma Niger Delta amnesty ya ụmụ restrictions a dị na Nigeria ọ kwụsị afọ 8 Obasanjo nọ Obasanjo yuzu ihe ndị Igbo na-akpọ technocrats ndị maara ihe ekwe na-akụ ọ chọọ ime gị minista for health ọ chọọ na ị ga-abụ medical doctor mana ị ga-agụ ihe gbasara medicine ya bụrụ ihe gbasara ahụ mmadụ maọbụ ahụ anụmanụ ha nche bụ health before mee gị minista inene ndị ọkpọta ma ka esi echeki onye mere ọfụma bụ ọ bụ na iwelu PA gịnị a na-alụ na Aneke TV ilusia na Aneke TV maybe ebuza MD NTA na ya si okay na aka nwere provision for PA ya mkpọrọ m PA amụrụ ya nọ na Aneke TV that shows the PA na-eme ọfụma ọ bụzikwa na imechalụcha ebe a na ewezilụ ọzọ ọrụ media again PA ya ka nọrọ ebe a anịna mmadụ gbara ya ma ka o si wee sabụ mma na gịnị a na-alụ onye ọzọ ga-efụrụ ya n'ebe a gasị je kpọrọ ya Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala bụ Minister of Finance and the coordinator of economy oge Obasanjo ka ọ na-asịpụ ọkpa ebe ahụ World Trade Center ya kagharị ya well Soludo bụ gọvanọ otherwise he was governor of Central Bank under Obasanjo kedu ị ga-akpọsị ịgharapụ ọ bie eze kwesịrị many of ihe na-elu ụlọ Obasanjo yuzi ndị Igbo na-akpọ technocrats ya na-elu ọrụ ọrụ bụ ị na-alụcha ozugbo ndị organization ka Nigeria agara akagalaghị ozugbo mana ihe niile Buhari tinye na minista ebe ga anọ kedu ebe ndị na-eburu ọrụ Buhari minista were adị ọ ka bụ onye na-enwere iji ebe ahụ Rotimi Amaechi ka na-achọ ịzọkwa vice president maka ọbụrụ president ka ọ na-azọ vice president ka ọ na-azọ ndị nke na-alụ Tinubu ruo adị ifụkwa ụdị ndị ọ na-akpọlite iji arịa ọrụ ambasadọ Reno Omokri ha ndị na-alụ mmadụ ambasadọ FF Kennedy FF gịnị ma afa nke Yoruba dem ndị anyị makwa nọ na dịka never ha cross ga-ekwu efu ya n'ụtụtụ a na-efi okwu ọzọ na mgbede okwu ọzọ over the same subject matter ndị aka ọ kpọkọrọ wee were ha tinye na kọntrị ndị mmadụ ọ dịka ọ na-arụsị Tinubu dịka ọ na-arụta ndị bụ ndị Igbo na-akpọ felio ndị dara ada na ebe ha dara nne n'akwụkwọ dịka onye je nne n'akwụkwọ daa.
Kedu ihe kpatara ọnọdụ anwa ji dị etu ahụ?
Ọ bikos na Tinubu na onwe ya na law anyị gụ anyị na-asị nemo that word non habet ihe ọ pụtara na law bụ yara enye ife iwere you can't give what you don't have. Ọ bụ na iwere decency as a person, ọ bụ na ịbụ onye ụtụ na amụma alụ ori ihe ọjọọ juru isi ịchọwa dị gị na ha ga-alụ ịchọkwa ndị dị otu ahụ. Even na the cross bearers in grey message na-asị na a na-akpụ ya law of spiritual attraction. Ịkpọta onye na-ezu ori from Kara na Moda na ugbu na Kano na Kaduna kpọnata ya na Enugu tata. Ife ị ga-enye ya bụ mgbe ahụ Holland na railway station ọ na-anya na ete ọfụgo ofu onye anya dị somehow na-esi Igbo ọsị agaghị kedu ebe ahụ egote ụtaba ọ gara agụsicha ebe before ime mgbede ọfụgo ebe ahụ ejezu ori o nwere onye kụzierie na onye ori nọ n'Enugu o nwere kụzierie na onye na-ese Igbo nọ n'Enugu nye ma ji anya ya na-abụ so not that law of spiritual homogeneity, natural attraction. Now, there, not a no, tell me with whom you follow. Yeah, every evening. Even Ghana, my friends, before they form a club, ever met you have kind of team. Obo boy na achunwa I baga na pankata bebe ejebuto mu so tinubu ga potakwa ni code so what you best bet tinubu ga potalo ge said mo je potalo dike mo potalo reverend father the descent ka bia board minister no o ga chakwa dia dia ga na eme o si akwula ebe a maybe isi wa ni yara akwu ogosi picture obele etu isi we na ebi nnu nke okpanatakwa
ọ dị mma otu n'ime ihe ọchịchị onye kwuchi ya na-eme bụ na ọ na-enye aka ebe ihe na-aga ọfụma na-eti ọkpọ na-asa aka ndị bekee na-akpa accountability na Naịjirịa ọ dị gị ka ọchịchị onye kwuchi ya nke anyị onyegoro ndị mmadụ aka ka ha na-eme ka ndị nọ n'ọchịchị na-akọpụtara ihe ha na-eme
mba anya dị eme accountability na Naịjirịa na-asụrụ ya n'oyibo gịnị bụ accountability enye gị 1 million to invest in this studio. The internal audit of Aneke TV will come. Give me receipts of the email. In here, or Talivia. Or you can tell us, 900 and something thousand. About 1 million. So, okay, see what the contingency. Now we can cover 100 naira for me. But I'm going to 1 million to run the studio. If there's meche ime teche ime etiele ebe a wee je weta ndị ọdịtọ abịa pịa ya aka pịa ya na ntanimoloko calculator ha ọ bụ na ihe na-eweta ebe a pụta bụ 220,000 adịla Joshua ka ezi ebe ka ego nke fọdụ kere na-eme na Nigeria a na-publishila anya every day every month allocation enyere ndị federal gọọmenti allocation enyere ndị steeti gọọmenti allocation enyere local gọọmenti mmadụ onye je nego local gọọmenti ma ife mbịa na TV n'oge etu anyị si ekwu vacancy bụ pụlọ na TV gbole ka ijugo local government chairman na Eziagụ na ego na weta in a month gịnị ka o ji eme na Eziagụ nobody does that in Nigeria
kedu ebe mmiri si banye n'opi ụgbọ osi ndị a na-achị achị n'aka ka ndị na-achị achị
ma ịbụ ndị a na-achị o ma ndị na-achị anyị o maka na ọgbọ aka nji wee sị gị abụ m a strong follower of peterobi from days here even mgbe ọ nọ na PDP ọ bụ vice president Atiku wee ruo today because ọ ya na-agwa anyị si anyị na mmadụ ga-contest election win ya onye win election ihe ọ na-aya mgbe ọ na-abụ corona one ton to Japanese car in 6 months ogo Highlander in 1 year ogolana na Enugu ruo ụlọ nke ebiri wee kpọọ fada bịa mepere ya ụlọ ekpere ya ekpere ga-emepere ya ụlọ in less than 2 years somebody who could not afford 500,000 at once before now the father wee bịa gozibi ya abịa kụọ aka na guy na asịkwara na eje this guy na-emepe ụlọ ya anyị ja na-agbada ọsị kama anyị ga-eje kpọọ polisi anyị bịa na afụgo ezuru ego anyị anyị je fada sị ya maka ebe ego asị pụta Chineke ya gozi kozikwa ebe a na ebe mmadụ o zuru ya n'ori so that is why anyị sị anyị chere na do guilty ma anyị bụ ndị na-atụ vootu ma ndị a na-atụrụ vootu because it takes one person in a millennium dịka n'ahụ iri dike na ahụ iri or in a million or 1,000 years 100 years ịfụ mmadụ dịka Peterobi gadị ka ọ package la onwe ya ụdị ya mere na America some time ago si apụchakwa na ndị Africa I benefit so much from rulership ya mgbe Obama batara his 2007 or so people were hailing Obama because even when the press corner where do you say Obama of we say go Igbo I say yes and many of them were in high school a lot of them tested Igbo yes we test na whatever head and Dutch is go back na bottle they gonna hammer you buy na go but I say na ime it's because they got no problem anymore so somebody they can be because na package where you got president in Nigeria one day from CKC Ebogo. They careful about the provision. Provision I entered in the hostel. Thank you. So only a whip enough provision. As a student in Guyana CKC, and a London, they go to buy a supermarket papier. na ọnata holidays eto no a obulu provision ụmụ akwụkwọ chọọ imechi 3 or 4 weeks at a time. A lot of people reach a provision ha ikpe iboro de afa gị na iboro re provision ihe akwụ ụgwọ ihe asịkwara ịnata ọzọ anata na mbido tem ka replace ọnata o ekwe gị ka ọ bụrụ ịchọ maka ihe arịpọ ihe latin you don't go to be for Christmas. So he became so prudent from childhood. They can in a decade, in a millennium, can afford it. So such people comes once in every 30 years. Even Abiola for having more years, go 30 years. What on a business? So, but one of the reasons I dine with all these big men, not your president or my head of president, but he wanted to add to the welfare of Nigeria. Of course, I'm the man that have. So within there, now once in a millennium, I go for Erufai is in a peterobi win election, publish his results. Why would you America after all I declare go to the boon? I said no again in here. Again in the Habona. In Cabiola nearly 30 years after, Kenny Goriana and Kenny GCFR. Maybe I enjoy. But I keep it to work on Antiana one Andrea. So come on here win the election. So that is the difference.
The Madalurine Ozo Barrister Fokansi. Gonyama na-esonyere anyị anyị ka nọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV. Na nke uhuruchi anyị na-eleba anya n'etu Naịjirịa si gbatakwuru n'ihe gbasara ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya. Anyị ga-agbara aka ahịa, anyị laghachite azụ, anyị gaa n'iru, gakwa n'iru na-esonyere anyị.
Aneke television. How agibom di egwu nkwazo na ahịa mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ọgwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emelu ogbenye emela amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Na-emelu ogbenye emela amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ịmara ebe oge ọrụ etiwe ọmọnwụ ntakịtụ kwamowu si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu anyị nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site.
Ọ dị mmadụ alụrụ nne onye ọma na-esonyere anyị dịka na-aga n'iru na-esonyere anyị n'Otobo na Aneke TV. Anyị ka na-elebekwa anya na ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya nke ala bụ Naịjirịa kedu ebe asụrụ asụ debere ọdụ. Ọ ka bụkwa anyị na Ọzọ Barrister Nnadiume Ọfọkansị bụ onye ọkaiwu ma bụrụkwa onye ọrụ ugbo ya na onye na-ekwu na-achọ maka ikike dịrị mmadụ nọ. Ọzọ daalụ dịka anyị na-aga n'iru na nke mgbede a. Ọ dị mma n'agbanyeghị ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya ihe isi ike ka na-aga n'iru atọpụ ndị mmadụ ọgọdọ n'ukwu. Kedu ihe mee na ihe isi ike ndị Naịjirịa mgbe ọ dị ka n'anya na ihe ga-akawanye mma na ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ọ bụzie kịta ka ọnọdụ ka njọ?
Ihe kpatara ya bụ na ndị na-azọ okwe ndọrọ n'ọchịchị eburu ndị ha na-achị n'obi. Ọ famili ha, onwe ha, ezinụlọ ha ka bụ n'obi. Edazi buru onwe ha ezinụlọ ha n'obi. Ka ndị institution ma na-ewelụ nkeji na-atọ eji mee demokrasi. Executive, judiciary, and legislative. Executive bụ ndị president na ndị police and ndị na-achị anyị. Judiciary bụ ndị court. Then legislative bụ ndị ụlọ omebe iwu. Ya niile nwere ndị bụ ndị ha na-achị n'obi ma ofu onye. Otherwise, kwana ụmụ nwaanyị ga-eji rụọ ọrụ ndị House of Assembly Enugu State. Ihe akpọ legislative quarters. Ọ ga-abụ ibicha imecha nke gị pụọ na-abịa gị. Ndị ọzọ ga-abịa House of Assembly akpọkwa ebe ahụ. Amonetize ya, lerie ya. So Chimaroke lụrụ ya for ndị Kedafia ndị House of Assembly ezuzu ezuzu. Gwazie m nwaanyị ndị gọọmenti federal gọọmenti eji wee legislative quarter alụ na-apụ village for ndị senators and ndị House of Reps. Kama ya arapụ ya ebe ahụ, onye lụcha nke ọ na-abịa. And furnish ya within that period ha no break. Dozikwa ya repent ya, dozie ya ọfụma. Ndị ọfụ na-abịa akwaba ebe ahụ. So ndị ọfụ na-abịa sị eje bi na hotel. Ya na-eri ego mụ na gị na-abụ. Ego eji lụrụ anyị ụzọ, ego eji ya anyị mmiri. So what I will interest I no beer. Or have judiciary. Judiciary itself catch a danger. Because this judiciary in Nigeria bido. For any by judgment to the pro people, yeah, but boom can them one that colaka. Can they be a bido? My the hope was on the man say from number 4 Bazaar first of judiciary. Come back council election and all election abiola. I'm not judiciary cause the problem. Oh, justice, but come ball for judgment. Justice, well, candle nagas, just council of election, whom Nigeria to chat to or mamma. All the same judiciary can election peterobi 2023. Arab was a bullet, or carve a bully and mobile to Cavalito. A Cavazana rules are inec set. Now law conflict can never have conflict. Lawyer inec power cameru, inec mezeru, you go and camera brew and cabros law. Man, I was going to remember him, and I first I spoke about lawyers. Of course, I'm a lawyer, but I'm judge. And I've ever said it. No one was in you, Quado, the judge, in on a table, cancel the election, declare yours a winner. Excuse me. How are you feeling that honor of man election? Like, I didn't come from a being to follow. Now, so I was there. We were video, they in the police, charge out to court. Like election, my practice. Often if you not ever enough result, send them back. I don't want to have every issue until not to test vote. They say, but I can't buy evidence before me. Which evidence before you? You to vote. Mother neck under the highest judge in the 7. What they say, change if 200 million people decided. Everyone know whether tell me on the House of Assembly, on the House of Assembly, as I can have well financial autonomy as it's Nakajoka Apache and governor. Or the Gababion and men Senate, and Kahabo legislature. Up to the president or your mandate we shall stand. Give boy to see check president. Man call them off, man, and call them off. In a on your mandate we shall stand. It's him now. So here after I'm government and after I wouldn't the Hana church or on Kebunobi. Obona Habwa no be for a governor or president, or the legislature. Well, Masi, the Hanachi, on Adiche. My Bible, Nagukuria, upon the righteous in power. The people rejoice. They will like state, my example. Come bido. Open the Jalaba to pull LSO Tabai. I went to Aba for a business trip one day. I was going to go through now. Hotel allow, but can't get yellow nagas. Can't get yellow nagas. Mosquito, where me, manager batata, barrico, or the righteous being in power. And
ọ dị mma maka oge anyị na-akpụdebezi nso mgbe anyị ga-eweta n'isi njedebe ọ na-abụ etu a na-akwado ịchụ nta nkwado ndị na-azọ ọkwa ọchịchị ọ ga-afọ ka ha bịa be gị zara gị ụlọ sara gị efere shiere gị ma nri ibute nri etu a gị na ha nọrọ na-eri mana asụcha ha n'ọkwa ha banye ada ndị ha na-achada abịazi ha nso gịnị kpatara ọnọdụ dị
ịma na-ewere uche maka ewere uche ga-ama na ihe iwelu na-akpọ temporal employment all one mgbe ka enye gị 4 years ịma na after 4 years ndị ihe ọrụ ewerekwe ịchọ ọkwa ha biko ọzọ ka enye kweghị ọrụ ọzọ kedu ihe m na-agha gị iji 4 years ahụ wee mee onwe gị nwanne ndị ahụ nye gị pawa maka anyị bụ ndị sign appointment paper ndị anụ anaghị na-achị ọchịchị ọ bụ na gị tụ vootu ya bụ appointment paper eji ha ọrụ ịjọla gị na-achọ ọrụ na Aneke TV emeghị interview you have appointment paper. That appointment paper I yell but that's our voters card. On the uche where uche na mara na power. The Hindu one about transient. Taki Janaka, Echikon Mepanarega. Tell me, Buhari Mana has one who couldn't that. Assuming without considering the fact no win election 2015. Jonathan is no more there as president. Obviously a common person like all of us. I'm not calling back talking. Why even though I fear of his security. Man, until the buy Mutaiba has a Burota presidential system of government by America. OHC America can do for another Alaba. Ibusa president, young example now. Bill Clinton became president of America. Chicha 8 years. Because now, Ibe and Monica Lewinsky not to last on that oath. America mechakwa gbaghara ya o si ya nwa ya bụla chọrọ ịtọsalụ ya tọsalụ onwe ya excuse me, as far as the economy had mma gị chịba ha wee tela chidezi azụ ka oje practice ya lọ nke ọlọ ya ka ọ bụla ya bụ ka ọ bụ American bar association wee sị na ya practice law because no guys under oath ya na-akpọ perjury o werezie chọk ya baa na Harvard Law School kụzibe nkụzi Obama achịsịa na president na chi azụ na NGO ya na onye ya na-arụ ọrụ adịghị nwa ya Malia dị Richard and Papia maka na Malia nọ into film production and show business. She has a private jet. Papi Eworia, president. Or the good had possible in Nigeria. You look at council ever, and I do. In that way, I just have been to vote, mandana to vote, the gate. It's a good time for election all over Nigeria. I'm not a poor or a hero. Not the House of Assembly. Now 4 years. But you go to the bone, Aquaria. As we now, I gonna acquire House of Assembly, got all years born, or go years vote. If I may encourage. And no matter Thanksgiving, go see Muti, go see Unia, you're not Korea, Kakama as a police, Bapano, no, is will go near one. So now the is possible. But now, Nde na Chachi, Amaron a power and the BH. As like to say, you get that a year vote or ban at tinted glass. Nefizi, I can win the idea of fear. Over 4 years, I can again. Or you're a barais, or you get 10,000, or you get 20,000. You know, there's not barais last 1 month. And 4 years, for 360 days, times by 4. No, we're by Mutaria. And not because Nabia weaponize the area, Mayob. So you have a year is in a rolling kaki. Because 4 years in Conaland, or Hilita. So you're 20,000 kakinating. So kaki, Hilita. Like, man, we have in a map. In a year ago, you just want to get your vote.
Hadima, achọ ka anyị metu ọnụ n'okwu gbasara ajọ ọnọdụ nchekwa. Kedu ka ajọ ọnọdụ nchekwa si agba ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya mgbe okpuru?
Ọ ya bụ nsogbu onwe. Dekịta, ọkwa for security or insecurity. Ya bụ nsogbu anyị nwere na Nigeria. What is ebe to save? Na ha bịa for ndị Holland, asị na ya bụrụ Holly. I'm not from Holland, akpọrọ ya. If you are for the Jews, I said, thank God I'm not a Jew. I'm a Jew. I be for guys, thank God I'm not. Till eventually I'm making it. I be always there. I know. Say the career apology. Nigeria. The first people that wanted to challenge the hegemony of the ruling class in Nigeria, Bundibu, and they unleashed mass killing on them. Bundibu can Ebu Okoko. Ujuji will declare Biafra. Across that Biafra in 30 months. Fine. The Benue, and the soldiers, and I'm marching on the Biafra. Awolowo, Sina Yoruba, declare famine. She said, blockade. She is anybody. And I call for Aka. Nda here, like I may be here. Green Meta. But go now, Benue. Go from Benue, Plateau. All the Asaka village at your signboard of government and all clean law. Ndị Yoruba gbatago oyo. Atọrọ ụmụ akwụkwọ ụbọchị ụmụ akwụkwọ dị monde. Si ka egosi na ha dị egwu ewere ma befo ekuzi. Ọ ndị wa blockade si eyi na ndị Igbo ni ma na anụ agha. Akọfere olutugo ha now. Good. Ndị Igbo na-ekirizi abụra na achịzi ha ọchị because ndị Igbo dị egalitarian by nature. Anyị find dị na baya bụ roll anyị ụzọ tiela anyị ọkụ iwutekwu mmiri fine itiekwa anyị aka ịgbapụ mmiri. Give us here an enabling environment. We prosper. What are the man? We are self-contented in most of the time. So here, battle that insecurity, because no yana is easy. Sisi Moroyana was the cause of Nakasia. Now what I have Banamara Chegas and Nigeria can do actual unity. I don't believe in Cape, as in Baby John Siponia. Eventually, kita anak bos mana cari, dah bos anak bos anu biar perkara ni, anak buzi di Benue, anak bundi TV. Makanya orang dia nak crush anu kizi semba, sebuzi nama dia anyhow. Because you just couldn't stop this bloodletting. What else on they wanted blood, it was so much, and they were independence. Remember, the three regions in Nigeria: north, south, east, and west. How we had their own different logos and coat of arms. and every economy is independent. And the Southeast was the fastest growing economy in the world. I'm not talking of Africa. The fastest growing economy, Opera regime. Go and Google it. Now, everything has come back. It was the federalism Abuja. Or one as an NHK location. It was from oil, and Niger Delta. I'm not going to hear what I like. So here were cause of like insecurity and the whole of Nigeria border in the porous. The PC but the life and work after and the bandits here from other neighboring countries of Africa. So you find out that people are confessing. But confession, where does it lead us? Insecurity will continue until Nigeria says no to nonsense. Open I couldn't no to nonsense. It will continue. Because I have a challenge
or the Nigeria, I think come area to the Nigeria or Gadim, open or Gadim Makinika game, think come area to.
You need to vote the right candidate. If you vote the right candidate, the day Nigeria gets election right, the day Africa is safe. I'll stop it there.
Odema, Ozo barrister na di mo focus dalụ rinne maka ịbịa sonyere anyị n'otobo nketa anyị na-ele anya na mgbe ọzọ anyị kpọkwa gị na ị ga-abịa. Gonye ọma sonyere anyị na nketa atọ etu aka siri tie ọkpọ ma saa aka na nketa ata. Nigeria ga-adị mma mana o sitere n'aka mụ na gị ka anyị mee ihe ndị a kwesịrị ime etu a na-akpọ oku ka agbata akwụkwọ ikike ji atụ vootu onye ọbụla pụọ ị nwere oke n'ọrụ nwa nwere oke n'ọrụ anyị gbakọta aka ọnụ asị anyụka mmiri ọnụ ọgbọ ụfụfụ daalụ rinne maka isonyere anyị na nketa ata chebiri anyị amani oge a ụbọchị Fraịde ka anyị laghachite azụ anyị na isiokwu ọhụụ. Abụ m Joshua Ozioko na-ekele gị maka isonyere anyị. Udo dịrị gị.
Aneke television. How agibon di egwu nkwa azụ n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ọgwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-alụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect